Chapter 962. Sorry, not interested. Li Fuqian immediately rejected Sacred Lord Silksnow's invitation. He did not want to have anything to do with the 19th Division, and there was no need to. Sword Master Primal Twin, please give me some face. Perhaps you don't know Lord Silksnow's status, but Lord Silksnow's father is one of the upper echelons of the Undying Legion. His status is even higher than Monarch Bloodaxe. It was a female guard of Sacred Master Silksnow who came to invite Li Fuqian. This female guard wasn't just a Sacred Master, she was also beautiful like a flower and had an outstanding aura. I said, I'm not interested. Please leave. Li Fuqian waved his hand. You. Sophia was rather angry. Had it not been for Lord Silksnow's instructions to be more courteous, she would have already flared up at Li Fuqian. Did he really think that he could ignore anyone just because he was a swordsman of the Swordsman Guild? It must be understood that even the commander of the 19th Legion, Emperor Bloodaxe, had to treat Lady Silksnow with great respect. Sword Master Primal Twin, I hope that you will reconsider your decision. Lady Silksnow's invitation is something that others can only wish for. Taking a deep breath, Sophia said. I won't see you out. Li Fuqian ordered for the guest to leave. After standing on the spot for a while, Sophia finally stomped her feet and left. Lady Silksnow, this Sword Master Primal Twin refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Should we summon a few commanders to threaten him? The commander that Sophia mentioned was a heavenly lord. The 19th Legion had over 100 heaven monarchs, and the entire Divine Leaf City only had a few heaven monarchs. As for the Swordsman Guild, they only had 2 heaven monarchs. There's no point in doing this. Holy Lord Silksnow shook his head. Her objective was to get to know Li Fuqian. If she threatened him with a heaven monarch, how was she going to get to know him? After thinking for a moment, Holy Lord Silksnow continued, there's no rush. Let's put this matter aside for now. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. I've already comprehended all 10 sword bones and gained a lot of inspiration. Now, I can try to push the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme class. To others, a top-notch supreme technique was even rarer than a supreme martial art. Among the heaven monarchs who cultivated the martial Tao in the universe, there were at least 999 of them who didn't grasp any top-notch pinnacle techniques. This was also the reason why sword bones were so precious. After all, there were too few sword Tao heaven monarchs who grasped top-notch pinnacle techniques. But to Li Fuqian, it was the complete opposite. It was relatively easy for the primary extreme sword technique to make a breakthrough, but it was harder for the glorious sword technique and primary extreme sword technique to make a breakthrough. This was mainly because the glorious sword style and primary sword style's foundations were just too perfect. One had linked up with 900 strands of origin energy, while the other had linked up with 1080 strands. On this day, Li Fuqian started his seclusion. The interstellar teleportation array was one of the supreme array formations. Moreover, it was a relatively high-grade supreme array formation. After spending 2 years and countless resources, the 19th Legion finally built a star field teleportation array. The maximum teleportation distance of this star zone teleportation formation was 100 million light-years away, which was equivalent to the distance of several star zones. Buzz! A few days after the completion of the interstellar teleportation array, someone had already teleported over. As the light dissipated, the figures of the 4 young men and women became clear. Not bad, not bad. My undead army has gained another space city. The young man who spoke had shoulder-length hair and a vertical eye between his eyebrows. This city should be the famous God Leaf City. The cold beauty with a pale face looked around with interest. Let's go and look for Saint Lord Silksnow. They came to the God Leaf City to look for Saint Lord Silksnow. Ice and Snow Manor, you are here. Saint Lord Silksnow looked at the 4 of them. Saint Lord Silksnow, you are really not in a hurry. There is less than 5 years left until the inheritance ceremony. We hope that you can become the 9th Undying Son. The cold beauty said. Apart from the Undying Monarch, the Undying Sun was the most respected existence in the Undying Legion. Right now, the Undying Legion had a total of 8 Undying Suns. They were the Legion Commander of the Elite Guard Legion, the Legion Commander of the First Legion, and the Legion Commander of the Second Legion. There were 3 conditions in order to become an Undying Sun. The first was to become an Undying Sun candidate. The second was to defeat other Undying Sun candidates. The third was to completely pass the inheritance ceremony. Failure meant that one did not have the right to become an Undying Sun. Becoming an Undying Sun was like reaching the heavens in one step. One had to know that heavenly monarchs could not become an Undying Sun candidate. Every Undying Sun candidate was only a sacred lord, but once they became an Undying Sun, their strength would immediately skyrocket to the level of a star realm heavenly monarch, and as they grasped the power of undying, their strength would become stronger and stronger. It wouldn't be hard for them to surpass veteran star realm heavenly monarchs. The problem in front of Saint Lord Silks now was how to defeat the other Undying Sun candidates. What's the point of being in a hurry? It's almost impossible for me to defeat the other Undying Sun candidates with my current strength, Saint Lord Silks now said. Indeed. The three-eyed youth nodded. Right now, Sacred Lord Violent Sky is the strongest. Everyone around him can take charge. Next is Demonic Lord Greed. His strength is almost on par with Sacred Lord Violent Sky. It's just that the people around him are a bit weaker. Fighting for an inheritance didn't just depend on individual strength, it also depended on the strength of a team. They weren't weak, but it depended on who they were compared to. If they were compared to Sacred Lord Violent Sky or Demonic Lord Greed, they would definitely be a bit weaker. It would be great if there was a powerful expert among us. Sacred Lord Scarlet Lotus' strength was originally below average, far inferior to even us. It was only because he recruited a powerful expert that he became a strong competitor for Sacred Lord Violent Sky and Demonic Lord Greed. The dark-skinned youth sighed emotionally. Powerful experts aren't that easy to recruit. Those sacred lords who are comparable to heavenly monarchs basically all come from top-tier powers. It's too difficult to recruit them. The 3-meter-tall youth with a golden horn on his head shook his head. Saint Lord Silks now said, actually, Godly Leaf City does have a powerful expert. What level? The 4 of them looked over. An ordinary powerful expert wouldn't be of much use. At the very least, they had to be comparable to Demonic Lord Greed. Saint Lord Silks now said, I don't know his exact strength either. All I know is that even the 2nd and 3rd ranked sacred lords of the 19th Legion weren't able to take a single blow from him. He seems to have some strength, but that's not enough. We have to test his true strength first. The 4 of their eyes lit up. To be able to defeat the 2nd and 3rd ranked sacred lords of the 19th Legion in a single move, his strength was definitely capable. Saint Lord Silks now, tell us about him. We will help you test him. The 3-eyed youth said. Saint Lord Silks now nodded. This person is from the Swordsman Guild. All of you have to know your limits. From the Swordsman Guild. This group of swordsmen are naturally prideful and it isn't easy to recruit them. We have to think of an excellent recruitment condition to attract him. We can promise him a piece of the Undying Gem. Undying Gem. That is a priceless item. Only after becoming an Undying Sun would one be able to obtain a few pieces of the Undying Gem. Without the help of a formidable expert, Saint Lord Silks now won't be able to become an Undying Sun. After thinking of the recruitment conditions, the 4 of them headed to Li Fuchen's manor. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was in seclusion and the 4 of them didn't dare to barge in. They had no choice but to return and wait. 1 year passed by. 2 years passed by, the 4 of them and Saint Lord Silks now were rather anxious. The time for the Undying Sun inheritance ceremony was getting closer and they couldn't wait for a long time. Chapter 963. Is it still lacking? After a few years of seclusion, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was just a little bit away from the super first-rate extremity. But it was this trace that made Li Fuchen unable to move an inch. Li Fuchen felt that he was just missing an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the breakthrough would be completed in an instant. Once Li Fuchen exited seclusion, the three-eyed youth and the others immediately came to look for him. Undying Sun's inheritance. Li Fuchen looked at the three-eyed youth. The three-eyed youth said, as long as Holy Master Silksnow becomes an undying child, she will immediately possess the power of a celestial sector-level heavenly monarch. At the same time, she will also have the right to establish her own legion. If you help her, she will help you in the future. In addition, she will give you an undying gem. What's an immortal gem? To be honest, the conditions were very attractive. If it were anyone else, they would have agreed long ago. After all, being able to befriend the future leader of the undead army was something that many people wished for. Emperor Bloodaxe and his 19th Legion were able to cause a storm of blood wherever they went. Not even Patriarch Crosscourt was willing to offend them. Normally, as long as the Sanguine Axe Monarch did not provoke a demigod, it would not be a problem for him to roam the universe unhindered. The dark-skinned youth said, the Gem of Immortality is one of the most mystical gems in the universe. It can bestow you with immortal life. As long as you are not killed, you can even live as long as a star sector-level heaven monarch. Furthermore, after fusing with the Gem of Immortality, not just anyone can kill you. If an ordinary heaven monarch fuses with the Gem of Immortality, he can be considered a city lord. Even heavenly monarchs would find it hard to kill him. At most, they could only seal him. How magical! Li Fuchen was a little tempted. This undying gem was obviously a cardinal treasure of the universe. It would be a pity if he missed it. But it wasn't his style to agree so hastily. Who knew if there would be danger in the undead army's territory? Holy Lord Silksnow can form an undying pact with you. With the undying pact in place, anyone who dares to violate the terms of the pact will immediately perish. Even a demigod will suffer an enormous backlash if he or she violates the terms of the pact. So, you can boldly head towards the Undying Army's headquarters without worry. Since it's like that, then allow me to meet Holy Lord Silksnow. Li Fuchen nodded. He was most worried that Holy Lord Silksnow would go back on her word, but since she had the Undying contract, there was no need for him to worry. As for whether the others would deal with him, Li Fuchen wasn't worried. On the Undying contract, he would definitely write that if he died, Saint Lord Silksnow would also die. As such, for the sake of her own life, Saint Lord Silksnow would never allow others to kill him. Furthermore, with Saint Lord Silksnow's status, there wouldn't be many who would dare to disregard her life. Of course, he would also carefully observe what the undead contract was. With a powerful soul, he believed that if there were any loopholes or backdoors in the contract, he would definitely be able to see them. There's no hurry. First, let us see your strength. If you can't meet our requirements, then forget what we said just now. The three-eyed youth stared at Li Fuchen with sharp eyes. Li Fuchen laughed, since that is the case, the four of you can attack together. Let me test you first. A scythe appeared in the hands of the dark-skinned youth. As he leaped up, countless scythe shadows enveloped Li Fuchen. Ding ding dang dang, the scythe shadow was shattered and there was an invisible barrier 3 feet away from Li Fuchen that blocked all the attacks. Open! The dark-skinned youth burst out with his finishing move. A giant and sinister scythe shadow distorted time and space before slashing at the barrier. Bang! The invisible barrier wasn't damaged at all and it was still the scythe shadow that was shattered. Let me assist you. The golden-horned youth blasted out a fist and wanted to shatter the invisible barrier. In normal situations, with the golden-horned youth's strength, let alone a Saint Lord, even a weaker heaven monarch would find it hard to block this fist with just the energy barrier. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't someone that weaker heaven monarchs could compare with. He was stronger than ungraded heaven monarchs. The golden-horned youth's fist that could shatter anything wasn't even qualified to distort the invisible barrier. Shifting shadows. It was unknown when the cold and elegant woman's true body appeared behind Li Fuchen. She was wielding a black dagger and the handle of the dagger was embedded with a black gem. It was a black gem, and with the enhancement of the black gem, the black dagger had a very powerful corrosion power and was very effective for assassination. Ding! What? The cold and elegant woman's expression changed. Her shadow dagger wasn't even able to break Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. How powerful was this layer of sword chi? Tyrant Soul Spear. Right at this moment, the three-eyed youth made a move. His weapon was a dark golden spear that was extremely domineering. With a shake of the spear, time and space were stirred up, and it felt as though there was a giant beast hiding in the depths of time and space. Break! When the dark golden spear was thrust forward, time and space accelerated, allowing the three-eyed youth's attack speed to reach an unimaginable level. In the face of such speed, all defenses were like paper paste and were meaningless. Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear is one of the top 10 Sacred Lords in the Undying Legion. With him, Sacred Lord Silksnow is considered to be above average among the Undying Sun's candidates. Without him, our strength will be reduced by at least half. The cold and elegant woman and the others were very confident in the three-eyed youth, Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear. The ranking of the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords wasn't something that the 19th Legion's Sacred Lords could compare with. Even the 19th Legion's number 1 Sacred Lord Silksnow, was only ranked in the top 20 of the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords and was much inferior to the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear didn't have the aptitude of the Undying Suns, he would already be one of the popular candidates. Interesting. Li Fuchen smiled. Clang! The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear's tyrannical and swift spear thrust ruthlessly at Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. But what shocked everyone was that this spear thrust still wasn't able to penetrate Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. The massive backlash had sent the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear flying instead. How is this possible? The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear was in disbelief. Even though Li Fuchen's strength was stronger and would be of greater help to them, he was still very shocked when Li Fuchen displayed strength that was far beyond his own. After the shock, the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear revealed a delighted expression. Li Fuchen's strength was definitely top 10 among the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords. It was very likely that he would be top 5 or even top 3. With his participation, Sacred Lord Silksnow would definitely be qualified to compete with the Sky Sacred Lord and the Greed Wolf Demon Lord. Let's go, we will bring you to see Sacred Lord Silksnow. The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear gestured with his right hand. The Undying Contract is the supreme contract of my Undying Legion. The contract is decided by the Heaven Tao, therefore, there won't be any unfair situations. Since the content is confirmed, sign your name. Sacred Lord Silksnow signed her name on the Undying Contract first. Alright. Li Fuchen had already checked carefully and there weren't any problems with the Undying Contract. Once Li Fuchen signed his name, the Undying Contract was split into two and fused into Li Fuchen and Sacred Lord Silksnow's bodies. There is no time to lose. Let's return to the Undying Star now. The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear suggested. Alright. Sacred Lord Silksnow nodded. There was still some time before the inheritance ceremony, but if they returned to the Undying Star earlier, they would be able to know the situation of the other candidates. The Undying Star was an extremely massive star. Regular stars weren't even considered as dust in front of it. Every 100,000 years, the Undying Star would tremble like a human's heart. And every time this happened, the undying power of the Undying Star would reach an extreme density, ultimately converging in the Undying Shrine, and the winner of the Undying Child would inherit this boundless undying power. The Undying Star might not be trembling right now, but the undying power on the Undying Star was much more concentrated than usual. This is the Undying Star. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing such a massive star. Chapter 964. Have you heard? Holy Lord Silksnow has returned. So what if she's back? She can't compete with Sacred Lord Qing Tian and Demon Master Greed. No one will know about this until the very last moment. Besides, Holy Lord Silksnow's aptitude as an undying child surpasses that of Holy Lord Skypillar and Fiend Lord Voracious Wolf. Sacred Lord Silksnow's return caused a lot of discussion on the Undying Star. Greed Wolf Demon Palace. I heard that Holy Lord Silksnow has returned. With my understanding of her, she won't come back unless she's confident. Sacred Lord Blood Flow, go and test her. Demon Master Greed was a terrifying being with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. He was clad in pitch-black armor. He turned his head and spoke to a young man clad in blood-red armor. Yes. The crimson-armored youth accepted the order and left. Silksnow Holy Palace. It snowed all year round, and it was cold and clean. Holy Lord Silksnow, Holy Lord Blood, one of Fiend Lord Greed's subordinates, has arrived. The dark-skinned youth came to report. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Spear said, Sacred Lord Bloodflow is one of the 3 generals under the command of Fiend Lord Greed. Even though he's weaker than me, he's not much weaker. He probably came here to test our strength. The Primordial Extreme Sword Master is in seclusion, and it's not a good time to reveal his strength right now. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, you should come out, Sacred Lord Silksnow thought for a moment before speaking. All right. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear nodded his head and walked out of Silky Snow Sacred Palace. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, I'm not here to spar with you. Let the others fight with me. Sacred Lord Blood Flow knew that he wasn't Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's match, so he got straight to the point. Holy Lord Hegemon Spear said, what kind of place do you think Silksnow Holy Palace is? Holy Lord Bloodflow, hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, so what if you can defeat me? When the Saber Master of Annihilation arrives, you'll still have to kneel. Sacred Lord Bloodflow laughed coldly. Hearing that, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Spear's eyebrows furrowed. The Blade Master of Annihilation was the leader of the 3 generals under the command of Demonic Lord Greed, and his strength was ranked 7th amongst the Sacred Lords of the Undead Army. Sacred Lord Bloodflow, you should leave quickly or else don't blame me for being impolite. After all, he represented the face of Silksnow Sacred Palace. He couldn't afford to appear weak. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, take my spear first. Sacred Lord Bloodflow was obviously unwilling to leave just like that. After so many years, he didn't believe that he was still weaker than Sacred Lord Tyrannical Spear. A light flashed in his hand and a spear appeared in his hand. This spear was silvery white in color and there was blood flowing down the tip of the spear. Dripping with blood. Sacred Lord Bloodflow used his killing move right away, and countless bloody spear shadows shot towards Sacred Lord Dominating Spear. Tyrant Soul Spear. Seeing this, Sacred Lord Hegemonic Spear snickered coldly and stabbed forward with his dark golden spear. Puff! Sacred Lord Bloodflow groaned as he was sent flying after the spear images were pierced. Very good. Sacred Lord Bloodflow calmed his anger and left. Greed Wolf Demon Palace. There are only 2 possibilities for them to tell Sacred Lord Dominating Spear to send you away. 1. They're strong on the outside and don't have any powerful experts, but they don't want to be humiliated by you. 2. They've recruited a powerful expert but don't want to reveal it yet. Demonic Lord Greed's gaze seemed to be able to see through one's soul. Demonic Lord is wise. Sacred Lord Bloodflow nodded his head. Demonic Lord Greed then said, Saber Lord Annihilation, you and Sacred Lord Bloodflow go to Silksnow Sacred Palace again. I want to see what hidden cards Sacred Lord Silksnow has. The Saber Lord Annihilation was a human bladesman who carried a long saber on his back. Just by standing there, he gave off a lot of pressure. The 2 sides faced each other on the field outside Silksnow Sacred Palace. On one side was Sacred Lord Bloodflow and the Saber Lord Annihilation, while on the other side was Sacred Lord Dominating Spear and company. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Sacred Lord Bloodflow and the Saber Lord Annihilation by himself, but the 4 of them had a lot of hope. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, you won't be able to stop me. The Saber Lord Annihilation took a step forward, and a cold saber aura sliced through yin and yang. How will you know if you don't try? Sacred Lord Dominating Spear also took a step forward, and his dominating aura clashed against the saber aura. Crack! A crack appeared on the field, as if a piece of cloth had been torn down the middle. If you can take 3 of my attacks, I'll turn around and leave. The Saber Master of Annihilation drew out a long saber from his back. It was a silver-red long saber with an indescribable murderous aura and saber chi lingering around it. Ordinary people would lose their fighting spirit and their combat strength would drop to the freezing point if they came into contact with this murderous aura and saber chi, not to mention fighting against the Saber Master of Annihilation. I've wanted to see the Saber Lord Annihilation's skills for a long time. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear wasn't scared at all, and his battle intent boiled. Star Destruction. The Saber Lord Annihilation slashed out, and the scene of stars being destroyed appeared in the air. Dominating Soul Spear. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear didn't retreat, and he thrust out his spear. With a bam, the entire field shattered, and countless stones the size of millstones floated into the air before being turned into dust by the terrifying force. Boom! Sacred Lord Dominating Spear spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's saber move wasn't much stronger than his spear move, but Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's power was too powerful. It was just like a Heaven Monarch and a Sacred Lord. If the 2 martial arts were at the same level, then a Heaven Monarch would be able to crush a Sacred Lord. It was because a Heaven Monarch's power was countless times stronger than a Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear spread out his arms and burst out with power. He forcefully stopped his body from flying back and looked at the Saber Lord Annihilation with a grave expression. Very good, you have withstood my first saber move. Next is the second saber move, Star River Annihilation. The Saber Lord Annihilation didn't give Sacred Lord Dominating Spear a chance to adjust his chi presence and followed up with the second saber move. This saber move was similar to Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon, but it was 90% less mystical and 30% more tyrannical and vicious. When the saber move was executed, countless saber shadows drowned Sacred Lord Dominating Spear. After a long time, the saber shadows dissipated and Sacred Lord Dominating Spear was sent flying again. This time, he wasn't able to stop his body from flying back and crashed harshly on the ground. It was extremely miserable. It might have only been a short moment, but within the range of Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's saber move, time passed very slowly. It might seem like a short moment, but several days had actually passed. It is a pity that you weren't even able to force me to use my third move. The Saber Lord Annihilation shook his head and looked at the trio. You aren't a match for me. It is better for you to ask the experts that you recruited to come out. Saber Lord Annihilation, what is the meaning of this? Sacred Lord Silksnow flew out of the Silksnow Saint Palace. The Saber Lord Annihilation said, nothing much. I just want to witness the strength of the Silksnow Saint Palace. You have seen it now. My Silksnow Saint Palace is very weak. Sacred Lord Silksnow gritted his teeth and said. It seems like Sacred Lord Silksnow is determined to show weakness. The Saber Lord Annihilation had an intuition that the Silksnow Saint Palace should have an even stronger existence. He could see some clues from their eyes. The 3 of you can come at me together. Since that expert didn't appear, the Saber Lord Annihilation would fight until that expert appeared. He didn't believe that the expert could endure it. Of course, if the expert could endure it, it meant that it wasn't a big deal. Only those who lacked confidence would force themselves to endure. Go! The trio worked together to attack the Saber Lord Annihilation. However, the difference in strength was too great. In just a few moves, the trio had been injured. This was even when the Saber Lord Annihilation wasn't serious. Enough. Let me do it. Right at this moment, there was a clear voice that echoed. Primary Extreme Sword Lord. Sacred Lord Silksnow looked at Li Fuchen. To be honest, she didn't wish to expose Li Fuchen's existence right now. They are already at our doorstep. There is no need to endure anymore. Even if they know my strength, they still can't deal with me. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. Swordsman. The Saber Lord Annihilation raised his brows. He was a member of the Undying Legion and also a member of the Saber Union. The Saber Union and the Swordsman Guild had always been rivals. If he didn't guess wrongly, Li Fuchen should be from the Swordsman Guild. A swordsman from the Swordsman Guild mustn't be underestimated. Make your move. Li Fuchen looked at the Saber Lord Annihilation. Interesting. The Saber Lord Annihilation's eyes suddenly turned sharp. A terrifying saber chi wave swept at Li Fuchen. At the same moment, the Saber Lord Annihilation executed his first move, Star Annihilation. When facing the Saber Lord Annihilation's tyrannical saber move, Li Fuchen thrust with his sword finger. PFFF. The Saber Lord Annihilation's saber move was like a deflated balloon and didn't pose any threat anymore. Neutralizing the Saber Lord Annihilation's saber move without using any weapon. Sacred Lord Blood Flow was shocked. Galaxy Extermination. Seeing that Li Fuchen neutralized his first move, the Saber Lord Annihilation was first shocked. Immediately after, a horrific battle intent and chi prowess burst into the sky. Countless saber shadows were instantly executed and drowned Li Fuchen. Very powerful, but it is a pity that the weakness is also very obvious. The Saber Lord Annihilation knew how terrifying the Galaxy Extermination was. This move formed its own time and space, and it was time and space that was flowing at high speed. The time difference inside and outside was more than 1,000 times. It also meant that if one saber move was used outside, it would be equivalent to 1,000 saber moves inside. Even if it was an existence that was stronger than the Saber Lord Annihilation, once they were drowned by the Galaxy Extermination, they wouldn't be able to escape. When the saber shadows vanished, a figure gradually became clear. This move isn't bad, but it is a little lacking in mysticism. Li Fuchen lifted his head and smiled at the Saber Lord Annihilation. The Saber Lord Annihilation's scalp turned numb. Li Fuchen actually received this move without any injuries. He even received the Galaxy Extermination. Sacred Lord Blood Flow held his breath. This saber intent isn't fully displayed. There should be an even more incredible saber move, right? Li Fuchen said. After taking a deep breath, the Saber Lord Annihilation's expression was unprecedentedly grave. The next move is the essence of my Saber Dao. If you cannot block it, you will be severely injured. He was titled as the Saber Lord Annihilation, and his saber art was extremely ruthless and could easily take a life. Of course, Li Fuchen was too powerful, and no matter how powerful the Saber Lord Blood Flow's saber move was, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen. Oh, then I shall have a look. Li Fuchen still didn't have any intention to draw his sword. All life extermination. The Saber Lord Annihilation wielded the silver-red long saber with both hands and raised it high before cleaving down abruptly. Rumble. The silver-red saber lights were like waves, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Under the waves, everything was destroyed. This was a saber move that could destroy all life. Am I defeated? Sacred Lord Blood Flow looked toward an empty space. There was a ray of light. A glorious ray of light. There was a figure in the light. It was obvious that the Saber Lord Annihilation's strongest saber move was still unable to deal with Li Fuchen. This person's strength was unimaginable. The power is sufficient, but the Saber Dao's mystical aspect is slightly lacking. The glorious sword light scattered, and Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back. My Saber Dao is indeed flawed, but your sword Dao has yet to be displayed. The Saber Lord Annihilation suspected that Li Fuchen had an incredible sword Dao defensive cardinal artifact. This move of mine is called Meteor Fall. Be careful. Li Fuchen thrust with his sword finger, and a meteor was shot at the Saber Lord Annihilation. The meteor was too fast, and the Saber Lord Annihilation couldn't react in time. PFFF. Chapter 965. He's too strong. Saber Master Annihilation isn't on the same level as him at all. Sacred Lord Bloodflow was stunned. In the beginning, when Demon Master Greed had sent him over to test the waters, he hadn't thought much of it. The way he saw it, even if Silk's now Holy Palace had experts, they would at most be on the same level as Blade Master Annihilation. So what if they were stronger than him? It had to be known that Demon Master Greed himself was a great expert, and ranked second among the Holy Lords of the Undead Legion, second only to Holy Lord Highsky, who ranked first. After witnessing Li Fuchen's strength, the blood-sacred ruler had a sense of danger. Li Fuchen's strength was far superior to the Saber Master Extermination. He was probably close to or at the level of the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and the Highsky Sacred Ruler. What a great move, Meteor Fall. I've lost. The Saber Master was convinced of his defeat. Turning his head, Sword Master Annihilation looked at Holy Lord Silksnow. He said, with his assistance, you will indeed be able to fight against the Fiend Lord and Holy Lord Skyrimer. However, don't get your hopes up. The Fiend Lord is far more powerful than you can imagine. After saying this, the Saber Master Annihilation and Sacred Lord Bloodflow turned around and left. Letting out a light breath, Sacred Lord Silksnow said to Li Fuchen, the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and the Violent Sky Sacred Lord's strength is indeed unfathomable. No one knows their true strength. Li Fuchen said, don't worry, I won't agree to cooperate with you without 30%. When he fought with the Annihilation Saber Master just now, he didn't even use 100% of his strength. Now, only 3rd or 4th class Heaven Lords could be his opponent. Even you were defeated? Devil Master Greed was a bit surprised to learn that Blade Master Annihilation had been defeated by an expert from Silksnow's Sacred Palace. The Saber Master sighed. He didn't even draw his sword and defeated me in one move. Hearing this, Demon Master Greed's pupils shrank. He thought that his strength was only at this level, and even if he was strong, he could not be that strong. In other words, the existence that defeated Saber Master Annihilation was at the same level as him. Of course, Silk's now Holy Palace had far too few top-tier experts. A single person wouldn't be able to support the overall situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Since we now know the ins and outs of Silksnow's Sacred Palace, there's no need to probe further. Our opponent is still Sacred Lord Highsky in the end. Demon Lord Greed's eyes were filled with wariness and battle intent when he mentioned the Sacred Lord Violent Sky. The other's strength was boundless. Even if he invited a peak expert in secret, he did not have absolute confidence in winning. Buzz. Almost everyone felt the immortal star tremble. This is... Feeling the surging undying power between heaven and earth, everyone understood that the undying sun's inheritance ceremony was about to begin. At this moment, the undying shrine was glowing brightly. Boundless undying energy gushed into the undying shrine, transforming it continuously. On the plaza in front of the undying divine palace, a gate formed from the power of undying was born, and one could faintly see another world. This was the portal to the undying secret realm. In order to compete for the inheritance of the undying sun, one would need to enter the undying secret realm and seize the only token of the undying sun. Only by obtaining this token would one be qualified to enter the undying shrine and accept the inheritance of the undying sun. So, one figure after another descended on the square of the undying shrine. These figures were divided into 13 camps, and the leader of each camp was an undying sun candidate. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that their side had the least number of people. The other undying sun candidates had at least 6 or 7 individuals, and some had over 20 individuals. Of course, in terms of quality, even without Li Fuchen, Sacred Lord Silksnow would be ranked above average. Some of the groups were truly too weak, and it wasn't wrong to say that they were just there to make up the numbers. But then again, in order to snatch the token of the undying child, apart from strength, there was also some luck involved. If you could be the first to discover the token of the undying child and rush out of the undying secret domain before others could chase after you, strength no longer mattered. The precondition was if one could rush out of the undying secret realm. Without the introduction from the dominating spear Sacred Lord and the others, Li Fuchen already knew who the Violent Sky Sacred Lord and the Greed Wolf Demon Lord were. The Violent Sky Sacred Lord was actually a Titan race's Sacred Lord. His chi presence was powerful and was dozens of times stronger than the Annihilation Saber Master. The Greed Wolf Demon Lord was slightly weaker, but his chi presence was also dozens of times stronger. Apart from that, there were two other individuals in the Violent Sky Sacred Lord's group that were stronger than the Annihilation Saber Master. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, these two individuals should be in the top 10 of the Undying Legion. It was the Greed Wolf Demon Lord's group that was out of Li Fuchen's expectations. Apart from the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and the Annihilation Saber Master, there was also an inconspicuous saber user in the Greed Wolf Demon Lord's group. This saber user's chi presence was obviously stronger than the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and was comparable with the Violent Sky Sacred Lord. If the Violent Sky Sacred Lord's group didn't have more experts, in terms of elite experts, the Violent Sky Sacred Lord would already be inferior to the Greed Wolf Demon Lord. Without me, Sacred Lord Silks now will have to rely on luck to contest for the Undying Sun's inheritance. Li Fuchen said to himself. Without any sound or presence, a figure appeared in midair above the Undying Shrine. When this figure appeared, everyone held their breaths. This figure's power was boundless and his chi presence was eternal and undying. Star Field Class Heavenly Monarch. Only a Star Field Class Heavenly Monarch would have such prowess. Sacred Lord Silks now transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. This is the impermanent emperor who is guarding the Undying Star. But it should just be his clone. In the Undying Legion, apart from the Legion commanders, there were plenty of Star Field class Heavenly Monarchs and the Impermanent Emperor was one of them. Li Fuchen nodded as this was indeed a clone. Of course, the clone of a Star Field class Heavenly Monarch was also very terrifying. It was at least equivalent to a City Lord class Heavenly Monarch. The inheritance ceremony has begun. Whoever can walk out of the Undying Hidden Domain with the Undying Sun token will be qualified to receive the Undying Sun's inheritance. Now, enter the Undying Hidden Domain. The Impermanent Emperor said without any expression. Yes. Everyone rushed into the Undying Hidden Domain. The Undying Hidden Domain was filled with white mist and it was obvious that it wasn't a simple mist. It was a kind of law materialization. Everyone's spiritual awareness was obstructed by the white mist and the range of detection was very limited. Everyone could vaguely see the silhouette of a figure appearing in the white mist. There was a sharp roar as a transparent figure rushed out of the mist and lunged at the closest Sacred Lord. Get lost! The Sacred Lord executed a palm strike and wanted to kill the transparent figure, but the transparent figure ignored his palm force and instantly lunged at the Sacred Lord. Ah! There was a miserable scream as the Sacred Lord had a distorted expression. He burst out with his power and finally chased the transparent figure out. It is the Undying Spectre. Sacred Lord Silks now said in a deep voice. Everyone knew that the Undying Hidden Domain had the Undying Hidden Domain, but only a few people had seen them. The white mist surged and more Undying Spectres rushed out. Kill! The dark-skinned youth was in close combat with an Undying Spectre. Unlike the previous Sacred Lord, the dark-skinned youth was obviously able to make contact with the Undying Spectre's physical body. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. It wasn't impossible to make contact with these Undying Spectres, but the prerequisite was that the cultivation level was high enough. But with so many people here, there were bound to be some who had lower cultivation levels and were very passive when facing the Undying Spectre. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, there was a burst of sword chi that instantly annihilated the Undying Spectre. To others, the Undying Spectre was a little troublesome to deal with, but to Li Fuchen, it was just a wave of the hand. 1 week had passed by in the blink of an eye. In the Undying Hidden Domain, no one had discovered the Undying Sun token yet. Due to the problem of efficiency, Li Fuchen and the others split up after entering the Undying Hidden Domain and relied on the communication token to exchange information. There was a sharp roar that was like a tsunami. Thousands of Undying Spectres rushed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease as he passed through the undying specters. PFFF. Thousands of undying specters were instantly turned into ashes. Undying token, I found the undying token. In the depths of the undying hidden domain, a sacred lord was holding onto a golden token and was ecstatic. Contesting for the undying sun's inheritance wasn't just beneficial to the undying sun candidates, it was also beneficial to the followers of the undying sun candidates. Just think about it, if their master became an undying sun and had the strength of a star-field-class heaven monarch, he could even build his own legion. Wouldn't the followers have a meteoric rise? There were plenty of star-field-class heaven monarchs in the Undying Legion, but in any star-field-class heaven monarchs were existences that could cover the sky. Hurry up and contact the Bright Connection Sacred Lord. The Sacred Lord took out the communication token from his spatial ring. He didn't know that the moment he obtained the Undying token, he had already become everyone's target. The Undying token has been discovered. As an Undying Sun candidate, Sacred Lord Silks now immediately sensed the existence of the Undying token. Hurry up and rendezvous with me, the Undying token has appeared. Sacred Lord Silks now transmitted a message to Li Fuchen and the others. Swish! With a burst of speed, Li Fuchen and the others rushed towards Sacred Lord Silksnow's location. Ha! The Undying token is mine now. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord laughed heartily while holding onto the Undying token. He, the Bright Connection Sacred Lord, wasn't considered weak and was ranked top 20 in the Undying Legion. But if he relied on strength, he wouldn't be a match for the High Sky Sacred Lord and the others. It was a pity that luck was sometimes more important than strength. Let's leave the Undying Hidden Domain first. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord and a group of followers flew towards the exit of the Undying Hidden Domain. Bright Connection Sacred Lord, the Undying token isn't something you can lay a finger on. Hurry up and hand it over. At the back, a figure quickly caught up. All of you, go and stop him. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord's expression changed. Boom 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 boom. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord's followers were a little weaker and were all eliminated in a short period of time. Bright Connection Sacred Lord, don't force me. The intruder was extremely fast. He was still far behind earlier, but he had already caught up. Sacred Lord Extreme Light, if I can't obtain the Undying token, you can forget about it too. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord swung his hand and the Undying token turned into a golden light that rapidly vanished into the depths of the white mist. You! The Sacred Lord Extreme Light glared at the Bright Connection Sacred Lord and rushed towards the direction where the Undying token vanished. Damn it! Looking at the departing figure of the Sacred Lord Extreme Light, the Bright Connection Sacred Lord gritted his teeth. It was useless even if he didn't give up on the Undying token. The Sacred Lord Extreme Light was ranked 4th among the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords and was extremely proficient in speed. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord couldn't defeat the Sacred Lord and couldn't escape either. Rather than being severely injured and losing the opportunity, he might as well give up on the Undying token. The appearance of the Undying token triggered a series of battles. The Undying token first fell into the hands of the Bright Connection Sacred Lord and then into the hands of the Sacred Lord Extreme Light. After that, a few other Undying Suns candidates appeared, but none of them were Sacred Lord Extreme Light's match. However, Sacred Lord Extreme Light was also running like crazy. He knew that he wouldn't have any chance at all once Sacred Lord Violent Sky and Demonic Lord Greed caught up. However, the Undying Secret Realm was filled with white mist. Sacred Lord Extreme Light couldn't find the exit at all and was finally stopped by Sacred Lord Violent Sky. From far away, Sacred Lord Violent Sky thrust out his palm and severely injured Sacred Lord Extreme Light. Then, he sucked the Undying token toward him. Right at this moment, Demonic Lord Greed also arrived and stared at the Undying token in Sacred Lord Violent Sky's hand. Demonic Lord Greed, you're not my match. Stop dreaming. That might not be true. Demonic Lord Greed didn't attack immediately. He was waiting for his followers to arrive. Oh well, if I, Sacred Lord Violent Sky, become an undying sun just like that, a lot of people won't accept it. Today, I'll beat everyone into submission. Sacred Lord Violent Sky had an arrogant expression. Not long after, Demon Lord Greed's followers arrived. However, Sacred Lord Violent Sky's followers were not slow either. One by one, they arrived. Chapter 966. Kill. Demon Lord Greed's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards Sacred Lord Sky. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending both Sacred Lord Qingtian and Demon Master Greed flying backward. However, Sacred Leader Violent Sky only flew back a few hundred meters, while Demon Master Greed flew back dozens of kilometers. Again. A pitch-black spear appeared in Greed Demon Lord's hand. This pitch-black spear was a middle-grade supreme weapon, the Greedy Wolf Spear. Roar! A terrible wolf howl rang out. As Demon Lord Greed thrust his spear forward, an unparalleled wolf pounced at Sacred Lord Violent Sky. Sacred Lord Violent Sky smirked. He extended his right hand and easily blocked the attack of the unparalleled fierce wolf. Scram! His right hand exerted force, and the unparalleled fierce wolf exploded. The violent energy directly sent Demon Master Greed flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Demon Lord Greed was still slightly weaker than Sacred Lord Violent Sky. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Violent Sky had no intention of letting Greedy Wolf Demon Lord go just like that. He clenched his right fist and punched at Greedy Wolf Demon Lord. This punch looked ordinary, but it contained the power of heaven and earth. Anyone who faced this punch would feel as if they were facing the entire universe. Before the fist arrived, Demon Master Greed was already unable to breathe. His entire body was under heavy pressure. Qingtian's Sacred Leader, I, the Sky Saber Sacred Leader, will fight you. Right at this moment, a dazzling saber light swept over. Rumble. The void exploded, and a terrifying black hole was born. Caught off guard, Sacred Lord Violent Sky was sent flying. Sky Saber Sacred Lord. The spectators were shocked. If the Violent Sky Sacred Lord was known in the Undying Army, then the Sky Saber Sacred Lord was known in the Saber Alliance as well. As the second-ranked Sacred Lord in the Blade Alliance, the Sky Blade Sacred Lord's reputation was only higher than the Sky Sacred Lord's. After all, the Blade Alliance was much stronger than the Undead Army in terms of overall strength. Demon Master Greed actually managed to invite the Heaven Saber Lord. No wonder he's so confident. Sacred Lord Violent Sky is done for. None of his followers can stop Demon Lord Greed. It will depend on whether the Qingtian Sacred Master or the Heavenly Saber Sacred Master can suppress the other. Everyone discussed animatedly. Boom boom boom, the battle between the two of them could be said to be earth-shattering. Wherever the energy spread, even the white mist was dispersed, not to mention the undead specter. Go! Demon Lord Greed led his subordinates to fight against the experts under Sacred Lord Violent Sky's command. As long as Sacred Leader Qingtian's followers were taken care of, no matter how powerful Sacred Leader Qingtian was, he could only surrender. More and more people gathered around, and there was no lack of experts among them. However, none of them were foolish enough to rush forward to snatch the immortal token. They were all waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses. He actually managed to invite the Heaven Saber Lord. A short moment later, Li Fuqian, Sacred Lord Silksnow, and the others had also arrived. Sacred Lord Silksnow's eyebrows furrowed after learning that the person fighting against the Sacred Lord Violent Sky was the Heavenly Saber Sacred Lord, who was ranked second on the Sacred Lord leaderboard. Sacred Dragon Lord Sacred Chen King God, the Lord, Sacred Clan Li Lord, who had Sacred Dragon Saints, the Saint Lord Heaven Dragon was the number one. She didn't know how strong Li Fuqian was, but if he was stronger, he should be around the same level as the Sacred Lord and the Sky Saber Sacred Lord. He might even be slightly weaker. Let's wait for both sides to suffer injuries before we make a move. The cold and elegant lady suggested. The battlefield might be in full swing, but once Li Fuchen entered, he would definitely be attacked by everyone. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was too fast. Just as Saint Lord Silksnow and the others finished speaking, Li Fuchen was already in the vicinity of the Sky Sacred Lord and the others. Who is that? He is simply courting death. He seems to be a follower of Saint Lord Silksnow. Li Fuchen's appearance had caused an uproar. After the uproar, there was schadenfreude. Everyone wanted to see what painful consequences Li Fuchen was going to suffer. He is too arrogant. The cold and elegant woman shook her head. She admitted that Li Fuchen was very strong, but it depended on who his opponent was. Be it the Sky Sacred Lord or the Sky Saber Sacred Lord, they were both top-ranked sacred lords in the entire universe. How could Li Fuchen underestimate them? Get lost. A fist print, a spear shadow, and a saber light were all launched at Li Fuchen. It was a casual attack from the Sky Sacred Lord and the others. However, if Li Fuchen was the Extermination Saber Master, he would only be smashed into smithereens when facing the joint attack from the three absolute experts. He is dead. Someone sneered. Boom. The chi force drowned Li Fuchen's figure. But to everyone's shock, be it the fist print, the spear shadow, or the saber light, they were all blocked by a layer of resplendent sword light. They couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all. Impossible! Everyone exclaimed. What? The cold and elegant woman was also shocked and her mouth was agape. After taking a deep breath, the Silksnow Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with fervor. She realized that she had still underestimated Li Fuchen. The Sky Saber Sacred Lord was rather astonished when his casual saber light wasn't able to deal with Li Fuchen. He then swept over with another saber light. This saber light was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse and was as resplendent as the galaxy. In the face of this saber light, the so-called fate had already been nailed down and there was no other way out. The saber art isn't bad. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up slightly as he drew his witchcraft sword and executed the towering radiance. The resplendent sword light had illuminated the past and present, it had illuminated the river of fate. When the sword was brandished, there was a bright great Tao everywhere and there was a way out everywhere. The Sky Saber Sacred Lord's saber move was instantly broken. Seeing the situation, the Sky Saber Sacred Lord's expression turned unprecedentedly serious. Even when facing the Sky Sacred Lord, the Sky Sacred Lord didn't have such a serious expression. In the Sky Saber Sacred Lord's opinion, the Sky Sacred Lord only had robust strength but his cultivation level was slightly lower than his. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was obviously higher than the Sky Sacred Lord's. Greedy Wolf Hegemony. The Greedy Wolf Demon Lord thrust his spear and pounced at Li Fuchen like an unparalleled ferocious wolf. PFFF. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, countless sword lights burst out from the unparalleled ferocious wolf's body. Damn it! The Greedy Wolf Demon Lord had an extremely unpleasant expression. No matter how he calculated, he didn't expect the Silksnow Sacred Lord's follower to have such formidable strength. Immediately after, the Sky Sacred Lord had also executed a fist at Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen didn't resist forcefully. His figure vanished like a stream of light and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Sky Sacred Lord. The Sky Sacred Lord was shocked. A layer of forceful and tyrannical radiance rippled out from the surface of his body. This was the Titan race's innate ability. Light of Titan. It could resist all attacks, including spiritual awareness attacks. Crackle. However, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't something the Sky Sacred Lord could imagine. The Light of Titan didn't even last for a single breath and was torn apart by Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the Sky Sacred Lord's undying token that was originally hanging on his waist landed in Li Fuchen's hand. You are courting death. The Sky Sacred Lord was enraged and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen's head. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or dodge. His body was like the sun and was emitting boundless sword lights. The Sky Sacred Lord was blasted a few hundred miles away and was riddled with injuries. This? Everyone was flabbergasted, including Saint Lord Silksnow and the others. Saint Lord Silksnow, catch it. Li Fuqian casually tossed the undying token to Saint Lord Silksnow. It was as if Sacred Lord Silksnow had just caught a hot potato. Her hands were in a flurry, and her mind was in a mess. Chapter 967. Don't even think about it. The Sky Saber Sacred Lord, Greed Wolf Devil Lord, and Violent Sky Sacred Lord worked together to attack Li Fuqian. Saber Dao Reincarnation. Greed Extermination. Fist of Titan. They weren't a match for Li Fuqian in a one-on-one fight, but if the three of them worked together, they were confident they could defeat any sacred lord. The dazzling saber light covered the heaven and earth and reversed yin and yang. As the saber light circulated, time and space seemed to be reversing. The horrific power was constantly accumulating. Along with the saber light was a world extermination fierce wolf. This fierce wolf had a ferocious chi presence, and every time it ran, it would cause the void under its feet to collapse. Above the duo was a giant fist print. The fist print was squarish and unimaginably heavy. The spectators were already numb from the trio's attacks and found it hard to move. They couldn't imagine how much pressure Li Fuqian felt when facing the trio. The moves aren't bad. This bit of pressure wasn't even considered a breeze to Li Fuqian and wasn't able to shake his mind. However, Li Fuqian didn't intend to reveal too much of his strength either. He brandished his sword and executed an even more powerful sword move. No one knew how much strength he used in this move. The majestic sword sea engulfed the trio's killer moves, and at the same time, the trio was also engulfed. Let's go. Li Fuqian didn't bother about the Violent Sky Sacred Lord and the others anymore. He might only use a little bit of strength for this sword move, but the sword Dao was truly mystical. Without any external help, the trio would need a very long time to break free. Alright. Saint Lord Silksnow was dizzy as she followed behind Li Fuqian. As for the spectators, none of them dared to stop them. What a joke, even the Violent Sky Sacred Lord and the others couldn't block a single sword move from Li Fuqian. If they went, they would only be asking to be humiliated. There wasn't a trace of hope. In the outside world, in the sky above the Undying Shrines Plaza, the monarch Impermanence's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He had lived for tens of millions of years and had never seen a sacred lord as powerful as Li Fuqian. Perhaps only those that stood at the pinnacle of the universe would have such strength when they were young. With the Undying Token, Saint Lord Silksnow became the inheritor of the Undying Sun. Even until now, she still couldn't believe it. Whether you can become an Undying Sun will depend on your fortune. Don't be too happy yet. Emperor Impermanence said to Holy Lord Silksnow. I know, but I will try my best. Holy Lord Silksnow nodded. Go in. Emperor Anika waved his hand, and the doors of the Temple of Death swung open. Taking a deep breath, Holy Lord Silksnow slowly walked into the Undying God Temple. When Sacred Lord Silksnow entered the Undying Shrine, everyone's eyes were on Li Fuqian. The competition for the position of Undying Sun this time was simply too dramatic. No one had expected that Holy Lord Silksnow would become the final winner. Sacred Lord Violent Sky and Demon Lord Greed had ugly expressions in the crowd. If it wasn't for Li Fuqian, the inheritor of the Sun of Undying would only be one of them and Sacred Lord Silksnow wouldn't be involved. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 100,000 years. To them, 100,000 years was too long. They could have become heaven monarchs in such a long time, unless they suppressed themselves and didn't become heaven monarchs in 100,000 years. Are you willing to join the undead army? Li Fuqian's potential was too astounding and Emperor Impermanence had the intention to recruit Li Fuqian. There was competition within the undead army too. The top-ranked commanders weren't on good terms with each other. The Close Guard commander had an extraordinary status. Li Fuqian wasn't considered much now, but he would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. If Emperor Impermanence could recruit Li Fuqian, it would allow Emperor Impermanence's status to increase significantly. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to join the undead army and rejected, Emperor Impermanence, please forgive me. Fuchen is already a member of the Swordsman Guild and will not join another faction. Emperor Impermanence didn't say anything else. At his level, he was a man of few words. He was only willing to recruit Li Fuchen because he saw that Li Fuchen had great potential. If Li Fuchen agreed, everyone would be happy, but it didn't matter if he didn't. After all, potential was potential and strength was strength. In order to turn potential into strength, it would require an extremely long time. This was already under the condition that everything was going smoothly. If there were any setbacks or if Li Fuchen perished, it would be useless no matter how great his potential was. Inside the Undying Shrine, there was astounding undying power. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once the undying power burst out from the Undying Shrine, even he would be turned into ashes. As time elapsed, everyone felt that the temperature of heaven and earth seemed to have dropped a little. As the temperature continued to drop, everyone knew that it wasn't a misconception. Crackle crackle, frost started to form on the ground while snowflakes descended from the sky. There was a biting cold chi that was spreading out recklessly. Is the inheritance successful? Emperor Impermanence looked at the Undying Shrine while his eyes flashed with radiance. It wasn't an easy task to become an Undying Sun. Otherwise, the undead army wouldn't only have 8 Undying Suns, there would be 80. Crackle. The temperature of heaven and earth had dropped to an extreme. The void was like a mirror that was cracking from the freezing. The flow of time was getting slower. Everyone kept retreating to avoid being frozen into ice sculptures and dying an unnatural death. This snowflake? Li Fuchen's eyes landed on a snowflake that was descending. This snowflake didn't just contain the ice and snow Dao, it also contained the Undying Dao and the Chaos Dao. It might look like a snowflake, but its profundity was far beyond the Sacred Lord level. The snowflake was getting heavier and the temperature was getting lower. If Emperor Impermanence didn't release a chi force to protect everyone, no one would dare to stay here. Look, the Undying Shrine is frozen. One of them pointed at the Undying Shrine and exclaimed. Everyone could see that the surface of the Undying Shrine was rapidly covered with a layer of ice. The ice layer was getting thicker and finally turned into a glacier. The Undying Shrine was at the bottom of the glacier and looked like a pebble. Time freeze. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and was shocked. Among everyone here, only Li Fuchen and Emperor Impermanence knew that this glacier wasn't a regular glacier. The space inside the glacier was obviously frozen. In other words, there was no concept of space and time inside the glacier. Creak. They were clearly at the bottom of the glacier, but the sound of the Undying Shrine's door opening could still be heard by everyone. Immediately after, Saint Lord Silksnow ignored the glacier and walked out. When she walked out of the glacier rapidly melted as though it never existed. From today onwards, you are Monarch Silksnow. Emperor Impermanence's eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he spoke. Emperor Impermanence is too courteous. Monarch Silksnow had a huge change. In the past, her body emitted an icy cold chi presence. Right now, apart from the icy cold chi presence, there was also an eternal chi presence. She was clearly the same person, but she gave off an unreachable feeling. It was like a normal person facing the sun and moon, the ocean, or the starry sky. Greetings to Monarch Silksnow. Even the High Sky Sacred Lord and the Greed Wolf Demon Lord had lowered their noble heads. After becoming an Undying Sun, Monarch Silksnow wasn't someone they could offend. Even a regular Legion commander wouldn't dare to offend an Undying Sun. Monarch Silksnow nodded at Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear and the others before looking at Li Fuchen and saying, "Many thanks to you this time." She was deeply moved. Li Fuchen was definitely the greatest benefactor in her life. Without him, she wouldn't have become an Undying Sun. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "It is just a fair transaction. Here." Monarch Silksnow took out a gem and tossed it to Li Fuchen. "Many thanks." Li Fuchen sensed it for a moment before tossing it into his spatial ring. In the blink of the eye, half a year had passed since Sacred Lord Silks now became an undying sun. Chapter 968. When the primary extreme sword technique was at the 10th rank, it was also at the first-rate extremity. It had involved a total of 68 human body mysteries. Li Fuqian estimated that the 11th rank would involve at least 85 human body mysteries. At the current stage, Li Fuqian had found a total of 99 human body mysteries. While circulating the primary extreme sword technique, Li Fuqian attempted to incorporate more human body mysteries into the cultivation technique. 69, 70, 71, with each incorporation of a human body mystery, Li Fuqian felt that he was getting closer to the sword Dao source. 80, 81, 82, Li Fuqian felt as though he was in a sea of sword Dao and there were sword shadows everywhere. 84, 85, 86, 87. When the primary extreme sword technique incorporated a total of 87 human body mysteries, it finally stopped circulating. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the 11th rank of the primary extreme sword technique had formed a new sword diagram. This sword diagram was 100 times more complicated and mystical than the 10th rank. In the center of the sword diagram, there was a subtle sword hole. Endless sword Dao source power was seeping out from the sword hole and nourishing Li Fuqian's body. I have finally reached the super first-rate extremity. Li Fuqian opened his eyes and there were two sword lights that pierced through time and space and illuminated the past and present. When the cultivation technique reached the super first-rate extremity, one would be considered as a heavenly monarch. A heavenly monarch's power was boundless, and when the cultivation technique reached the super first-rate extremity, the power would be considered boundless too. However, there was a difference between the two. The former condensed a small-scale source, while the latter was connected to the true source. In terms of burst, the latter was inferior to the former. In terms of endurance, the latter was superior to the former. Of course, this was referring to those heavenly monarchs whose cultivation technique hadn't reached the super first-rate extremity. I wonder what level my strength has reached now. With the nourishment of the sword Dao source power, Li Fuqian's flesh and bones were transforming. It was reckoned that his bones would transform into sword bones soon and his body would transform into a sword body. Li Fuqian enjoyed the feeling of constantly getting stronger. At the same time, he was very curious about what level his strength had reached. Grade 2 Heaven Monarch. Grade 1 Heaven Monarch. Primordial Extreme Sword Master, your cultivation technique has broken through. In the Swordsman Guild, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch was extremely astonished to see Li Fuqian. He wasn't able to see how high Li Fuqian's sword art rank was, but he could see how high Li Fuqian's cultivation technique rank was. It was mainly because Li Fuqian's primary extreme sword technique had just broken through and the chi presence was leaking. It's a breakthrough. Li Fuqian nodded and admitted. Inconceivable, this is simply inconceivable. In the universe, there are countless lives that cultivate the martial path, but for a holy lord to be able to break through to the super first-rate pinnacle level in their cultivation method is less than 1 in 10,000. Heaven Monarch White Rainbow sighed. He might be a heaven monarch, but his cultivation technique had yet to break through to the super first-rate extreme realm. It was the same for President Sword Wind Heaven Monarch. After a pause, Heavenly Lord White Rainbow said, now, be it in terms of strength or innate quality, you can be considered a heavenly lord. If it was anyone else, even if their cultivation technique broke through to the super first-rate extremity, they would only be an ungraded heaven monarch and would barely be able to reach the heaven monarch realm. But Li Fuqian was different. Li Fuqian's sword art was mystical and unpredictable. His true strength was at least grade 5 and might even be at grade 3 or 4. In any case, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch admitted that she couldn't see through Li Fuqian. Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Li Fuqian was in a battle with 2 voodoo puppets. These 2 voodoo puppets were actually Heaven Monarch class voodoo puppets. Back then, Wolfman Li Fuqian had spent over 2 years to finally defeat 2 Heaven Monarch class voodoo puppets. It was imaginable how powerful the Heaven Monarch class voodoo puppets were. Die! one of the voodoo puppets leaped up and wielded a long saber before cleaving down with force. The other voodoo puppet's sword was like a venomous snake as it drilled at Li Fuchen's chest. Clang, cling. The voodoo puppet's attack was blocked by a layer of invisible sword chi. The powerful force sent the two of them flying. Li Fuchen's strength is around grade 4 Heaven Monarch. With a full set of low-grade Supreme Voodoo armor, he is able to contest with grade 3 Heaven Monarchs. Li Fuchen's strength was too powerful and he was even stronger than Wolfman Li Fuchen. Wolfman Li Fuchen was only a grade 3 Heaven Monarch, but Li Fuchen was at least a grade 2 Heaven Monarch. Of course, this didn't mean that Wolfman Li Fuchen's potential was poor. In fact, Wolfman Li Fuchen had the strength of a grade 3 Heaven Monarch right after breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Wolfman Li Fuchen's potential was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Many sacred lords who cultivated martial Dao would only be grade 5 or 4 Heaven Monarchs when breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. It was mainly because Li Fuchen was too monstrous, therefore, Wolfman Li Fuchen appeared to be weak. Boundless Radiance. After testing the voodoo puppet's strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and he was like the sun, bursting out with boundless glorious sword light. Cling cling clang clang, the two voodoo puppets that had the strength of grade 4 Heaven Monarchs couldn't fight back at all and were forced to a corner of the hall. Several hours later, the two voodoo puppets' power was exhausted and they scattered into two piles of voodoo armor and weapons. In terms of strength, these two voodoo puppets might be at the level of grade 4 Heaven Monarchs, but in terms of power, they are far inferior. If these two voodoo puppets also condensed a small-scale source, let alone a few hours, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to exhaust their power even after 10 days or half a month. Subsequently, Li Fuchen dealt with 4 more Heaven Monarch-class voodoo puppets with ease. He now had a total of 7 sets of low-grade Supreme Voodoo armor and 8 low-grade Supreme Voodoo weapons. A restriction trap with danger degree of 8. Li Fuchen was a little hesitant in front of a restriction trap. At the danger degree of 7, the voodoo puppet's strength was already at the level of grade 4 Heaven Monarchs. At the danger degree of 8, it would be at least grade 2 Heaven Monarchs. The voodoo armor and voodoo weapons might be at the level of mid-grade Supreme Voodoo. To be honest, Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could deal with them. Furthermore, a restriction trap with danger degree of 8 was also very dangerous for Li Fuchen. It was unknown if he could pass through it unscathed. But it seems too cowardly to leave like this. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided to give it a try. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to die. Since his life was guaranteed, why not give it a try? Li Fuchen took a step forward after thinking about it. A restriction trap with danger degree of 8 was indeed abnormally dangerous. Li Fuchen was already very careful, but his body was still struck by a needle. This needle was very powerful and formless. It followed the gaps of the low-grade Supreme Voodoo armor and pierced into Li Fuchen's body. If Li Fuchen's body wasn't tough and his cultivation technique wasn't powerful, he might have already turned into a pool of blood and was dead. It seems like I am still a little careless. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. When facing this formless needle, there weren't many regular Heaven Monarchs that could withstand it. After entering the hall, Li Fuchen saw 4 voodoo puppets. These 4 voodoo puppets' chi presences were obviously beyond grade 4 Heaven Monarchs and weren't inferior to the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch. The Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch was a first-grade Heaven Monarch. No matter what, I shall exchange moves first. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen approached the closest voodoo puppet. The spear was like a black dragon that emerged from the sea. There was even a black hole in the void. This voodoo puppet didn't make a move, but once it made a move, the power was astounding. Clang! When Li Fuchen's sword clashed with the opponent's spear, there was a horrific ripple that spread out. Li Fuchen involuntarily took over a dozen steps back, but the voodoo puppet was in a worse state as its body was smashed into the wall of the hall. Slightly inferior to me, but not by much. Li Fuchen's expression turned apprehensive. The commotion from the battle between the two was huge. The other 3 voodoo puppets had awakened and charged at Li Fuchen. Clang clang clang. After getting surrounded by 4 voodoo puppets, Li Fuchen was immediately at a disadvantage. Seeing that things weren't going well, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and arrived outside the hall. It was obvious that the voodoo puppets could only fight in the hall. Seeing that the hall didn't have any chi presences of outsiders, they returned to their original positions and didn't move as though they were dead. In order to deal with these 4 voodoo puppets, I need to reach the City Lord class. Li Fuchen shook his head and left. Li Fuchen stood in front of a teleportation platform. Buzz! When the teleportation array was activated, a radiance rushed into the sky and brought Li Fuchen away. But right at this moment, an invisible force forcefully pulled Li Fuchen back. What is going on? Li Fuchen was shocked and didn't understand. After boarding the teleportation platform again, Li Fuchen's spirit soul power enveloped his entire body. This power is from my body. After being pulled back for the second time, Li Fuchen felt that something was wrong. Li Fuchen pulled open his clothes and noticed a curse imprint at his ribs. It was shaped like a cage with a little bird in it, and it was extremely strange. When did I fall for it? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. Even if he was a fool, he knew that he had fallen for voodoo art. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying voodoo art. This voodoo art was similar to a curse and it was impossible to guard against. Li Fuchen thought about the needle in the restriction trap, but he quickly eliminated this possibility. If the needle was imbued with voodoo art, it was impossible for him not to detect it. Could it be because I stayed in the voodoo ancestor ruins for too long? After thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that there was only one possibility. This voodoo ancestor ruins was filled with voodoo chi presence. During normal times, the voodoo chi presence was just like the air and wasn't harmful. But when there was more voodoo chi presence, one would fall for it. No wonder no heaven monarchs would come to the voodoo ancestor ruins. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. He didn't think that all the heaven monarchs knew that they couldn't stay in the voodoo ancestor ruins for a long time, but there must be a portion of heaven monarchs who knew. Sitting cross-legged, Li Fuchen started to inspect the cage bird sorcery art. After inspecting it, Li Fuchen realized that this cage bird sorcery art was extremely profound and he couldn't even touch its essence. It also meant to say that what he saw was just the manifestation of the cage bird sorcery art and not its true form. It seems like this is the only method I can try. Li Fuchen circulated his spirit soul talent and concealed his chi presence, including the chi presence of the cage bird sorcery art. Chapter 969. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchen wasn't too surprised that he was able to teleport out of the voodoo ancestors' ruins. His spirit soul talent was able to conceal his chi presence perfectly. The cage bird sorcery might be incredible, but as compared to his spirit soul, it wasn't just a little bit inferior. As he withdrew his spirit soul talent, the invisible force assaulted again and tried to drag him into the voodoo ancestors' ruins. It was fortunate that after arriving at the Divine Leaf City, due to the distance, the invisible force could only have a slight effect on him and wasn't able to drag him back. I have to think of a way to break it. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that this cage bird sorcery wasn't a good thing. If he kept it with him, it would cause trouble sooner or later. Origin Extreme Heaven Lord, in a few days, there will be a heaven monarch gathering in the Divine Leaf City. The host is the Wind Empress. I feel that you can participate and let everyone get to know you. On this day, the White Rainbow Heaven Lord who encountered Li Fuchen thought of something and said, "All right." Li Fuchen agreed. He was already considered a Heaven Lord now and naturally had to understand the Heaven Monarch level. This gathering was an opportunity. The gathering was held at the Divine Leaf City's Heavenly Elegance Manor. The owner of the manor was the host of the gathering, the Wind Empress. Speaking of the Wind Empress, many people knew her. She might not be a city lord of a certain universe city, but she was a true city lord class heaven monarch. Her ability to control the wind was extremely terrifying. She could easily create a spatial storm and incite the wind of destruction. Heavenly Elegance Manor. Heaven monarchs arrived one after another, including the 19th Legion's Heaven monarchs. Ha, Bone Wolf Heaven monarch, long time no see. Deadwood ancestor, after so many years, you still haven't changed. No wonder people call you Deadwood ancestor. Blue Shark Heaven monarch, didn't you go to the ancient Stone Star region? Don't talk about it. I don't know why the Time Sand Heaven monarch went crazy and researched a time prison. He constantly captured people and even captured a few Heaven monarchs. The Time Sand Heaven monarch is an incredible figure. It is rumored that he isn't a City Lord class Heaven monarch but a Star Region class Heaven monarch. Heaven monarchs weren't like sacred lords or regular saints. Heaven monarchs had great mobility and wouldn't be limited to a certain universe city or star region. To them, they could go anywhere in the universe and they just needed to spend some time and effort. Therefore, they more or less knew about the other star regions. In the Heavenly Elegance Villa, bubbles floated in the air. Inside the bubbles were all sorts of fine wine, desserts, and fruits. Among them, there was no lack of fine wine worth millions. Everyone was casually drinking and eating desserts, or walking around with wine glasses in their hands. They made friends with some powerful Heaven monarchs, and the atmosphere of the gathering was quite harmonious and comfortable. This is indeed a gathering of heavenly lords. Li Fuchen reached into the bubble and took out a glass of clear wine. This cup of wine was no ordinary wine. It was the famous Dragon Branch Jade Nectar of Godly Leaf City. It was brewed using Godly Leaf Dew and Godly Leaf Juice. It was worth 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones per bottle. This cup of wine was about 100,000. A gathering of heavenly lords like this is not held often. Sometimes, a small gathering of heavenly lords is held every few thousand years. The most famous of these gatherings are the Hengi Banquet of Ancestor Hengi and the 100-Flower Empress 100-Flower Assembly. The Sword-Wind Heaven monarch was a handsome middle-aged man with a sword scar on his forehead. After taking a sip of fine wine, the Sword-Wind Heaven monarch said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. This wasn't the first time he heard about the 100-Flower Assembly. If he had the chance, he must participate. Come, Heavenly Lord Yuanji, let me introduce you. This is Heavenly Lord Dark Hand. His palm technique is quite powerful. Not only can he hurt people invisibly, but he can also save people invisibly. The Sword-Wind Heaven monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven monarch brought Li Fuchen to a slender Heaven monarch with a strange chi presence. Heavenly Lord Yin Hand, this is the new Heavenly Lord of the Swordsman Guild, Heavenly Lord Yuanji. But don't underestimate him. In terms of strength, I might not be his match, Heavenly Lord Baihong said to Heavenly Lord Yin Hand. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch originally didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen, but after hearing the White Rainbow Heavenly Monarch's words, he was rather astonished. The White Rainbow Heavenly Monarch might not be considered formidable, but he was still a Class 3 Heaven Monarch. If a newly promoted Heaven Monarch had the strength of a Class 3 Heaven Monarch, he would be an outstanding existence no matter where he was. Heavenly Lord Yuanji, nice to meet you. The Yin Hand Heavenly Monarch extended his hand and wanted to shake Li Fuchen's hand. The eyes of Heavenly Lord Sword Wind and Heavenly Lord White Rainbow flickered, but they did not stop him. Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, nice to meet you. Li Fuchen took a glance at the Yin Hand Heavenly Lord's hand. This hand was a mixture of the real and fake. If Li Fuchen was to shake hands recklessly, he might grab onto nothing. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen reached out and shook hands with the Yin Hand Heavenly Lord. The Yin Hand Heavenly Lord felt that his hand was firmly grasped by the Yin Hand Heavenly Lord and was unable to turn his hand into the void. Incredible. The Yin Hand Heavenly Lord revealed a smile. Around 1 hour later, the Wind Empress arrived. The Wind Empress was wearing a pale green dress and had a tall and sexy figure. Her facial features might not be considered exquisite, but when put together, it gave off an indescribable charm. Just like the wind, it could be wild or gentle. It was ever-changing and captivating. The arrival of the Wind Empress made the atmosphere of the gathering lively. Sword Wind Heavenly Lord, this is. The gathering had been going on for a long time and the Wind Empress finally had the time to visit the Sword Wind Heavenly Lord. Wind Empress, this is my Swordsman Guild's newly promoted Heavenly Lord Yung. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord introduced. Greetings to the Wind Empress. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards the Wind Empress. Oh, newly promoted Heavenly Lord? He looks very young. The Wind Empress sized up Li Fuchen and there was a flash of light in the depths of her eyes. She was very sensitive to chi presences and Li Fuchen's chi presence was too young. She had never seen such a young chi presence even among the sacred lords, let alone heaven monarchs. After the gathering ended, Li Fuchen had a great harvest. During the gathering, he got to know plenty of heaven monarchs and exchanged communication tokens. These heaven monarchs might not have great strength, but they had their own channels and special abilities. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also exchanged communication tokens with the Wind Empress. To be able to exchange communication tokens with a City Lord class heaven monarch was enough to make most of the heaven monarchs envious. Clang! Blazing sparks sprayed out wantonly and a figure was sent flying. Maniac, Yung Heavenly Lord, you are truly a maniac. Even though the White Rainbow Heavenly Lord knew that Li Fuchen's strength might not be inferior to his, he was still shocked to witness it personally. Something wasn't right, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to the White Rainbow Heavenly Lord, he was completely superior. Could he be a second-class heaven monarch? The White Rainbow Heavenly Lord took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen had just become a heaven monarch and already had the strength of a second-class heaven monarch. It meant that Li Fuchen had a great chance to become a Star Field class heaven monarch in the future. Yung Heavenly Lord, let's spar. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord's sword Dao shook and swept at Li Fuchen with sword forces. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord's sword Dao was obviously the chaotic wind sword Dao. The sword moves weren't just abnormally sharp, they didn't have any trajectories. With the glorious sword Dao, Li Fuchen was only able to fight evenly with the Sword Wind Heavenly Lord. He is actually a first-class heaven monarch. The White Rainbow Heavenly Lord nearly bit his tongue. Chapter 970. The Thousand Star Shadow Ravine was the first of the 5 treacherous places in the horizontal river star region. It was unknown if this treacherous place was formed innately or postnatally. It was filled with countless universe ravines and each universe ravine contained boundless time and space. Even a heaven monarch would be completely lost if they were to enter. Between the huge ravines were special stars. These stars seemed to be formed from shadows, but they were corporeal. At this moment, a battleship silently arrived at the Thousand Star Shadow Ravine. On the battleship stood a few heaven monarchs. They were Li Fuchen, the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch, the Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch, and the Iron Monarch. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch didn't need to be mentioned. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch was a demonic beast race heaven monarch and had tiger patterns on his body. The Iron Monarch was a tall and fit female heaven monarch. Her facial features were sharp, and her skin was smooth and flawless. Li Fuchen got to know the trio at the gathering. They were here to help the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. The Shadow Stone Monkey normally lives on the shadow stars. Once it encounters danger, it will immediately escape to the nearest universe ravine. Therefore, when we find the Shadow Stone Monkey, we only have one chance to capture it. Once we miss it, we will have to find another Shadow Stone Monkey. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch had paid a huge price for this capture. Firstly, he had to pay 300 million peak-grade spirit stones to each of the 3 individuals. After the capture was successful, he would have to pay another 200 million peak-grade spirit stones. Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch, don't worry. I, the Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch, will not take your peak-grade spirit stones for free. If I can't capture it this time, I will help you capture it for free next time. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch patted his chest and said. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch laughed and said, I have prepared for many years for this capture plan. I believe it will succeed. Soon enough, the battleship approached a shadow star. After landing on the star, the four of them started to search for traces of the shadow stone monkey. There were too many shadow stars in the 1,000-star shadow ravine. It was said to be 1,000 stars, but there were countless of them. Basically, every universe ravine would have plenty of shadow stars. This 1,000-star shadow ravine isn't formed naturally. Li Fuchen didn't agree to help the Dark Hand Heaven Monarch capture the shadow stone monkey for a mere 500 million peak-grade spirit stones. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't have a lot of wealth, but if he was willing, he could easily earn 500 million peak-grade spirit stones. The reason why Li Fuchen agreed was mainly to understand the combat methods of the Dark Hand Heaven Monarch and to witness the 1,000-star shadow ravine. In his opinion, this 1,000-star shadow ravine was obviously formed by a battle between a Saber Dao expert and a Shadow Dao expert. However, after countless years, the aura left behind by the battle had gradually dissipated. Only those with sharp senses would be able to detect traces of it. I wonder what are the strengths of these two mighty figures. Li Fuchen lamented. The 1,000-star shadow ravine spanned thousands of light years. A star sector-level heavenly lord would definitely not be able to do it. Even a demigod might not be able to do it. After all, this was not a destruction that spanned thousands of light years, but a near-permanent damage of thousands of light years to the universe. Half a year later. Buzz! A faint ripple spread out. On a shadow star in the depths of the 1,000-star shadow ravine, a huge shadow swept out and flew toward the nearby ravine. Where are you going? The Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord's body enlarged and turned into a black-striped white tiger that was tens of thousands of miles in size. He roared and blasted a horrific sound wave at the huge shadow. Creak, creak, creak. When the huge shadow was struck by the sound wave, it paused and revealed its true body. It was a giant stone monkey with a pitch-black body. As compared to it, the Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord was just a tiny dot. The Shadow Stone Monkey was a powerful existence among the starry sky giant beasts. Any Shadow Stone Monkey would have the strength of a heaven monarch. Extreme Array Board. It was unknown when the tall and fit Tai Jun appeared behind the Shadow Stone Monkey. She swung her hand and fused an array board into the void. Creak, creak, creak. The Shadow Stone Monkey turned into a shadow again and wanted to escape into the ravine. Bang! In the void, an invisible barrier blocked the Shadow Stone Monkey, causing it to bounce back. Seeing the situation, Tai Jun revealed a sneer. The Extreme Array Board was a supreme array board and could easily trap a regular heaven monarch. Bang, 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 the Shadow Stone Monkey seemed to have gone mad as it crazily hit the barrier of the two-pole formation plate. Gradually, cracks appeared on the barrier. Although the cracks disappeared quickly, it still made Tai Jun's heart tighten. Luo Ji Yin Hand. The Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand came near the Shadow Stone Monkey and hit it with his palm. The seemingly real palm went through the Shadow Stone Monkey's body like a phantom. It was obvious that the Shadow Stone Monkey's speed and strength were much slower. Heavenly Monarch Dark Hand's Luo Ji Yin Hand was not a martial art, but a combat skill developed according to his own talent. The greatest effect of this combat skill was to absorb the opponent's strength and weaken them. Of course, if the opponent was weak, he would be directly injured or even killed. Roar! The Shadow Stone Monkey was enraged. Its eyes were bloodshot and it unleashed a great amount of power. The array barrier was dented and almost broke. Oh no! Tai Jun's body glowed with a metallic light and he pounced at the Shadow Stone Monkey. Clang, 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 the two clashed head-on and were evenly matched. I'll help you. The Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand joined the battle. As for the Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand, he was constantly using the Luo Ji Yin Hand to weaken the Shadow Stone Monkey. Heavenly Lord Yuanji, you should do your part too. The three of them might be enough to suppress the Shadow Stone Monkey, but the Tiger Extreme Lord was still displeased when he saw Li Fuchen's carefree manner. Li Fuchen said, apologies, I have been observing the Shadow Stone Monkey's flaw. The Shadow Stone Monkey was known to be undying and indestructible. Even a Star-Field class Heaven Monarch would find it hard to kill a Shadow Stone Monkey. This was mainly because the Shadow Stone Monkey could turn into shadow and petrify. The former could ignore attacks, while the latter could resist attacks. With the two stacked, it was perfect. Of course, there was no perfect existence in this world. The Shadow Stone Monkey still had a flaw. If the flaw was found, it might not be able to kill the Shadow Stone Monkey, but it could be knocked unconscious. There's only one flaw on the Shadow Stone Monkey's body, and this flaw is constantly changing. I advise you not to waste your time. Tai Jun clashed with the Shadow Stone Monkey and shook his head. If the Shadow Stone Monkey's flaw was so easy to find, they wouldn't have to work so hard. It was a pity that no one could find the flaw. Found it. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Impossible. The Tiger Extreme Lord and Tai Jun didn't believe it. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord was rather hesitant. After drawing his sword, Li Fuchen flashed and instantly crossed with the Shadow Stone Monkey. Crackle. There seemed to be a cracking sound as the Shadow Stone Monkey's massive body collapsed on the ground. Did he really find the flaw? The Tiger Extreme Lord and Tai Jun were shocked. It seems like the Sword Wind Heaven Lord and the White Rainbow Heaven Lord weren't lying. This Origin Extreme Lord is an absolute prodigy. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord and the Sword Wind Heaven Lord were old friends, therefore, they knew about Li Fuchen's background. Knocking out the Shadow Stone Monkey didn't mean that the capture was successful. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord took out a metal token from his spatial ring. Battle Beast Token. The Tai Jun's eyes lit up. Space giant beasts were almost impossible to tame. Ancestor Hung he had once captured a Shadow Stone Monkey, but he wasn't able to tame it and could only imprison it. But nothing was absolute. There were always people and methods that could tame space giant beasts. Like the Battle Beast Token. It was said that the Battle Beast Token was a beast-taming cardinal artifact that was refined by a beast master billions of years ago. This cardinal artifact contained a spatial zone for battle beasts. Not only could it store the space giant beasts, but it could also transform the space giant beasts into battle beasts. It was a pity that the Battle Beast Token was too rare. Furthermore, a single Battle Beast Token could only store one space giant beast. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord must have obtained this Battle Beast Token from some ruins. Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, no wonder you want to capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. It turns out that you have the Battle Beast Token. The Tiger Extreme Lord was extremely envious. The Battle Beast Token could increase the strength of the space giant beast significantly. From now on, the Dark Hand Heavenly Lord would be considered a tyrant. He might even be able to contest with regular City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord chuckled and poured his power into the Battle Beast Token to capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. Soon enough, the unconscious Shadow Stone Monkey was kept into the Battle Beast Token. Thank you, everyone. Here are 200 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord tossed 200 million peak-grade Spirit Stones to each of them. After receiving the peak-grade Spirit Stones, the Tiger Extreme Lord couldn't help but ask, Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, may I ask where did you obtain this Battle Beast Token? The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord said, to be honest, this Battle Beast Token was found in the ancient Stone Star region's Forbidden Cave. You dare to enter the Forbidden Cave? Forget it, that place is too dangerous and I don't wish to enter. The Tiger Extreme Lord shook his head. In response, the Tai Jun had also given up on obtaining the Battle Beast Token. The Forbidden Cave wasn't a good place, or rather, the entire Ancient Stone Star region wasn't a good place. Ancient Stone Star region, Forbidden Cave. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Chapter 971. The deep blue plane was like an oval-shaped blue gem, quietly floating in the universe. Back at the Sword Sect, Li Fuchen split the resources that he didn't need into two. One portion was stored in the Sword Sect's treasury, while the other portion was stored in the Li clan's treasury. The Sword Sect was just like the other sects, and the only way to obtain the resources of the sect was to earn contribution points. Of course, some precious resources didn't just require a huge amount of contribution points, it also required a corresponding identity. If one's identity wasn't high enough, then one would be unable to exchange for precious resources. As for the resources in the Li clan's treasury, they were controlled by Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan. In comparison, the Li clan's resources were more precious than the Sword Sect's. No matter how selfless Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't put the Sword Sect and the Li clan on the same level. The Sword Sect was a power that belonged to him. The Li clan was his clan. His clansmen shared the same bloodline as him. Li Fuchen's greatest objective was for everyone that he valued to step into the saint's realm. This goal might be a little big, but as Li Fuchen's strength got stronger, the resources he obtained would get more precious. Li Fuchen believed that this goal would be achieved. Through the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen headed to various star regions. For example, the Ancient Stone Star area and the Prism Light Star area. The Ancient Stone Star region was different from the past. Ever since the Time Sand Heavenly Lord had built a time prison there, many people had left the Ancient Stone Star region. It was rumored that the spacetime inside this time prison was infinitely repetitive. If one couldn't break the time prison, they could only be tortured to death. In the Prism Light Galaxy, Li Fuchen had a contest with the Radiance God Cult's deputy cult master, the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. As the deputy cult master of the Radiance God Cult, the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch's strength was definitely one of the best among the first-class Heaven Monarchs. The duo had been exchanging moves for a few days and weren't able to determine the victor. Ultimately, when Li Fuchen sensed the Radiance God Cult master rushing over, he chose to retreat. This is a prismatic gem. Li Fuchen pinched an irregular gemstone in his hand. This gem was sparkling and translucent. Wherever its light shone, space-time would be refracted. It was because of this precious gem that Li Fuchen fought with the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. There were many planes in the horizontal river galaxy. If the deep blue plane was described as an oval-shaped blue gemstone, then the demon plane would be an oval-shaped black gemstone with black lightning streaking across its surface. Inside the demonic plane, a giant portal rose up, and countless demonic beasts rushed into the portal, disappearing. In the air opposite one of the high-grade teleportation portals, a fiendish demon with 2 pairs of wings on its back and a vertical eye between its eyebrows stood in the void. This was a sky fiend. His third eye shot out golden light as if it could see through endless spacetime. This invasion of the deep blue plane can only succeed. Failure is not allowed. The 3-eyed heavenly demon said to the demon masters below. Yes, Lord Ninth Heavenly Demon. The demon masters bowed in greeting. The last time they invaded the deep blue dimension, they had failed at the last moment. The main reason was that most of their troops had been deployed to the Turing dimension. Now that they had successfully occupied the Turing dimension, it would be easy for them to deal with the deep blue dimension. Go! The 3-eyed heavenly demon waved his hand. In the deep blue plane, numerous gates of flesh and blood appeared on the abandoned continent. Countless demons poured out of them. Compared to the previous invasion of the fiendish demons, this time's invasion was even fiercer and more difficult to defend against. There might not be countless P-class demon lords and demon masters, but there were at least hundreds of them and the number was still increasing. In normal situations, if there weren't any heaven monarchs, it was just a matter of time before the deep blue plane fell. Kill! When the demons invaded, the battle pagoda was activated. The deep blue plane was divided into 100 battle zones and each battle zone had humans fighting with the demons. Crackle! The black saber light was like a black lightning that drew across the sky. Countless demons perished under this saber. The saber user was Yen Qingguo. After many years, her cultivation was already at the 4th level of Unity Realm. With the help of the witchcraft saber that Li Fuchen gifted to her, her strength wasn't inferior to regular P-class saints. Human, you don't have any hope anymore. Hurry up and surrender. A demon master flew over and grabbed with his large hand. An incomparably giant palm that was burning with black raging flames grabbed at everyone. Break! Yan Qinggu took out a black rui from her spatial ring. This was a peak-grade extreme Dao cardinal artifact that Li Fuqian gifted to her. After pouring the saber energy into it, the black rui rapidly enlarged. It didn't just disperse the black raging flame palm, it was also smashing at the demon master. No! This demon master didn't expect for Yan Qinggu's artifact to be so ferocious. As he was caught off guard, he was immediately smashed into ashes by the black rui. In another battle zone, a human sacred master was in a great battle with a demon master. This human sacred master was none other than the heaven-crippling sacred master who had been missing for many years. During the demon invasion, he was severely injured by a few demon masters and was on the verge of death. Everyone assumed that he was already dead, but who would have expected for him to return? Bang bang bang, the heaven-crippling sacred master's strength was much more terrifying than before and was suppressing his opponent. Only a few people knew that his heaven-crippling sacred technique didn't just get stronger as he was injured. The more injuries he received, the faster his improvement. Previously, he nearly perished and this time, his strength had increased by several times. But as time elapsed, more demon masters arrived at the deep blue plane. The number of opponents increased from 1 demon master to 2. The heaven-crippling sacred master was also having a hard time. You can't even deal with a mere human sacred master. The two of you, move aside. The void ripped apart and a demon master with an extremely powerful chi presence suddenly appeared and blasted a fist at the heaven-crippling sacred master. PFFF. The heaven-crippling sacred master's body was about to explode as he was sent flying. Die! The horrific fist suppressed time and space and was extremely ferocious. Seeing that he was about to die, the heaven-crippling sacred master let out a bitter laugh, but his eyes didn't have a trace of regret. Heaven-crippling sacred master, it has been a long time. A clear voice ignored time and space and transmitted into the heaven-crippling sacred master's ears. This is... The heaven-crippling sacred master felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Who? The demon masters who wanted to kill the heaven-crippling sacred master had a horrified expression. He realized that the time and space within a few 100 million miles had been frozen. Under everyone's eyes, Li Fuqian walked out from the void. It's you. The heaven-crippling sacred master recognized Li Fuqian. After taking a deep breath, he had a face of disbelief. Back when he first met Li Fuqian was just a junior. Now that they met again, the heaven-crippling sacred master couldn't see through Li Fuqian anymore. A random trace of chi presence from Li Fuqian's body was enough to make his scalp go numb. Li Fuqian smiled and waved his hand. Including the 3 demon masters, all the demons within a few 100 million miles were turned into dust. They were all dead. Heaven-crippling sacred master, this is a token of my appreciation. Thank you for everything you have done for the human race. After tossing a spatial ring to the heaven-crippling sacred master, Li Fuqian turned and left. After opening the spatial ring, the heaven-crippling sacred master's eyes contracted. Every single item within the spatial ring was precious to him. He had a feeling that with these items, there wouldn't be many people at the Holy Lord level that would be able to compete with him. Chapter 972. With Li Fuqian's ability, he didn't even need 15 minutes to travel from one battle zone to another. In every battle zone, Li Fuqian would be able to instantly destroy most of the demons. It didn't matter if the demon was a demon lord or a regular demon. In front of Li Fuqian, there wasn't much difference. But Li Fuqian also understood that if he didn't destroy the door of flesh and blood, there would only be more demons and he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Of course, with his strength, he could slowly kill them all and it was only a matter of time before he killed all the demons. But the deep blue plane would definitely suffer severe casualties and it wasn't something he wished to see. Li Fuqian didn't bother about the regular door of flesh. He wanted to destroy the door of flesh that could teleport demon lords. The heavenly crippling divine lord was in the 72 battle zones. 3 demon masters had suddenly appeared here. Clearly, there was a high-level gate of flesh and blood. As expected, a short moment later, Li Fuqian sensed an evil door of flesh on an abandoned continent. If it was the Li Fuqian from many years ago, let alone a high-class door of flesh, he wouldn't even be able to destroy a normal door of flesh. But it was different now. Li Fuqian had the strength of a first-class heaven monarch, and he wasn't a weakling among the first-class heaven monarchs. Break! Drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuqian brandished at the door of flesh and blood. Crackle! The gate of flesh and blood seemed to have a spirit of its own as it resisted Li Fuqian's sword chi frenziedly. Unfortunately, this sword chi was too powerful. Sword marks began to appear on the gate of flesh and blood. Bang! A sword mark exploded, and the gate of flesh and blood trembled. Bang 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 bang, as the rest of the sword scars exploded, the gate of flesh and blood was unable to hold on and instantly exploded into ashes. Demon plane. What? An advanced flesh gate has been destroyed? The 9th heavenly demon's pupils shrank. The high-level gate of flesh and blood could teleport demon masters. Normally, one would need to have the strength of at least a 4th or 5th grade Lord of Heaven to destroy it. Could it be that a Heaven Lord has appeared in the deep blue plane? The 9th heavenly demon's face darkened. If there were heavenly lords in the deep blue plane, then this invasion would have failed halfway. After all, a heaven monarch was unable to descend to another plane. If he were to forcefully descend, he would be crippled by the laws of the deep blue plane before the battle even started. It was very likely that he would perish. Although I can't descend to the deep blue plane, I can still attack from a distance. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th heavenly demon. As the 9th heavenly demon, he was not an ordinary heavenly demon, but a city lord-level heavenly demon. Even through the gate of flesh and blood, he could exert a portion of his strength, which was enough to kill ordinary heaven monarchs. He was waiting for his opponent to destroy the gate of flesh and blood that was connected to the portal in front of him. 1, 2, the fiendish demons had been planning this invasion for a long time. The number of the gate of flesh and blood was more than 10 times that of the last time. Li Fuqian guessed that during the previous demon invasion, they might have retreated at the last moment, but they must have left plenty of backup plans just for this invasion. However, the demons did not expect that there would be a heavenly lord in the deep blue plane. The influence of a lord of heaven on a war was subversive. No matter how many demon masters you have, as long as you don't have any sky demons, you can't win this war. The battle was very intense. Apart from the Heaven Remnant's Sacred Lord, there was no other Sacred Lord on the human side. Thinking about it, it was normal. The Divine Lords all wanted to seek their own opportunities, and it was impossible for them to stay in the plane forever. The Heaven Remnant's Sacred Lord was injured and had just recovered. Once this battle was over, he might leave the deep blue plane and venture into the universe cities. In District 54, Yan Qinggu had already killed her way to the vicinity of a gate of flesh and blood. Before this, she had already killed 5 demon masters. This Black Rui was too powerful. As a peak-grade extreme Dao cardinal artifact, the Black Rui's power was equivalent to a peak-grade Sacred Lord. However, not every demon master was a peak-grade Sacred Lord. RIP. Inside the gate of flesh and blood, a pair of large hands tore open the spatial zone and a demon master forcefully squeezed out. This demon master was several times stronger than the demon masters that Yan Qinggu had killed previously. Just the chi presence from his body was enough to make anyone below the Sacred Lord dizzy. I actually encountered a human race absolute beauty as soon as I arrived. My luck is truly good. This demon master had hundreds of short horns on his body. Each of the short horns was overflowing with thunderbolts. It was obvious that this demon master was adept at the Thunder Dao. Bang bang. The demon master that was covered with short horns blasted a fist of thunderbolts at Yan Qinggu. So fierce. Yan Qinggu was sent flying by the fist energy, but she was not injured. She was no longer wearing armor made of purple cloud divine gold. Instead, she was wearing a full set of peak-grade sorcery armor. Even a 4th or 5th grade sky demon would not be able to break through her defense with one punch, let alone a demon master. What? The short-horned demon master was shocked. Interesting. It seems like your background is quite powerful. You actually have such a powerful armor. Unfortunately, you can only withstand one punch of mine. I wonder if you can withstand 100 punches, 1,000 punches. The short-horned demon master waved his fist and attacked Yan Qingwu crazily. Why do I need to forcefully resist? I just need to kill you. Yan Qingwu took out a scroll from her spatial ring. Go. Opening the scroll, Yan Qingwu poured her saber energy into it. Whoosh. The scroll turned into a crescent moon that enveloped the short-horned demon master. No. The short-horned demon master's figure was frozen. Then, he collapsed. What a domineering moon curse scroll. Yan Qingwu let out a breath. Li Fuchen told her that this peak-grade moon curse scroll could basically instantly kill any sacred lord. She didn't believe it, but now, she was completely convinced. It seems like your side is rather successful. There was a voice that echoed. Yan Qingwu turned around and saw Li Fuchen behind her. It is this door of blood and flesh that cannot be destroyed. Yan Qingwu used all her methods but was unable to shake the door of blood and flesh. Li Fuchen said, unless you use the Sun Curse Scroll, it is impossible to destroy this door of blood and flesh. The Sun Curse Scroll was given to Yan Qingwu by Li Fuchen for self-defense. In Li Fuchen's opinion, if a slightly inferior heaven monarch was caught off guard, they might also be severely injured by the Sun Curse Scroll. Inferior heaven monarchs might just be instantly killed by the Sun Curse Scroll. Items from the Voodoo Ancestor ruins weren't simple. I can't bear to use it. Yan Qingwu took a step back and was prepared to see how Li Fuchen was going to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Be careful. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen grabbed Yan Qingwu and retreated rapidly. As he was retreating too quickly, time and space were folded. Logically speaking, this retreat should be at least a few 100 million miles away. But visually, Li Fuchen had only retreated a few miles. Right at this moment, a pitch-black palm reached out from the door of flesh and grabbed nothing. Incredible. You are actually able to sense the danger in advance. It is a pity that you have already entered my Sky Devil space and are dead for sure. In the center of the pitch-black palm was an eye and a mouth. The mouth was letting out a deafening voice. City Lord Class Sky Devil. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but with Yan Qingwu around, he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 973. Open. When Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword, the void was sliced apart like a piece of paper. However, after cutting open a layer, there was still another layer behind it. For a moment, he didn't know how many layers there were. Such a powerful demonic space. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. The other party was obviously a super expert who played with space. He was actually able to divide the void into so many layers. Return of Sword Qi. Not daring to be careless, Li Fuchen executed his kill move. Puff puff puff, a spot of sword radiance lit up, and hundreds of layers of the void were pierced through, creating a gap. You go out first. Li Fuchen pushed with his hand and sent Yan Qingwu out of the Sky Devil space. Seeing that Li Fuchen was stronger than he imagined, the 9th Sky Devil snorted and cleaved with his palm. The might of this palm was indescribable. Before this palm, even time and space were enveloped. To a certain extent, this palm was unavoidable. Be it the heavens or the earth, everything was within this palm. But Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it was face to face, Li Fuchen might not be a match for Li Fuchen. But with the door of flesh and blood between them, it would already be praiseworthy if Li Fuchen could even execute 100% of his strength. The sword light was like a sea. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, boundless sword light spread out. Rumble. The sky devil space shook and Li Fuchen was sent flying while his chi presence was slightly fluctuating. First class Lord of Heaven. On the demon plane, the ninth heavenly demon's expression was extremely unsightly. Even if it was a face-to-face fight, it was impossible for him to kill a first-class heavenly lord in a few moves. Boom boom boom, the two of them fought fiercely, causing cracks to appear in the demonic space. It was a pity that the ninth sky demon was only able to suppress Li Fuchen and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. As for killing Li Fuchen, it was impossible. Creak. Another pitch-black palm extended out from the door of blood and flesh. Li Fuchen saw that the door of blood and flesh was filled with cracks. It was obvious that the gate of flesh and blood was on the verge of collapsing. Two pitch-black palms clasped together, and a black grain of sand condensed. This black gravel contained unimaginable power. Once it was formed, the Sky Devil spatial zone immediately collapsed. Everything was collapsing towards the black gravel, including Li Fuchen. Black hole. It doesn't look like it. It should be a more powerful spatial technique. Li Fuchen was fearless and cleaved at the black gravel. Kacha. The black gravel shattered, along with the gate of flesh and blood. Superior supreme weapon. The incomparably gloomy voice was drowned in the space-time turbulence. As expected of a city lord-level sky demon. Even through the door of flesh and blood, it can still display strength that surpasses a first-class heavenly lord. Li Fuchen knew that if he didn't have the joint heaven sword, even if he was twice as strong, he wouldn't be able to shatter the black gravel. In a single day, Li Fuchen destroyed all the doors of blood and flesh. To him, this invasion was just a small interlude. In the face of absolute power, everything else was just like floating clouds. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the demon invasion. During this half a year, Li Fuchen's sword art had yet to reach the supreme level. Of course, in terms of sword art power, be it the primary extreme sword art or the radiant sword art, they were much stronger than regular supreme sword arts. They were almost comparable with a city lord level supreme sword art. For example, if a supreme sword art was compared to an adult, then any sword art below the supreme sword art would be like a child. However, Li Fuchen's sword art was too powerful and it was obvious that he was an innate talent that was stronger than an adult. Fire God Star Region, there was a blazing star that was tens of thousands of times bigger than the universe city that was floating there. The blazing star's radiance was too intense and the surrounding few light-years of starry sky was brightly lit. Around 1 light-year away from the blazing star, there was a universe city. This was an extremely majestic universe city and in the center of the universe city, there was a statue. The statue was surrounded by stars and as compared to the statue, the stars were no different from dust. It was imaginable how massive the statue was. This universe city was called Zhu City and it was the Zhu clan's main city. The Zhu clan had always been a major clan in the universe. Until the Zhu clan produced a demigod called the Fire God, the Zhu clan became an elite clan in the universe. Even the Swordsman Guild, Saber Alliance, and the Undead Legion weren't willing to provoke the Zhu clan. It wasn't because they were afraid, after all, the 3 major factions also had demigods. They just didn't want to start a war between demigods. Furthermore, there were strong and weak demigods too. The Fire God was definitely one of the most powerful demigods in the universe. In a luxurious and magnificent manner, a group of people were drinking tea and chatting. The leader was actually a heaven monarch and every move he made was emitting a superior chi presence. On the 3rd seat on the right, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu was saying something. It is impossible for our Zhu clan to give up a plane. How about this, I will head to the horizontal river region with you and take control of the deep blue plain. The leader was called Zhu Guangming and he was considered a person with authority in the Zhu city. Many thanks, Lord Guangming. Zhu Sanqiu was overjoyed. With a heaven monarch, the entire deep blue plain would be controlled by the Zhu clan. Zhu Guangming then said, "Oh right, Saintess Hongxiu wants to go back. Let's go with her. The saint is from our plane. Zhu Sanqiu raised his eyebrows. He had heard from his clansmen that the Zhu clan's ancestral array had activated once when he was not around and summoned a branch of the Zhu clan from a low-level continent. In this branch, there was a girl called Zhu Hongxiu who had an extremely high concentration of the fire god's bloodline, which caused an anomaly in the ancestral array. The ancestral array had sent her out of the Zhu clan and probably to Zhu city. Zhu Guangming nodded. This saintess Hongxiu is not simple. Her fire god's bloodline is extremely thick. After the baptism in the fire god pool, she is now half a heaven monarch. Half a heaven monarch? Zhu Sanqiu was envious. Just because of the high concentration of the fire god's bloodline, a junior had surpassed his countless years of hard work in less than 100 years. He had to admit that she was so lucky that it made him jealous. In the pitch-black starry sky, a beam of light kept jumping. Every time it jumped, it would jump an infinite distance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the beam of light was actually a glowing ship. However, because it was jumping so fast, it looked like a beam of light. At the bow of the ship, a man and a woman were standing side by side. The man was a handsome and tall young man in a red brocade robe. Judging from the supreme aura he exuded, he was obviously a lord of heaven. The woman was in a red robe. Her aura was much weaker, but vaguely, she exuded a more noble and terrifying aura. Hongxiu, it's not wise for you to go back now. You know that you are not the only saintess in Zhu city. The handsome young man's eyes fell on the woman in a red robe with a hint of admiration. Zhu Hongxiu said, recently, I have been dreaming about the past. If I don't go back, it will affect my condition. Compared to many years ago, Zhu Hongxiu had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, she might be elegant and beautiful, but because of her age, be it her figure, appearance, or temperament, she had yet to mature. The current her was extremely beautiful and her temperament was peerless. Every move she made was filled with astonishing charm. Do you have worries in your heart? In that case, it is quite necessary to go back. The handsome young man nodded. For a martial artist's cultivation, the most important thing was to cultivate the heart. If there were worries in the heart, it would naturally affect the cultivation. Zhu Hongxiu didn't speak anymore and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had left the East Unicorn continent for nearly 100 years. A lot of people should already be dead. After all, a regular martial artist's lifespan wasn't much longer than an ordinary person. It was already good to be able to live for 100 years. Unknowingly, a blurry figure flashed in Zhu Hongxiu's mind. She couldn't remember the appearance of this figure, but it didn't disappear with the passage of time. It was just hidden deeper. I wonder how you are now. Zhu Hongxiu let out a breath. In her opinion, even if Li Fuqin had some achievements, he would at most be at the reincarnation realm. The East Unicorn continent was just a low-class continent and it was impossible for an existence of a higher class to appear. Of course, no matter how Li Fuqin was, she wouldn't have any interactions with him. Chapter 974. The ship was extremely fast, even faster than most heavenly monarchs. Each jump covered at least a few hundred light years. We're at the horizontal river star zone. Passing through a boundless dark space of nothingness, everyone saw specks of starlight. Although the star field looked dark, there were still specks of starlight. Only the area between star fields was absolute darkness, absolute nothingness. The cabin door opened, and Zhu Guangming and Zhu Sanqiu walked out. Lord Bright Light. At the bow of the ship, the handsome young man turned his head. In terms of seniority, Zhu Guangming was his great-grandfather. However, in the top families, unless one was a direct relative, one's strength was the most important thing. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus, Saintess Hongxiu, we've arrived at the horizontal river star zone. Are you going to Godly Leaf City or Deep Blue Plain first? Zhu Guangming asked. Zhu Hongxiu said, Deep Blue Plain first. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus said, then let's go first. The world tree's leaves wouldn't run away. It didn't matter if they went earlier or later. All right. Zhu Guangming didn't have any objections. A few days later, the ship arrived near Deep Blue Plain. Once we enter the Deep Blue dimension, follow Divine Lord Heavenly Fire's lead. Lord Bright Brightness ordered the team of Divine Lords that followed him. Yes. The team leader was a cold-looking middle-aged man. He nodded. Go. Lord Bright Light waved his hand. Let's go. The group, including Zhu Hongxiu, flew toward Deep Blue Plain. Saint Spirit Continent, Sword Sect. Everything was in order. They actually created their own sect. Unfortunately, the Sword Sect will no longer exist. The entire Deep Blue Plain will only have the Zhu clan. The void tore open, and a group of people appeared near the Sword Sect. The leader was none other than Zhu Sanqiu. This array doesn't seem simple. The cold-looking middle-aged man frowned. So what if it's powerful? We aren't ordinary sacred lords. The bald elder beside the cold-looking middle-aged man grinned and took a step forward. The cold-looking middle-aged man didn't say anything. Although he felt that the sword sect's formation wasn't simple, it was indeed impossible for it to block them. No matter if it was him or the Feng Long Holy Lord, they were existences at the level of invincible holy lords in any universe city. It was impossible for them to be unable to break through a formation. Break! A black saber appeared in the bald old man's hand. With a slash, a black saber light flew out. The black saber light did not look big, but the power it contained was boundless. When boundless power was compressed into a saber light, one could imagine how powerful it would be. Just as the bald old man thought that the array formation would be broken, his smile suddenly froze. Before the black saber light, which looked like a black flood dragon, could get close to the array formation, it was blocked by an invisible force. The further he went, the dimmer the black saber light became. Bang! When the black saber light finally touched the barrier of the array formation, it exploded with a loud bang, blasting a large hole in the void. Eh! The stern middle-aged man's pupils shrank. I don't believe it. The bald old man's expression was unsightly. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his saber again. Unfortunately, even if the bald old man exerted his full strength, he was still unable to break open the sword sect's formation. Absolute life. The stern-looking middle-aged man made his move. His weapon was a spear. The spear was inlaid with red, yellow, and blue gems. As the gem lit up, the cold-looking middle-aged man stabbed the sword sect's formation with his spear. Sizzle, horrific lightning was produced. An invisible force blocked the stern-looking middle-aged man's spear. The two forces were in a frenzy. Everyone in the sword sect was panicking. How could they not see that the person attacking the array was unbelievably powerful? Apart from the sect patriarch, no one else would be a match. What should we do? The sect patriarch has yet to return. I wonder if the array can withstand it. It should be able to withstand it. It will definitely be able to withstand it. The sect patriarch mentioned that apart from heaven monarchs, no one can break the sword sect's formation within a short period of time. Everyone in the sword sect was staring outside. When they saw that the array wasn't broken, all of them let out a breath of relief. Attack together. After several moves were unable to break the array, the stern-looking middle-aged man asked everyone to attack together. In his opinion, as long as it wasn't a supreme array, they would be able to break it after spending some time. Damn it, what is going on? Zhu Sanqiu had also attacked the array, but he couldn't understand. The sword sect's array was definitely a top-notch saint-class array. How did Li Fuqin set it up? Could Li Fuqin have had some fortuitous encounters during the time he was away? Zhu Hongxiu didn't move together with Zhu Sanqiu and the others. She made a trip to the Zhu clan and instructed her clansmen before flying towards the East Unicorn continent. She didn't know that Zhu Sanqiu and the others were going to find trouble with Li Fuqin. Of course, she didn't expect Li Fuqian to have such accomplishments. The East Unicorn continent was getting closer. Zhu Hongxiu admitted that her emotions were fluctuating. It has been many years. I wonder if there are any familiar people. After letting out a sigh, Zhu Hongxiu flashed and entered the East Unicorn continent. Where is the Azure Water sect? Zhu Hongxiu frowned when looking at the dilapidated buildings below. Someone is attacking the Sword sect. In the pitch-black universe of the Prism Light Star region, a figure suddenly stopped. Li Fuqian's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned into a sword light and flew rapidly towards the spatial tunnel. Due to the extreme speed, there was even a distortion in the spatial tunnel. The spatial ripples had caused plenty of stars to crumble. Buzz! Half a day later, Li Fuqian flashed and rushed into the invisible spatial tunnel. East Unicorn Continent, the sword light didn't stop and headed straight for the Saint Spirit Continent. What is going on? Zhu Hongxiu was already very shocked when the East Unicorn Continent underwent a huge change. Right now, she was indescribably shocked when she saw an unfathomable presence suddenly appearing in the East Unicorn Continent. Zhu Hongxiu subconsciously chased after the figure. Such speed! After a single breath, Zhu Hongxiu took a deep cold breath. The figure's speed was too fast and in less than a single breath, he had left her in the dust. She was a half-step heaven monarch and apart from true heaven monarchs, no one would be able to surpass her in speed. This direction is the Saint Spirit Continent. Zhu Hongxiu had just arrived from the Saint Spirit Continent, therefore, she was able to determine the path of the sword light. A short moment later, Li Fuqian entered the Saint Spirit Continent and sensed the situation at the Sword Sect. Outside of the Sword Sect, a group of sacred lords were surrounding and attacking. One of them was actually the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu. Courting death. Li Fuqian's body was bursting with murderous aura. If he didn't return in advance and pour in a streak of sword intent into the Sword Sect's array, the array would have already been destroyed. Once the array was destroyed, no one in the Sword Sect would be able to survive. The distance of half a continent wasn't considered a distance for Li Fuqian. Just a moment ago, he sensed the situation at the Sword Sect and in the next moment, he had already arrived. When the Qi presence leaked out, time and space were stagnated and everyone was frozen in place. What? The grave and stern middle-aged man's thoughts were still revolving while fear burst out from the depths of his spirit soul. Chapter 975. Zhu Sanqiu. Li Fuqian's figure descended from the sky and looked straight at Zhu Sanqiu. He had wanted to disintegrate the Zhu clan for a long time, but the Zhu clan's foundation was much more profound than he imagined. Apart from the saint-class arrays, the core of the Zhu clan was also hidden with multiple supreme arrays. Let alone him, even a city lord-class heaven monarch would have a hard time breaking these arrays. Originally, he didn't want to start a war with the Zhu clan. But since Zhu Sanqiu dared to attack the Sword Sect, he had to start a war. This had already touched his bottom line. How is this possible? Zhu Sanqiu realized that he could speak again. He stared at Li Fuqian with eyes that were filled with absurdity, disbelief, and mostly fear. Not good, it is a heaven monarch. The stern middle-aged man and the bald elder were certain that Li Fuqian was a heaven monarch. Only a heaven monarch could suppress all of them with ease. The stern middle-aged man immediately activated the communication token. Outside of the deep blue plain, Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch were drinking tea and playing chess on a meteorite. Buzz! Zhu Guangming placed down a chess piece and took out the communication token after sensing a vibration from his spatial ring. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch frowned and asked, "What happened?" "I don't know." Zhu Guangming shook his head and was rather puzzled. The Sacred Lord team that he sent out had 2 unrivaled Sacred Lords and the rest were all peak-level Sacred Lords. Logically, it was enough to wipe out an entire plane, unless this plane had a Heaven Monarch. But from Zhu Sanqiu, Zhu Guangming found out that the deep blue plane hadn't had a heaven monarch for millions of years. Let me see. Zhu Guangming injected a trace of power into the communication token. Immediately after, a screen appeared in front of the duo and it was the scene of the Sword Sect. Heaven Monarch. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch squinted his eyes. This Heaven Monarch actually looked younger than him. It is indeed a Heaven Monarch. This is troublesome. Zhu Guangming didn't have a good expression. It was a different matter if a plane had a Heaven Monarch or not. Normally, outsiders wouldn't target a plane that had a Heaven Monarch. After all, outsiders weren't able to enter other planes. Let's see if he is willing. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Guangming injected more power into the communication token. Almost at the same time, Zhu Guangming's image appeared on the screen. This Heaven Monarch, how should I address you? Zhu Guangming sized up Li Fuqian carefully. He could only sense traces of supreme qi presence from Li Fuqian. In his heart, he couldn't help but look down on Li Fuqian. Lord of Heaven. Li Fuqian understood that this should be the Heaven Monarch that Zhu Sanqiu invited back. Who are you? Li Fuqian asked in reply. Zhu Guangming said, I am Zhu Guangming. You are from the Zhu clan. Li Fuqian was in deep thoughts. Zhu Guangming explained, the Deep Blue Plains Zhu family is only a branch of the true Zhu family. The true Zhu family isn't this weak. I see. Li Fuqian understood that a clan that had a demigod wouldn't be so simple. A casual move left behind by a demigod was enough to kill a City Lord class Heaven Monarch or even a Star Domain class Heaven Monarch. This is all a misunderstanding. Please give me and the Zhu family some face. Zhu Guangming swept a glance at Zhu Sanqiu and the others before saying to Li Fuqian. If I give you face, who will give me face? I can spare the others, but Zhu Sanqiu must die. Li Fuqian waved his hand and turned Zhu Sanqiu's body into ashes. You. Zhu Guangming's eyes narrowed and were flowing with cold light. Ask your men to leave now. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. Li Fuqian was already giving the Zhu family a lot of face by only killing Zhu Sanqiu. Retreat. Zhu Guangming took a deep look at Li Fuqian before vanishing. Li Fuqian. Just as the stern middle-aged man and the others were retreating from the deep blue plain, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed. Zhu Hongxiu. Li Fuqian turned around and revealed a smile while his eyes were filled with emotions. When he returned to the East Unicorn continent from the Prism Light Star region, he had already noticed Zhu Hongxiu. But the situation was urgent and he didn't have the mood to reminisce. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhu Hongxiu was stunned for a long time. A prodigy from a low-class continent's low-class sect actually became a Heaven Monarch. No matter what, it was a miracle. It was an impossible miracle, yet it happened. It seems like you are also a member of the Zhu clan. Li Fuqian said. Zhu Hongxiu nodded. The Zhu clan is a half-god clan and they have branches throughout the universe. My body contains the fire god's bloodline, therefore, I am qualified to return to the Zhu clan's main bloodline. After a pause, Zhu Hongxiu continued, you shouldn't have killed Zhu Sanqiu. He is just an ant. So what if I killed him? Does the Zhu clan intend to start a war with me because of this? Li Fuqian didn't mind. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head, Zhu Guangming isn't broad-minded. You killed his men and you have undoubtedly offended him. So be it. I'm a Lord of Heaven after all. Li Fuqian's spirit soul force had already scanned outside the plane. On a meteorite, he noticed Zhu Guangming and another Zhu clan's Heaven Monarch. The two of them were just regular Heaven Monarchs. Zhu Guangming's qi presence seemed to be at most a Class 1 Heaven Monarch. As long as it wasn't a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, Li Fuqian didn't have anything to fear. Alright then. I will persuade Zhu Guangming. But during this period of time, it is best that you don't leave the deep blue plain. This is my communication token. Zhu Hongxiu obviously knew that it was very hard for a regular heaven monarch to kill another regular heaven monarch, unless Li Fuchen was a low-grade heaven monarch. After receiving the communication token, Li Fuchen smiled. A few days later, Zhu Hongxiu left the deep blue plain with her parents and clansmen. Li Fuchen's sudden emergence had indeed shocked her, but it was merely a shock. To her, the past had already faded from her mind. This time, she was back to put an end to it. From now on, she wouldn't have any worries. If he doesn't come out, wouldn't we have to wait in vain? Among the meteorites outside the deep blue plain, there was a meteorite that was hidden in the depths of the void. On the meteorite, Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch were seated cross-legged and constantly monitoring the deep blue plain. After taking a sip of tea, Zhu Guangming said, "This concerns if we can control the deep blue plain. It is worth it no matter how long it takes." In the past, Zhu Guangming didn't know about the existence of the deep blue plain and didn't mind. Now that he knew about the situation of the deep blue plain, he naturally didn't plan to let it go. "Alright, I hope he doesn't make us wait for too long." The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch nodded. Being able to control a plane was naturally a good thing. After all, planes were unique, and they would produce unique treasures. Did they specially return? When Li Fuchen's spirit soul force swept across the meteorite group, his brows flashed with a trace of cold expression. It had been a period of time since the previous incident. Zhu Hongxiu had also informed him through the communication token that they had returned to the Fire God Star region. It was obvious that these two heaven monarchs had specially returned and were preparing to wait for their prey. "Forget it, let me meet the two of you. Escaping wouldn't solve the problem." Li Fuchen stood up and flew out of the deep blue plain. He is out. Chapter 976. I wonder if the two of you have any advice for me. Li Fuchen looked at the duo. Kill. Zhu Guangming didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchen. He waved his hand and blasted a flame wave at Li Fuchen. If it was other heaven monarchs, they wouldn't even be able to react to the flame wave. Because the flame wave's speed was at least a few 100,000 times the speed of light. Rather fast. Li Fuchen raised his brows and produced a layer of sword chi out of nowhere. Rumble. The void was shattered and time and space disintegrated. The area that Li Fuchen was at had collapsed into a glowing black hole. Black Lotus World Scorching. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord formed a seal with both hands and a black lotus wrapped around the black hole. Immediately after, raging black flames surged up. A human should not be too arrogant. Looking at the raging black flames, Zhu Guangming shook his head with a grim expression. Indeed, a human should not be too arrogant. A figure walked out from the black flames. Impossible. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord exclaimed. His black flames could burn anything, even the spirit's soul would be incinerated, and it could even burn karma. Logically, even if Li Fuchen was a first-grade Heaven Lord, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. It seems like we have underestimated you. Zhu Guangming admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen and had secretly circulated his power to the peak. You shouldn't have offended the Zhu clan. A black lotus appeared in the Black Lotus Heaven Lord's hand. Black flames surged into his body and strengthened his chi presence. Let's fight. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword. Kill. Kill. The trio engaged in a frenzied battle. There were horrific waves that were spreading out. Stars were destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Sunlight illumination. Zhu Guangming's body was radiating with radiance. The blazing radiance radiated into the depths of time and space and enveloped Li Fuchen. Black Lotus World Extermination. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord shot out black lotuses one after another. These black lotuses had the power to exterminate the world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and countless sword shadows burst out and gathered into a boundless sword sea. The sword sea formed a world and used the sword Tao law to evolve yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Not good. Zhu Guangming realized that his radiance couldn't even make contact with Li Fuqian and was constantly being devoured by the sword sea. Seeing as the sword sea was trying to devour him, Zhu Guangming's power burst out and formed a substantial sphere of light outside his body. Compared to Zhu Guangming, Heavenly Lord Black Lotus was much weaker. However, with the power of the forbidden Black Lotus, he was still able to block the sea of swords. A huge Black Lotus formed under his feet. His sword technique is incomparably pure. This is no ordinary supreme sword technique. Zhu Guangming frowned. I miscalculated. Even among the first-class lords of heaven, he is an absolute expert. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus heaved a sigh of displeasure. Myriad swords returned to origin. Li Fuqian first targeted Zhu Guangming. Crack. The ball of light outside Zhu Guangming's body exploded like a glass ball. Puff. Countless bloody holes appeared on Zhu Guangming's body. Damn it. Zhu Guangming transformed into a streak of light and fled frantically. Origin returning sword chi. Ignoring the distance of time and space, Li Fuqian's sword twisted and turned Zhu Guangming into a bloody mess. Of course, Li Fuqian knew that it was impossible to kill Zhu Guangming so easily. As long as Zhu Guangming's supreme bloodline didn't crumble, his power wouldn't be depleted. If his power wasn't depleted, his injuries would be able to recover rapidly. Unless Li Fuqian's strength was at the level of a city lord, otherwise, it was impossible to kill Zhu Guangming within a short period of time. At most, Li Fuqian would consume some of his source. Seeing how Li Fuqian defeated Zhu Guangming with ease, Heavenly Lord Black Lotus hurriedly retreated and vanished without a trace. I will remember this sword move. Zhu Guangming's voice echoed in the void. Li Fuqian didn't give chase as his speed wasn't faster than Zhu Guangming. With my current strength, it isn't difficult to deal with regular first-class heaven monarchs, but it is impossible to kill them. If I go all out, I might be able to kill a class 3 or 4 heaven monarch. Right now, Li Fuqian had crossed moves with plenty of heaven monarchs and he had a better understanding of the power of heaven monarchs. It is a pity that I don't know when my sword technique will break through to the supreme level. Li Fuqian shook his head. If his sword art was just a regular sword art, he would have broken through a long time ago. But his sword art had communicated with too much source power. Once it was improved, it wouldn't be a small matter. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through. According to Li Fuqian's prediction, if the primordial sword art could break through, it would definitely become a city lord class sword art. Furthermore, it would be at the pinnacle among the city lord class sword arts. If the primary extreme sword art could break through, it wouldn't be a city lord class sword art, it would be a star field class sword art. It was impossible to imagine how powerful a star field class sword art was. Li Fuqian could still vividly remember the prowess of the 19th Legion's commander, Blood Axe Monarch. In his opinion, a star field class lethal power was enough to destroy all the universe laws. My sword art is temporarily unable to break through, but I have some ideas for the Hand of Calamity. Once the 6th rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Calamity was achieved, Li Fuqian would become a heaven monarch. Furthermore, he wouldn't be a regular heaven monarch. The initial stage of the Hand of Calamity was already comparable to a city lord class heaven monarch. The middle stage of the Hand of Calamity would be comparable to a star field class heaven monarch. The later stage of the Hand of Calamity would be comparable to a half-god. Apart from that, after cultivating the Hand of Calamity, Li Fuqian would also possess the Myriad Calamity indestructible body. This was a physique that was countless times superior to the star indestructible body. It was basically an undying existence. Supreme bloodlines weren't even worth mentioning as compared to it. Li Fuqian had been increasing his chi power by consuming plenty of artifacts like the insect race's insect crystals. But in order to reach the Hand of Calamity, resources alone weren't enough. He had to comprehend the true meaning of calamity extermination. Only by comprehending the true meaning of calamity extermination would he be able to make every minute particle in his body have the trait of being indestructible. Calamity is a fixed number. 10% and one destruction is a calamity. Calamity power is everywhere. As time elapses, there will be more and more calamity power until it explodes. To be honest, Li Fuqian might have exceptional perception, but if he didn't have exceptional spirit soul force, he wouldn't be able to discover the calamity power in everything. It was just like comprehending the water Tao. First, observe the characteristics of the water. But if one couldn't even see the water, how was one going to observe the characteristics of the water? Similarly, if one couldn't even detect the calamity power, how was one going to comprehend the hand of calamity? The hand of calamity gathers the calamity power in the body and controls the calamity power, allowing the calamity power to fuse with the body. The hand of calamity was very dangerous. If a person had too much calamity power, it would be the same as reaching the end of their lifespan. But it was precisely because the hand of calamity was very dangerous that it was so incredible. Putting aside the middle and late stage of the hand of calamity, just the early stage was enough to ignore the attacks of most star field class heaven monarchs. So beautiful. Chapter 977. On a glowing ship that kept jumping. We underestimated him. Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Lord Black Lotus looked at each other solemnly. At the start, Zhu Guangming thought that Li Fuqian was just a Class 5 Heaven Monarch or even a lower class Heaven Monarch. Such a Heaven Monarch could be easily killed by the two of them if they worked together. Taking a step back, even if Li Fuqian was a 3rd or 4th grade, or 2 3rd grade Heaven Monarchs, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him if they worked together. But how could they have imagined that Li Fuqian was a first-class Heaven Monarch? Furthermore, he was considered a pinnacle existence among the first-class Heaven Monarchs. Even a normal city Lord Heaven Lord might not be able to kill such an existence. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus looked at Zhu Guangming and asked, "What should we do? Should we ask the elders of the clan to help?" In order to be an elder in the Zhu clan, one had to be at least a city Lord Heaven Monarch. If the elder takes action, I'm afraid we'll only be able to get a small profit. Zhu Guangming hesitated. Although he did not know why no one cared about the deep blue plain, how could he give up on a piece of meat that was already in his mouth? It's better than nothing. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus had a different opinion. Alright, but which elder do you think we should invite? Among the elders of the Zhu clan, some were greedy, some were domineering, and some were cold and detached. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus said, "Elder Purple Flame is rather close to my bloodline. Although he's a man of his word, he does things fairly. Most importantly, his Purple Flame great technique is extremely powerful. Even ordinary city Lord Heavenly Lords can't withstand it." Elder Ziyan. Zhu Guangming nodded. Elder Ziyan was indeed very powerful. His purple flames could burn heaven and earth, and they were many times more powerful than Heavenly Lord Black Lotus flames. Observing the destruction of stars was a shortcut for Li Fuqian to comprehend the hand of calamity. However, the premise was that the stars were destroyed naturally and not affected by external forces. Therefore, for the following period of time, Li Fuqian searched the starry sky for stars that were being destroyed. Stars that were destroyed by natural aging were too rare. After spending half a month, Li Fuqian finally found a second one. Soon, Li Fuqian could feel that a trace of calamity extermination was imprinted in the depths of his spirit soul. He wasn't afraid of his soul being destroyed. His powerful soul allowed him to comprehend the true essence of calamity destruction without any fear. Zhu City, Purple Flame Cave Mansion. Purple flames floated between heaven and earth. These violet flames formed a world of their own. Zhu Guangming could clearly see that there were lives multiplying within the violet flames, as well as the birth of natural oddities. Amazing! Zhu Guangming had a premonition that any one of these purple flames could seriously injure him. If there were a few more, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Why are you two looking for me? A large amount of purple flames converged to form a figure. As Li Fuchen comprehended more calamity extermination essences, a shallow calamity mark appeared in the depths of his spirit soul. I've finally comprehended the hands of calamity level. Next, I'll have to raise my body tempering cultivation base to the hands of calamity level. Sitting cross-legged in the pitch-black universe, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and opened up his arms. In the next moment, boundless calamity power gathered from all directions and poured into Li Fuchen's body. One could see that Li Fuchen's body had traces of calamity marks. These calamity marks emitted chi presence that was enough to disintegrate stars. As the calamity power increased, the calamity marks on Li Fuchen's body increased too. Each calamity mark was a calamity to a heaven monarch and was enough to kill them. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already comprehended the hands of calamity and wasn't affected for now. But it was only temporary. If Li Fuchen wasn't able to control the calamity power perfectly, his body, spirit soul, and even karma would be turned into ashes when the calamity power burst out. Everything would vanish from this world. Crackle. The void in Li Fuchen's region started to collapse. This was a calamity phenomenon caused by overly concentrated calamity power. It was said that the universe also had calamity times. By then, everything would be turned into nothingness. I am almost at the limit. Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the calamity power in the universe and started to attempt to circulate the calamity power in his body according to the hands of calamity's circulation route. Howl. The horrific wolf howl shattered countless stars. A few light years away, a giant wolf was affected by Li Fuchen and woke up from its slumber. Who dares to disturb me? The giant wolf's eyes were bigger than stars and the fur on its body was fluttering. Over there. The giant wolf sprinted towards Li Fuchen's direction. From far away, the giant wolf stopped. He could feel that there was a terrifying power brewing in front. This power made him throb and it was something he had never experienced before. I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to disturb my Aquilos's slumber shall die. The giant wolf roared and opened its mouth to shoot out a black pillar of light. Bang boom. The originally empty space was now surging with a black wave. Void giant wolf. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the giant wolf. This giant wolf was the famous void giant wolf among the starry sky giant beasts. It was born with the strength of a heaven monarch and as it aged, its strength would continue to increase. Just nice, I can vent the excess calamity power. Previously, Li Fuchen had absorbed too much calamity power and it was extremely difficult to control it. Furthermore, the calamity power wasn't like other energies that could be released easily. The calamity scars on Li Fuchen's body were much lesser and much fainter. He stood up and walked out of the black wave. Human, die. The void giant wolf opened its mouth and bit over. Get lost. After enlarging his body, Li Fuchen punched the void giant wolf's chin and sent it flying. What is this? The void giant wolf realized that its chin was crumbling and it was unbelievable. Starry sky giant beasts had heaven-defying vitality and were nearly immortal. It was very hard to completely destroy a part of their body. Just as the brain was about to crumble, the void giant wolf circulated its vitality and poured it into the brain. Extinguish. Li Fuchen punched the void giant wolf's chest again. Howl. At this moment, the void giant wolf's head had already recovered completely. When it saw its chest crumbling again, it couldn't help but roar with rage. The horrific sound wave sent Li Fuchen flying. Run! Without any hesitation, the void giant wolf turned around and started to escape. It wasn't like those low-class starry sky giant beasts that had low spirit wisdom. As a high-class starry sky giant beast, its spirit wisdom wasn't inferior to intelligent races. You sure run fast. Li Fuchen smiled and continued to cultivate the hand of calamity. As the days passed by, the calamity scars on Li Fuchen's body were gradually vanishing and fading. It meant that he was gradually controlling the calamity power. At the same moment, the calamity scars in the depths of his spirit soul were getting deeper and were even emitting a faint glow. Calamity power is so mystical. On this day, Li Fuqian opened his eyes and his face was brimming with a warm and sunny smile. He didn't expect for the calamity power to contain karma. He would be able to sense anything that was related to him. He would be able to predict any danger in advance. It was truly unbelievable. The hand of God is so powerful. I wonder how the owner of the hand of God was killed. Chapter 978. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuqian's figure burst out at a speed that was at least 10 million times the speed of light. It also meant that in just 1 or 2 breaths, Li Fuqian would be able to travel 1 light year. Too fast. Li Fuqian couldn't feel any resistance. In the face of the powerful calamity power, even time and space had collapsed, there wasn't any resistance. 1 hour later, Li Fuqian arrived at the vicinity of the deep blue plain and waited quietly. Boom! The void melted and 3 figures with purple flames appeared in front of Li Fuqian. You knew we were coming. Zhu Guangming had a change of expression. This is the helper that you invited? Li Fuqian's eyes landed on the elder with an ancient-looking face. The elder was wearing a purple robe and looked like a leisurely wild crane. But Li Fuqian knew that this was just a facade. From the elder's qi presence, Li Fuqian could feel the heat and dominance. This old man is the purple flame ancestor. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance. The purple flame ancestor didn't put Li Fuqian in his eyes. From Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch, he found out that Li Fuqian's strength was only at the level of a first-grade Heaven Monarch. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as surrender. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuqian had cultivated the hand of calamity, even if he didn't, Li Fuqian was confident that he could escape unscathed. I hope you will still be so stubborn later. The purple flame ancestor didn't waste his breath and shot a purple flame at Li Fuqian with his left eye. Blaze! It was just a fist-sized purple flame, but when it approached Li Fuqian, it turned into a surging sea of flames. Li Fuqian could clearly see countless blazing fire spirits roaring and charging in the sea of flames. It was obvious that the purple flame ancestor's fire Tao didn't just reach the primal chaos realm, it was even further advanced and was able to create the primal chaos and use the fire Tao to evolve a world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuqian intentionally wanted to see the difference between his sword Tao and the purple flame ancestor's fire Tao, therefore, he executed a sword move. Bang bang! When the sea of flames clashed with the sea of swords instantly disintegrated and was constantly pushed back. The sword Tao is actually at this stage. The purple flame ancestor was rather astonished. Li Fuqian's sword Tao was obviously at the stage of evolving a world, but the foundation wasn't firm. Seeing that the sea of flames was approaching, Li Fuqian didn't hide anymore and blasted a fist at the sea of flames. Puff! Under Li Fuqian's fist, the sea of flames vanished like an illusion. Impossible! Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Lord Black Lotus eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Zi Yan was a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch. Even if he didn't use his full strength, a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to contest against him. At least, Zhu Guangming believed that if he was in Li Fuqian's shoes, he would have already escaped with severe injuries. Could it be that he hid his strength last time? That's not right. Why would he hide it? Could it be that he doesn't want to fall out with the Zhu family? The more Zhu Guangming thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility was very high. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Li Fuqian was a little more ruthless, he would probably be dead the last time. Something's wrong. Patriarch Zi Yan glared at Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Monarch Black Lotus, feeling a little unhappy. How could they be first-class Heavenly Monarchs? They were obviously City Lord Heavenly Monarchs, and they were not weak even among City Lord Heavenly Monarchs. Purple Flame Sky Collapse. Even though Patriarch Zi Yan knew that Li Fuqian wasn't easy to deal with, he didn't wish to return empty-handed. He had to at least test Li Fuqian's bottom line. Boundless purple flames gathered in front of Patriarch Zi Yan. With a wave of his hand, a giant purple flame sphere was blasted at Li Fuchen. This purple flame sphere gathered too much purple flames. Once it was launched, time and space were burned into nothingness. It had the intention of a star region heavenly monarch destroying the universe's laws. Just in time. Li Fuchen cleaved at the purple flame sphere with his palm. Crackle. The purple flame sphere split open and immediately disintegrated. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's calamity power was also depleted. Young friend's strength, this old man has misjudged. Patriarch Ziyan withdrew his hand and stood still, not making another move. At their level, unless a star region heavenly monarch made a move, their lives wouldn't be in danger. This Li is also in admiration of your fire Dao. This was Li Fuchen's first official exchange moves with a city lord heavenly monarch, and he had benefited greatly. Young friend, don't worry. I will not look for trouble with you anymore. Let's go. Patriarch Ziyan waved his hand and expanded the purple flames. He then carried Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heavenly Monarch into the void. Elder Ziyan, this child is so powerful and is probably hiding a shocking secret. Should we ask the Doyen to make a move? The Zhu clan's Doyen that Zhu Guangming mentioned were all star region heavenly monarchs. This group of Doyen were the true upper echelons of the Zhu clan. Patriarch Ziyan reprimanded, do you need the Doyen to make a move for everything? Do you think the Zhu clan can make a decision for you? I don't dare. Zhu Guangming's expression turned stiff. Let's just forget about this matter. This child isn't as simple as he looks. He might have a powerful backer. The Zhu clan might not be afraid of any factions, but there is no need to make enemies. A plane wasn't worth such a huge risk. It seems like I have to pay attention to the Zhu clan. Li Fuchen found out from Zhu Hongxiu that the Zhu clan was one of the pinnacle factions in the universe. The highest power was the Doyen Assembly. The members of the Doyen Assembly were all star region heavenly monarchs. Below them were the numerous elders. Li Fuchen didn't even need to guess to know that the elder earlier should be one of the Zhu clan's elders. Of course, Li Fuchen would deal with the situation as he wasn't too fearful of the Zhu clan. After cultivating the Hand of Calamity, he already possessed the Myriad Calamity immortal body. Even if a star region heavenly monarch made a move, they wouldn't be able to injure him. Only those elite star region heavenly monarchs would be able to injure him. Apart from that, Li Fuchen who possessed the calamity power could sense danger in advance and could also sense karma. For example, if Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heavenly Monarch had formed karma with him, he would be able to sense their movements in advance. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, the Myriad Calamity immortal body wasn't as simple as being indestructible. After all, it was only relatively speaking. If he encountered an enemy that was thousands or 10,000 times stronger than him, he would still be turned into ashes. The Myriad Calamity immortal body should also have the effect of avoiding calamities. It also meant that when a huge danger was approaching, the cultivator would be able to sense it in advance and leave calmly. Of course, nothing was absolute. Even with the Myriad Calamity immortal body, it didn't mean that everything would be resolved once and for all. What if there was a reason that made one unable to retreat despite knowing that danger was approaching? What should one do? What if the enemy had a heaven-defying method to isolate the calamity power? What should one do? If the Myriad Calamity immortal body could resolve everything once and for all, the previous hand of God wouldn't have perished. In the vast universe, strength is everything. The Hand of Calamity and the Myriad Calamity immortal body can only be used as a method and cannot be relied on. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the Sword Dao was the foundation. Chapter 979. Prism Light Star Area, Prism Light Valley. This was the most dangerous place in the Prism Light Star region. The time and space here were chaotic, and countless layers of time and space were stacked together. Even a City Lord class Heaven Monarch could get lost in here if they were not careful. The prismatic light valley produced prismatic gemstones, and any prismatic gemstone was worth billions of supreme-grade spirit stones. If one was lucky enough to obtain a prismatic stone mother, even a heaven lord at the city lord level would be rich. A prismatic stone mother was worth at least 1 trillion supreme-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen came here to look for prismatic gems, not only because of the value of the prismatic gems, but also because of their effects. Prismatic gems contained the power of the origin of time, and prismatic mother stones contained the essence of the origin of time. They could be said to be supreme treasures of the universe. In the universe, there were far too few things that could be called universe treasures. Although the prismatic stone mother could only be considered the lowest grade universe treasure. In the void, beams of light intertwined with each other. Each of these beams of light represented a layer of spacetime. When two beams of light intertwined with each other, it would form a disordered spacetime. The more beams of light intertwined, the more disordered the spacetime would be. If there were hundreds or thousands of beams of light intertwining with each other, even a city lord heaven monarch would be lost. In the depths of the prism light valley, countless rays of light interweaved. It was billions of times more complicated than the most complicated spider web. Light heavenly monarch, are you sure there are prismatic stone mothers here? An old man with whirlpool-like eyes said suspiciously. Heavenly Lord Maelstrom, with my attainments in the Tao of Light, I'm 100% sure that there is the aura of the prismatic stone mother here. The light heavenly lord closed his eyes, and his body emitted a misty white light that illuminated the past and present. Light heavenly lord, according to our agreement, after we obtain the mother prismatic stones, heavenly lord Maelstrom and I will split it equally, and you will have the other half. A beautiful woman wearing a translucent gauze dress said seriously. No problem. The light heavenly monarch nodded. Hearing this, the beautiful woman and heavenly lord Maelstrom exchanged a look. The two of them didn't really trust the light heavenly monarch, but they were very eager to obtain the prismatic stone mother. They decided that if the light heavenly monarch dared to make any strange moves, the two of them would join forces to heavily injure him. In the prism light valley, the light wasn't static, it was changing every moment. As time passed, the interweaving net of light in front of the three of them had already changed millions of times. It has appeared. The white light in the light heavenly monarch's eyes intensified. In front of him, tens of thousands of rays of light overlapped, and a glowing gem was faintly discernible. Blast it out. The light heavenly monarch was the first to shoot out a beam of white light at the glowing gem. Hearing that, Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman also made their moves. The three of them were all City Lord Heaven monarchs, and they were rather powerful existences among the City Lord Heaven monarchs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become city lords. With the three of them working together, the overlapping light rays shattered layer by layer, and the glowing gem gradually became clear. It's not enough. Don't hide it anymore. Use your ultimate move. The light lord of heaven conjured a white light sword in his hand. With a slash of the light sword, at least 1,000 layers of light rays were sliced apart. Seeing this, the vortexes in Heavenly Lord Vortex's eyes started to spin quietly, and everything in front of him collapsed and rolled. Destructive storm. A pair of sparkling and translucent wings condensed behind the beautiful woman. With a flap of the wings, a terrifying storm wreaked havoc and destroyed everything in its path. Soon. In his line of sight, the prism stone became much clearer, and the light lord of heaven's eyes were fervent. As an ultimate treasure of the universe, the prism stone contained the essence of the origin of time, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. Once he got it, he could save countless years of hard work, and there was a high chance that he would reach the star sector level in the future. Of course, he had to get a complete one, and not just half. Poof! The last layer of light shattered, and the prism stone was completely exposed to the three of them. Light Lord of Heaven, don't even think about it. Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman were enraged, and they attacked the white light together. They had originally agreed that no one could touch the prism stone alone, but the light Lord of Heaven had broken the oath. The white light that the Light Lord of Heaven turned into was too fast. By the time the two of them attacked, it was already too late, and the prism stone had fallen into the Light Lord of Heaven's hands. Just stay here obediently. The Light Lord of Heaven raised the prism stone high, and countless rays of light shrouded the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman. The prism stone had the innate ability to control the light in the prism valley. Oh no! The two of them were shocked. Once they were shrouded by so many rays of light, they would definitely be lost in the endless spacetime. The Lord of Heaven Maelstrom waved his hand, and a mirror floated in front of him. The mirror enlarged, and a large amount of light was reflected. A colorful pearl also appeared in the beautiful woman's hand. This colorful pearl was quite mystical, and it automatically emitted a circle of colorful light, protecting the beautiful woman and the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom. However, as more and more rays of light shrouded them, the pressure on the two also increased. The surface of the mirror in front of the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom even cracked, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. Light Lord of Heaven, you will suffer the backlash of the heavenly law if you break the oath. Aren't you afraid? The beautiful woman yelled. The Light Lord of Heaven smiled and said, Lord of Heaven Spirit Feather, you and I both know that at our level, we have basically reached the peak. It is extremely difficult to advance further. Therefore, even if my Tao heart is damaged, I will not give up this opportunity. Now, if you swear not to attack me again, I might let you go. Light Lord of Heaven, do you think we will still believe you? How could the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom not know that Li Fuqian made them swear to prevent future troubles? Chapter 980. Go! The three of them attacked Li Fuqian in unison. Alright, I can test the myriad calamity immortal body. Li Fuqian didn't dodge and forcefully withstood the trio's attack. The first to arrive was the Radiance Heaven Monarch's light sword Qi. When the light sword Qi slashed across Li Fuqian's body, there was a burst of sparks. Immediately after, it was the Vortex Heaven Monarch's distorted whirlpool power, followed by the Spirit Feather Heaven Monarch's annihilation storm. It was a pity that when the two attacks made contact with Li Fuqian's body, they would immediately disperse and wouldn't pose any threat. What? The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a City Lord Heaven Monarch who specialized in body refinement wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of three people with just his body. Who are you? The Light Heavenly Monarch bellowed. Who I am isn't that important. After confirming that the 10,000 Calamity Immortal body could disregard attacks from City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, Li Fuqian was completely at ease. You forced me to do this, Light of Creation. The light on the Light Lord of Heaven's body became more and more intense, and the scene of the world's creation appeared. Open. The light sword in the Radiance Heaven Monarch's hand was 1,000 times more powerful as he slashed at Li Fuqian. Burning his bloodline? Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather were shocked. Burning one's bloodline would cause irreversible damage. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would choose to do so. Correspondingly, burning one's bloodline could make a Lord of Heaven 10 times more powerful. Dang! The light sword ruthlessly cleaved at Li Fuqian's head, causing sparks to fly. You're not injured. Heavenly Lord Maelstrom almost bit his own tongue, while Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather's eyes widened. Alright, I don't have time to play with you guys. Goodbye. Li Fuqian didn't fear the trio's attacks, but he couldn't do anything to them. With a flash, he broke through the air and left. The Light Heavenly Monarch did not give chase. Instead, he dispersed the light sword in his hand. The other party's defense was too strong, so strong that it left him in despair. Even after burning his bloodline, he was still unable to harm the other party in the slightest. How was he supposed to fight? I've finally obtained the Prism Stone Mother. Along the way, Li Fuqian took out the Prismatic Stone Mother and was rather curious. As a supreme treasure of the universe, the Prismatic Stone Mother's value was secondary. Its effects could be said to be heaven-defying. Legend had it that the prismatic stone mother could reverse time and resurrect a person who had just died. If it was used in conjunction with the formation, it could control the flow of time within the formation. It could be said that a prismatic stone mother had solved many of his worries. Perhaps, I can also cultivate the spacetime Tao. Li Fuqian already had a firm foundation in the void Tao. With the prism stone mother in the time Tao, Li Fuqian believed that it wouldn't be a problem to catch up to the void Tao. In the universe, many heavenly lords would choose to cultivate spacetime. As expected of a prismatic mother. After returning to the deep blue plane, Li Fuqian first took out the prismatic gem to comprehend the time source power. After his progress slowed down, he took out the prismatic gem mother to comprehend the time source essence. In just half a month, Li Fuqian's time Tao had reached the same level as the void Tao from the foundation stage. Birth. In front of a small tree, Li Fuqian waved his hand and the flow of time in the area where the small tree was located increased drastically. Hua hua hua, the small tree grew at an alarming rate. Soon, it grew from a small tree that was only half the height of a person to a tree that was several people tall. However, at the same time, the surrounding land and vegetation began to wither, as if all the nutrients had been absorbed by the small tree. Reverse. Li Fuqian waved his hand again and the area where the tree was had a rapid decrease in the flow of time. Finally, it started to reverse, but the degree of reversal was much lower. Seeing that the tree that was several people tall was getting shorter, Li Fuqian sighed and withdrew the time power. The time Tao was too terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, the current Li Fuqian was no different from a god. Of course, Li Fuqian also knew that the time Tao would have different effects on different targets. For an ordinary small tree like this, it was naturally easy to control its growth speed. But if it was a tree with extremely high levels of energy, it would be rather difficult to control its growth speed. For example, the current Li Fuqian could easily cause a normal person to age or revive. But if the target was a heavenly lord, it wouldn't have any effect. If the target was a saint lord, it would only cause the saint lord to age by a few hundred or a few thousand years and it wouldn't be fatal. This was mainly because Li Fuqian's time Tao hadn't reached the supreme level yet. Only after reaching the supreme level would it be effective on heavenly lords. I wonder how terrifying the Time Sand Heaven Lord's time ability is. The Time Sand Heaven Lord's time ability was derived from the Sand Tao. It might be inferior to a City Lord class Heaven Lord that specialized in the Time Tao, but it was still rather terrifying. Time and spatial are inseparable. In order to walk further on the Time Tao, I have to fuse the spatial Tao, which is also the void Tao. Li Fuqian's perception was heaven-defying and was able to fuse the time power and spatial power together to form the power of time and space. Li Fuqian realized that it was much easier to use the power of time and spatial power to control the growth of trees. The influence on the surroundings was also much smaller. Now, I can test the effect of the prism stone mother. Li Fuqian took out the prism stone mother and poured in the power of time and space. Immediately after, Li Fuqian entered a kaleidoscope-like independent spatial zone. There were dreamy radiances that were intertwining. Speed up. Li Fuqian murmured and the time flow in the independent spatial zone changed from 1 to 100, 1. Speed up again. It then changed from 100, 1 to 1000, 1. It also meant that 1 year in the outside world would be 1000 years inside. This would definitely be very shocking. After all, Li Fuqian was a City Lord class Heaven Lord and not an ordinary person. If he could accelerate the time of a City Lord class Heaven Lord by 1000 times, he would probably be able to accelerate the time of an ordinary person by 1,000,000,000,000 times. Of course, an ordinary person's lifespan was limited and it didn't matter how much time was accelerated. Only people like Li Fuqian who had an unlimited lifespan would accelerate the time. Continue to accelerate. Li Fuqian pushed the prism stone mother to the limits. Buzz. The independent spatial zone shook and the time flow was accelerated to 10,000 times in the outside world. Li Fuqian had a feeling that this was the limit of the prism stone mother. After all, he was a City Lord class Heaven Lord and the energy level was too high. I wonder how is the cultivation effect? Li Fuchen started to deduce the glorious sword art. 10 days in the outside world was 273 years inside. Supreme glory. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, an extremely glorious sword light rushed out and broke through the independent spatial zone. This feeling. While bathing in the sunlight, Li Fuchen felt a huge amount of glorious sword Dao source power descending from the sky and fusing into the glorious sword Dao bloodline. Chapter 981. This is the Supreme Bloodline. As a large amount of glorious sword Dao source power and a small amount of glorious sword Dao source essence fused into the glorious sword Dao bloodline, Li Fuchen felt that his sword Dao Qi presence had increased by more than a few thousand times. The glorious sword Dao bloodline in his body was like a small glowing dragon that was squirming and radiating with astounding vitality. The Supreme Bloodline was actually equivalent to a small-scale source. A small-scale source was very significant. As long as the burst of power didn't exceed the production limit of the small-scale source, Li Fuchen's power would be endless. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 10,000 or 100,000 years. Of course, this was only in theory. If Li Fuchen was to fight for 10,000 or 100,000 years, it was hard to guarantee that the bloodline wouldn't collapse. Even if the bloodline didn't collapse, his spirit and body would probably collapse. My current sword Dao strength should be at the pinnacle among the City Lord class heavenly monarchs. Li Fuchen could feel that his sword Dao strength had surpassed his body refinement strength and his body refinement strength wasn't weak at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to snatch the prismatic stone mother from the Radiance Heaven monarch. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and sensed the changes brought by the Supreme Bloodline. Firstly, Li Fuchen felt that his vitality was several times more vigorous. Every inch of his flesh was brimming with surging vitality. Of course, after cultivating the Hand of Calamity, vitality wasn't that important anymore. With the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's vitality wouldn't be depleted. Just like a star region heavenly monarch, he was immortal and had the same lifespan as the heavens. Secondly, the Supreme Bloodline allowed Li Fuchen's body to constantly emit a prowess. This prowess was supreme and unless Li Fuchen executed his spirit soul talent to conceal it, it wouldn't dissipate. If the previous Li Fuchen might be suspected to be a heavenly monarch, now that Li Fuchen walked out, no one would doubt if he was a heavenly monarch. They would only doubt if he was a City Lord class heavenly monarch. After all, Li Fuchen's prowess was too intense. Finally, Li Fuchen sensed that in the depths of the Supreme Bloodline, there was a hole. The glorious sword Dao source power was constantly surging out from the hole. It turns out that this is the crux of the heavenly monarch's endless power. Li Fuchen understood. It was obvious that the glorious sword Dao bloodline was connected to the glorious sword Dao source in the outside world and would constantly be replenished. This was similar to a super first-rate extremity cultivation technique. When Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique reached the super first-rate extremity, it was able to connect to the sword Dao source. However, the difference was that the former's hole was larger and replenished faster. Of course, the reason why a Supreme Bloodline was called a Supreme Bloodline was not only because it could connect to the origin source of the outside world, but also because it could continuously recover energy. It was just that the recovered energy was not origin source energy, but was compatible with the cultivator's energy. Simply put, origin energy was the highest form of power. A cultivator's power was diluted from origin energy. Therefore, a bit of glorious sword Dao origin power could be diluted into a large amount of glorious sword Dao power. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Obtaining the prismatic stone was definitely a great opportunity for him. If he didn't have the prismatic stone, he would need at least 200 years to raise the glorious sword art to the supreme level. Now, he only needed 10 days. I wonder how much the Light Heaven Monarch hates me now. The more precious the prismatic stone mother was, the more important it was to the Light Heaven Monarch. Perhaps, the Light Heaven Monarch was planning to use the Prismatic Stone Mother to break through to the Star Region Heaven Monarch. While sizing up the Prismatic Stone Mother, Li Fuqian suddenly raised his brows. The time source essence seems to have been consumed a little. Only Li Fuqian's spirit soul power could easily detect it. If it was someone else, they would probably need to do it multiple times before noticing. That's true. Everything has to be balanced. The Prismatic Stone Mother's time source essence isn't limitless and will naturally be consumed. Li Fuqian was only shocked for a moment before returning to normal. In for a penny, in for a pound. I might as well break through to the primary extreme sword art too. The primary extreme sword art wasn't the glorious sword art. Once Li Fuqian broke through, his strength would reach the Star Region Heaven Monarch's level. By then, the universe would truly be vast and he would be able to roam freely. As for demigods, how many demigods were there in the universe? Furthermore, Li Fuqian found out from the other heaven monarchs that demigods rarely appeared. It seemed like after becoming a demigod, there would be a better place to go. Li Fuqian activated the Prismatic Stone Mother and accelerated time to 10,000 times in the outside world. He then started to deduce the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. In the past, Li Fuqian didn't create the third move of the glorious sword art and the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. It wasn't because he couldn't create them, but he felt that it wasn't necessary. Sword art moves were about quality and not quantity. There were times when a single move was enough to dominate the world. It wasn't interesting to create similar sword moves. However, it was different to upgrade the sword art to the supreme level. Li Fuqian required a new sword move to connect the previous move and to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study. As such, he was able to create the third move of the glorious sword art, Supreme Glory. This move didn't just fuse the quintessence of meteor fall and radiance, it had also opened up a new door. If the primary extreme sword art wanted to break through and improve, Li Fuqian had to create the fourth move. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of the eye, 1 month had passed in the outside world and 821 years had passed in the prism spatial zone. Origin return sword form. Li Fuqian drew in the air with his right index and middle fingers and a row of simple and pure swords appeared. These swords weren't real swords, but they were more intrinsic than real swords. Because they were the true form of swords, they were the materialization of sword Tao. Boom! Before the sword form was executed, the entire universe's law had already been destroyed. Similar to the glorious sword Tao bloodline, when Li Fuqian created the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art, a large amount of sword Tao source power and sword Tao source essence descended from the sky and fused into Li Fuqian's primary extreme sword Tao bloodline. There was too much sword Tao source power and it was more than 100 times more than when the glorious sword art broke through. The sword Tao source essence was more than 1,000 times more. Correspondingly, the primary extreme sword Tao bloodline that had reached the supreme level was naturally several times stronger than the glorious sword Tao bloodline. The hole in the depths of the bloodline was also several times bigger. The primitive and simple sword Tao source power and sword Tao source essence were flowing out. It is too mystical. Li Fuqian felt as though he had become the center of the universe. As he breathed, there was a sword Tao presence. It felt as though he was the representative of the sword Tao and the ruler of the sword Tao. Li Fuqian naturally knew that this was a misconception. His body contained too much sword Tao source essence. Each of his actions would resonate with the universe's sword Tao source. In the depths of the horizontal river star region, the horizontal river primogenitor suddenly opened his eyes. Someone broke through to the star region class heaven monarch. Who is it? Is it the 100-Flower Empress? In his opinion, the 100-Flower Empress was the closest to the Star Region class heaven monarch. Everyone else was slightly lacking. However, he didn't dare to be certain. It was mainly because he sensed the sword intent earlier. He reckoned that the 100-Flower Empress must have had some fated encounter on the sword Tao to upgrade the 100-Flower sword art to the Star Region class. It wasn't her main Tao of withering and flourishing. I shall go congratulate her first. The horizontal river primogenitor stood up and rushed towards the 100-flower city. P.S. I will try my best to find my form and update as much as I can. As for why I don't update at times, other than being in a bad state, the biggest reason is chronic enteritis. This illness, as I understand it, has become a sore point for me. It's almost impossible to treat. It doesn't care about your life, but it can cause you to suffer. Right now, I'm so skinny that I don't even look human. I haven't had a good meal in the past 2 months. Chapter 982. It actually consumes so much. After inspecting the Prism Stone Mother, Li Fuchen was surprised to realize that the time source essence consumed by the Prism Stone Mother was actually a few hundred times more than before. It seems like the time source essence consumption rate of the Prism Stone Mother isn't just related to the duration of activation, it is also related to the cultivation of the martial art. After the Radiance Sword Art broke through, it was only a City Lord class sword art and naturally couldn't compare with the primary extreme sword art that reached the Star Field class. The difference between the two was too great. But it doesn't matter. This Prism Stone Mother is useless to me now. Accelerating time for a City Lord class Heaven Monarch by 10,000 times and accelerating time for a Star Field class Heaven Monarch by 10,000 times were two completely different concepts. Li Fuchen had an intuition that if he continued to use the Prism Stone Mother to accelerate time, he would only be able to last 1 or 2 days before the time source essence would be exhausted. It was meaningless. Before the primary extreme sword art broke through, Li Fuchen tried to improve the Hand of Calamity and the Time-Space Dao, but it was a pity that it didn't work. The Calamity power was too tyrannical and could easily destroy the structure of time and space. Time couldn't be accelerated and the time-space Dao couldn't be comprehended and improved under the accelerated time. Ancient Stone Star Region, Ancient Stone City. In this place, the Sand Heaven Lord was a godlike existence and his ruling power was at least 10 or 100 times stronger than regular Universe City Lords. In the depths of the Ancient Stone City's time-space, there was a prison. This prison was the dreadful Time Prison. This is the Time Prison. Li Fuchen walked out from the depths of the time-space and in front of him was an ancient bronze door. In front of the bronze door, there was a large hourglass. However, the sand at the top of the hourglass would never decrease. It felt as though every time the sand decreased, it would be replenished. Such a brilliant time law. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Li Fuchen didn't push open the bronze door and simply walk through it. With the Calamity power, he could completely ignore the Time Prison's law barrier. Unless the law barrier's strength surpassed his Calamity power, it wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the instant he entered, the Sand Heaven Lord probably sensed it. The Time Prison was separated into 9 floors and each floor had countless smaller prisons. These prisons were not prisons in the traditional sense. Instead, they were scenes. There were scenes of towns, villages, battle scenes, adventure scenes. On the 2nd floor, there was a village scene. Li Fuchen was strolling on the small path of the village and the villagers ignored him. Interesting. Li Fuchen noticed that most of the villagers here had a natural expression. Only a few of them had expressions of numbness, pain, and madness. It's so painful. When will it end? All of you, die. Suddenly, a villager with a crazed expression wielded a chopping knife and started a massacre. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Screams and cries for help rang out incessantly. Soon, the village quieted down. Other than a few villagers who ran out of the village, all the villagers were lying in pools of blood, their eyes wide open. Haha, haha, Heavenly Lord of Time, I, the Master of Sacred Flame, will never submit. The killer threw his head back and laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad. As the sun set in the west, darkness enveloped the land. Soon, the darkness dissipated and morning arrived. All of the villagers appeared unharmed. There were no bloodstains or corpses on the streets. It was as if everything that had happened yesterday was just a dream. It's here again, it's here again. Kill. The killer went on a killing spree again. The cycle of time. This day repeats itself forever. So that's how it is. Seeing all of this, Li Fuqian understood everything clearly. The time prison was a world of its own. This world's time law was completely controlled by the Heavenly Lord of Time. Once imprisoned, one would have to endure the torture day after day until they became numb and lost their memories. May I know what business do you have here? It was unknown when a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe appeared beside Li Fuqian. The middle-aged man's gray robe seemed to be weaved with sand and the edges were constantly drifting with sand. I just wished to witness the marvel of the time prison. Li Fuqian turned around and smiled. Oh, since you are interested, why don't you go to the 9th floor? That is where the essence of the time prison lies. The middle-aged man extended his hand and invited. Please lead the way. Li Fuqian nodded. In response, the middle-aged man waved his hand and the scene of the village vanished. The duo arrived at a sand city that was filled with fog. Li Fuqian turned his head and realized that the middle-aged man had vanished. Are you trying to trap me here? Li Fuqian raised his brows. In the sky above the sand city, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a cup of fine wine appeared in his hand. If my time prison is so easy to break through, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. So what if you are a star domain class Heavenly Lord? As long as you aren't a top-notch star domain class Heavenly Lord, it is impossible for you to leave the 9th floor freely. The Heavenly Lord of Time could naturally see that Li Fuqian was a star domain class Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to break into the time prison so easily. But he was certain that Li Fuqian wasn't a top-notch star domain class Heavenly Lord. If Li Fuqian was a top-notch star domain class Heavenly Lord, it would be rather easy to enter the time prison silently. As long as it wasn't a top-notch star domain class Heavenly Lord, the Heavenly Lord of Time had nothing to fear. If Li Fuqian was outside, the Heavenly Lord of Time wouldn't be able to deal with him. But if Li Fuqian took the initiative to enter the 9th floor of the time prison, it was the same as entering the Heavenly Lord of Time's home ground. After drinking a cup of fine wine, the Heavenly Lord of Time looked at Li Fuqian leisurely. Li Fuqian walked quickly in the Sand City, but the Sand City was very huge. After walking for a long time, Li Fuqian wasn't able to walk out of the Sand City. Interesting. It is said that the Heavenly Lord of Time's time ability is derived from the Sand Tao. This Sand City should be the masterpiece of his life. If Li Fuqian wanted to leave the 9th floor, he could do so at any time. His spirit soul power was combined with the calamity power and he believed that he could counter all laws. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him and the difference in strength was insurmountable. However, the reason why Li Fuqian came to the time prison wasn't because he was bored. He wanted to study the time Tao, therefore, there wasn't a need to be in a hurry to leave. In Li Fuqian's eyes, this time prison was filled with the mysteries of time. It would be a pity if he didn't comprehend it. Li Fuqian stopped walking and sat cross-legged. His spirit soul power permeated into the depths of the time prison structure and rapidly absorbed the essence. Is this the true meaning of time? Previously, Li Fuqian might have comprehended the time source essence within the prismatic stone jellyfish, but the time source essence was too profound. Just comprehending it at the beginning would allow him to increase the level of the time Tao. But if he wanted to increase the level quickly, it wasn't possible. He had to slowly dissect it. It was just like a child learning the principles of life. Due to the age, the child would only be able to learn some superficial knowledge and wouldn't be able to comprehend the essence. As compared to the time source essence, the time prison was of a much lower tier. It was just right for Li Fuqian, who was still a child on the time Tao. Wisps of time source power ignored the time prison and descended into Li Fuqian's body. 100 wisps, 200 wisps, he is actually comprehending the time Tao in the time prison. Chapter 983. Time Sandstorm. How could the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch allow Li Fuqian to comprehend the Time Tao? Even if Li Fuqian's Time Tao broke through, it wouldn't be a threat to the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. A sandstorm appeared out of nowhere and engulfed Li Fuqian. You want to destroy my body with the power of the sandstorm? Li Fuqian let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. The sandstorm that Heavenly Monarch of Time controlled was extraordinarily powerful. Every grain of sand contained terrifying power and the power of time distortion. You could withstand the power, but you couldn't withstand the time distortion. It was a pity that Li Fuqian possessed the 10,000 calamity indestructible body. He was invincible and impervious to all techniques. When the sandstorm hit his body, he didn't feel anything at all. It wasn't even an itch. 300 strands, 400 strands. Li Fuqian's progress was astounding. There were 3 reasons why he had improved so quickly. Firstly, Li Fuqian's perception was too powerful. As long as he concentrated on comprehending something, it was impossible for him to not comprehend it. He just needed to spend some time. Secondly, Li Fuqian's strength had already reached the level of a star field class heaven monarch. It might be sword Dao strength, but it allowed Li Fuqian to view everything differently. It felt like he was standing on a strategically advantageous position. Thirdly, the 9th floor of the time prison was the quintessence of the Time Sand Heaven Monarch's time ability. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the marvel within a short period of time. But in front of Li Fuqian's spirit soul power, nothing could hide. Flying sand turning stone. After a few days, when the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch saw that Li Fuqian wasn't injured at all, he immediately activated his kill move. In an instant, the sandstorm intensified by more than 10 times. Large rocks were blown up by the sandstorm and smashed at Li Fuqian. These stones were no ordinary stones. They were time sand stones that could completely erase a person. Bang! The rock smashed onto Li Fuqian's body and shattered. Followed by the second piece, the third, countless rocks were constantly smashing at Li Fuqian and the frequency was getting more and more terrifying. Let's see if you die or not. The Sand Heavenly Monarch was very confident in his own abilities. Although he had only recently broken through to the Star Sector level Heavenly Lord realm, and logically speaking, he was only a relatively weak Star Sector level Heavenly Lord realm, his ability involved time, and the space-time Tao was known as one of the strongest Taos in the universe. 500 strands, 550 strands, 560 strands. After connecting to 580 wisps of time source power, Li Fuqian couldn't connect to another wisp of time source power anymore. Li Fuqian knew that this was his limit. His foundation in the time Tao was too shallow, unlike the sword Tao that cultivated for a long time. Therefore, it was impossible for him to connect to 900 or 1000 strands of time source power. It was already rather terrifying to be able to connect to 580 strands of time source power. The current Li Fuqian's time Tao strength wasn't inferior to grade 4 or 5 heaven monarchs. Once the time Tao reached the supreme level, his strength would be at the pinnacle of a first-grade heaven monarch. Interesting. It's actually a star sector grade powerhouse who has cultivated his body to the star sector grade. After dispersing the sandstorm, the Sand Heavenly Monarch fell into deep thought. In the Tao of body refinement, there were strong and weak points. Defense was naturally one of its strong points. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to break through the defense of a body refinement expert at the same level. There were only 2 ways to defeat them. The first was to trap them. The second was to attack their soul. Since you want to comprehend it, then slowly comprehend it. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch didn't bother about Li Fuqian and left quietly. Sensing that the Sand Heavenly Monarch had left, Li Fuqian took out the prismatic stone mother and started to comprehend the time source essence. A few months later in the outside world, I finally broke through. A large amount of time source power that was mixed with a few wisps of time source essence had descended into Li Fuqian's body. Li Fuqian's time bloodline had rapidly transformed and evolved. As the time bloodline broke through to the supreme bloodline, Li Fuqian's appearance had turned younger. He might still look like a youth, but he looked more delicate and pretty. Apart from that, the age factor in the Qi presence had almost vanished. It also meant that even if Li Fuqian didn't intentionally, others wouldn't be able to detect Li Fuqian's age from his Qi presence. This would definitely save a lot of trouble. As for the rest, it wasn't much. Li Fuqian didn't hope to rely on the Time Dao to fight anyway. The main purpose of cultivating the Time Dao was to assist and save people. Let me take a spin. Li Fuqian didn't immediately leave the time prison. At his level, it was very important to have some fun. Open. Li Fuqian's spirit soul power spread out and he quickly found the flaw of the 9th floor. The hand of calamity burst out and immediately broke the 9th floor's time cycle, allowing Li Fuqian to escape from the 9th floor. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor, in the time prison, the higher one went, the more smaller prisons there were. Each of the smaller prisons were imprisoning a large number of saints. I wonder when will this end? On the 5th floor, Sacred Lord Night Devil felt his memories getting increasingly blurry. The time here was a cycle every day and it had been repeating itself. It was unknown how many times it had repeated itself. If it wasn't for his firm willpower, his memories would have vanished and he would have fallen into oblivion. This is the end. All of a sudden, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice echoed behind Sacred Lord Night Devil. Turning around, Sacred Lord Night Devil was first shocked before he let out a bitter smile and said, "Are you imprisoned here too?" He didn't think that Li Fuqian entered here on his own. This time prison was constructed by the Time Sand Heaven Monarch. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuqian wasn't a Heaven Monarch yet, even if he was, the time prison was imprisoning plenty of Heaven Monarchs. "No, I walked in here on my own." Li Fuqian shook his head. "Are you sure you aren't joking?" Sacred Lord Night Devil was startled. "You will know very soon if I am joking or not." Li Fuqian grabbed the Night Devil's sacred leader and waved his hand, causing the surrounding scenery to vanish. The Night Devil's sacred leader was shocked. He was certain that Li Fuqian had reached the Heaven Monarch level and wasn't a regular Heaven Monarch. Because a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to break the time cycle here. "Other than you, is there anyone else here?" Li Fuqian asked. Although he did not have a deep friendship with the Night Demon Squad, they had formed a team before after all, so it could be considered fate. If it was within his power, he did not mind lending a helping hand. Sacred Lord Night Demon said, "The Night Demon Squad has been disbanded for a long time. Everyone except me has left Ancient Stone City." "Alright, since that's the case, let's go out." Li Fuqian brought the Night Devil's sacred lord to the entrance of the prison. Sand danced in the air, and a figure condensed. It was Heavenly Lord of Time. Not good. Sacred Lord Night Demon's limbs went cold. Li Fuqian looked at the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Time Sand Heavenly Monarch, are you going to make me stay?" "How did you get out?" Heavenly Monarch of Time asked. "I just came out like this." Li Fuqian replied. Taking a deep breath, Heavenly Monarch of Time said, "You may leave." Wise. Li Fuqian left with the Night Devil's sacred lord. Along the way, Sacred Lord Night Devil asked curiously, "Why did he let us go?" "Because he can't do anything to me." While speaking, Li Fuqian struck with a sword finger and a deep sword force passage appeared in the void. "You leave first. The other end of the passage is a few thousand light years away. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch will not be able to find you." "What about you?" Sacred Lord Night Devil guessed something. "I don't like this prison," Li Fuqian said. "Then be careful." Sacred Lord Night Devil knew that he wouldn't be of much help. He turned and walked into the sword force passage. Break. Gathering the calamity power on his right hand, Li Fuqian used his palm blade to cleave at the time prison. Crackle. There was a hole in the time prison and the time cycle was immediately broken. A large number of saints, sacred lords, and even heaven monarchs flew out. "You are courting death." There was a roar that shook time and space. Li Fuchen ignored the furious Time Sand Heavenly Monarch and cleaved at the Time Prison with another palm blade. Since you wish to save them, then I shall kill them all. A horrific sandstorm suddenly extended out. That will depend on if you are capable enough. Chapter 984. The commotion caused by the duo's battle was huge, and a large number of saint monarchs and sacred lords died in the aftermath of their battle. Crack. Making use of the opportunity, Li Fuchen cleaved the Sand Heavenly Monarch into two. However, what splashed out from the wound was not blood, but sand. The flying sand shot towards Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen wasn't worried about getting injured, but he would definitely be hit. His eyes narrowed and two sword lights flew out from his eyes, turning the incoming sand particles into nothingness. Billion clones. Countless Time Sand Heavenly Monarchs attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. This move was unavoidable and unavoidable. Because these countless Heavenly Monarchs of Time came from different time planes, no matter how wide your attack range was, it was impossible to attack all the Heavenly Monarchs of Time at once. Even if you had a powerful defensive secret treasure, it would be useless. There would always be a time plane where you hadn't activated your defensive secret treasure. Interesting. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Li Fuchen grinned. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch had also noticed that this move was ineffective against Li Fuchen. Billions of Time Sand Heavenly Monarch had instantly fused into one when he made contact with Li Fuchen. It was much easier to deal with the Sand Heavenly Monarch. Li Fuchen sent the Sand Heavenly Monarch flying with a single slash. How is that possible? Immunity time. Heavenly Monarch of Time's expression was very ugly. This move was an attack on Li Fuchen from the past, present, and future. Each time level was divided into countless smaller levels. Although he had mastered part of the Chaos Realm after becoming a Heaven Monarch, he had not mastered the entire Chaos Realm. As long as he had not mastered the entire Chaos Realm, he would not be immune to time. But Li Fuchen was immune to it. How could he know that Li Fuchen possessed the myriad calamity immortal body? Unless it was a top-notch Star Region Heaven Monarch or someone above the Star Region Heaven Monarch, all methods would be useless against him. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen had also executed his own sword move. Puff. Several sword images pierced through Time Heavenly Monarch's body, and one of them brought out a small amount of blood. Li Fuchen knew that the Time Sand Heavenly Lord was injured. Unfortunately, for the Sand Heavenly Lord of Time, this injury was probably nothing more than a scratch. The two of them fought for a long time, but they were still unable to do anything to each other. Come to think of it, the two of them had just entered the Star Sector level Heaven Monarch realm not long ago, and their strengths were not that different. It was too difficult to determine a winner. I have no enmity with you. It is fine that you rescued your friend, but why do you have to make things difficult for me? The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch didn't make another move and stared at Li Fuchen with sharp eyes. Li Fuchen said, I think most of these people don't have any grudges with you, right? Isn't it too immoral for you to torture them like this? Morality? It seems that you are a person who likes to fight for justice. Do you know that people like you usually die early? Heaven Monarch of Time frowned. Normally, Heaven Monarchs were rather indifferent. They wouldn't offend another Heaven Monarch for some ants. Normally, even if they were extremely powerful, they wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After all, there were too many things happening in the universe. If they were to meddle in everything, they wouldn't have the time to cultivate. Furthermore, they would easily offend an expert that they couldn't afford to offend. I feel that my life is rather tough, so you don't have to worry about me. Li Fuchen smiled indifferently. If it was within his capabilities, he didn't mind doing some good deeds. Otherwise, what was the point of purely becoming stronger? In Li Fuchen's opinion, those selfish and indifferent people had already gradually lost their humanity and had lost a lot of happiness. Do you think I can't do anything to you? It was unknown when the duo arrived above the Time Sand City. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch raised his hands high and enveloped the Time Sand City with 7 layers of arrays. They were like 7 giant gears that were slowly rotating. 3 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays, 4 layers of low-grade supreme arrays. Li Fuchen was shocked when he saw the grade of the 7 layers of arrays. Generally speaking, mid-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block star domain level heavenly monarchs. But 3 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays were enough to block star domain level heavenly monarchs. When complemented with 4 layers of low-grade supreme arrays, no star domain level heavenly monarchs would have a good time. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could see that among the 7 layers of arrays, 3 of them were actually sealing arrays. In normal situations, the purpose of sealing arrays was to seal existences that couldn't be killed. If you swear to follow me for 1,000,000 years, I can let you go. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch was very confident in the Time Sand City's arrays. The Time Prison was just a tool for him to study the Time Tao. The Time Sand City was his capital to settle down. 1,000,000 years, huh? Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch said, 1,000,000 years isn't considered a long time. You and I are both star domain level heavenly monarchs. As long as we don't die accidentally, our lifespans are endless. A mere 1,000,000 years will pass very quickly. An existence with extremely tough defense was very useful to the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. In the past, when he encountered top-notch star domain level heavenly monarchs, he could only flee. But with Li Fuchen, it was enough for him to fight. If that's the case, it isn't considered a long time. But the prerequisite is that you can seal me. If you can't seal me, why should I follow you for 1,000,000 years? Li Fuchen yelled out and emitted calamity power. Bang bang. Any existence that made contact with the calamity power would be turned into nothingness. Alright, then I shall let you witness my ability. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch waved his hand and a boundless sealing power surged at Li Fuchen. After close to 5 days, Li Fuchen's calamity power had been greatly depleted. His hand of calamity was only at the initial stage and was equivalent to a city lord. Therefore, even if the hand of calamity was profound and tyrannical and could break all laws, it was still insufficient in the face of the difference in cultivation levels. If his hand of calamity was at the middle stage, he would be able to break this sealing array in a few moves. There is a limit to one's strength. Do you really think you can defeat an array? The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch sneered. I shall break it for you to see now. The sealing array was indeed hard to deal with. Even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul force could see through it, he wouldn't be able to break it within a short period of time. But after close to 5 days of observation, Li Fuchen was already 90% confident. Clang! The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen executed the origin return sword form and slashed at the void. That was where the 7 layers of arrays were combining. It was fleeting and every time it was combined, the next time would take 7 times longer. The first time was 2 hours, the second time was 14 hours, and the third time was 48 hours. If Li Fuchen couldn't see through the array, the further he went, the slimmer the chances of breaking the array. If he wasn't careful, he might be sealed for the rest of his life. Crackle! In between the gears, it felt as though a piece of metal was stuck. The 7 layers of arrays stopped for a split second and this split second was enough for Li Fuchen to fly out of the array. I have learned something. Li Fuchen admitted that he had underestimated the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. Be it the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch's individual strength or foundation, he wasn't someone the Divine Leaf City Lord could compare with. Back then, the Divine Leaf City Lord was able to block the Blood Axe Heavenly Monarch for a period of time, let alone the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. You won't have the chance next time. Chapter 985. After staying in the deep blue plain for a period of time, Li Fuchen returned to the Divine Leaf City. Just like before, godly Leaf City was still under the rule of Imperial Lord Sanguine Axe. Everyone knew that with the leaves of the World Tree, it would be a long time before Imperial Lord Sanguine Axe left. He might even treat this place as his headquarters. Heavenly Lord Ung, you? At the Swordsman Guild, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch didn't feel anything when he first saw Li Fuqian. But when he took a second glance, he was stunned. You reached the Star Sector grade. Heavenly Lord Bai Hong's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. If he hadn't seen a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch before, he would only think that Li Fuqian was a city lord. But he had seen a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch and had a rough understanding of the chi presence of a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch. Li Fuqian's chi presence wasn't considered strong among the Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs, but it wasn't weak either. However, how many years had it been? How did Li Fuqian advance from a first-grade Heaven Monarch to a Star Domain Heaven Monarch? Normally speaking, it would take at least a few million or tens of millions of years. This was also when one had the potential of a Star Domain Heaven Monarch or had heaven-defying fated encounters. Otherwise, it would take a few 100 million years to step into this realm. Yes. Li Fuqian nodded. He didn't intend to conceal his strength. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly conceal it either. He couldn't always conceal his chi presence as it would be too tiring. In just a short moment, the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch had also arrived. After knowing that Li Fuqian had already progressed to the Star Field realm, the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch's performance wasn't any better than the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. That was a Star Sector-level Heavenly Lord. He was an invincible overlord in any star region. Even in the entire universe, he was a high-end combat force. Now I should call you Emperor Ung, Heavenly Monarch Sword-Wind said. In the universe, Star Sector-level Heavenly Monarchs were usually called Emperor Lords. Only very ancient Star Sector-level Heavenly Monarchs were called Primogenitors. For example, Primogenitor Hung He was a very ancient and powerful Star Sector-level Heavenly Monarch. There were very few people who knew that Li Fuqian had become a Star Field-class Heaven Monarch. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch and the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch didn't dare to casually leak this information. Time flew by. I have finally reached the 8th level of Unity Realm. Ever since the primary extreme sword technique reached the super first-rate extremity, Li Fuqian's cultivation speed was very fast. But no matter how fast it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation level every few years. After all, it wasn't as simple as accumulating chi and sword energy, it was a qualitative improvement. Li Fuqian might be a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch now, but in terms of quality, he was still far inferior to other Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs. If he didn't have the Myriad Tribulation immortal body, he might be the one to die at the end. Therefore, the most urgent matter at hand was to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Unity Realm or even the perfection of the Unity Realm. Perhaps I can trade for some God Leaf juice from Emperor Blood Axe. Others might be afraid of the Blood Axe Emperor, but Li Fuqian didn't need to be afraid. Primary Extreme Emperor, you are Monarch Silksnow's friend. So what if I give you some divine leaf juice? Inside the City Lord residence, the Blood Axe Monarch waved his hand and sent a spatial ring to Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian took a look and saw that it was filled with a small pond of divine leaf juice. If it was converted to peak-grade spirit stones, it would be at least 1 billion and it might even reach 10 billion. This is too precious. Li Fuqian frowned. Favors were the hardest to repay. He would rather make a fair trade with the Blood Axe Monarch as he would at most owe him a small favor. Primary Extreme Emperor, don't misunderstand. You are now an honorable emperor and these items are nothing to you. Unless Primary Extreme Emperor doesn't wish to befriend me, the Blood Axe Monarch. There were two reasons why the Blood Axe Monarch valued Li Fuqian so much. Firstly, Li Fuqian had a close relationship with Monarch Silksnow and Monarch Silksnow was an undying son and had a much higher status than the Blood Axe Monarch. Secondly, Li Fuqian was a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch and was also a member of the Swordsman Guild. The Blood Axe Monarch was still willing to befriend Li Fuqian. Since he controlled the divine leaf city, he could have as much god leaf juice as he wanted. Since that is the case, this Li shall accept the offer. Li Fuqian decided to treat the Blood Axe Monarch as an ordinary friend. In Li Fuqian's opinion, the Blood Axe Monarch was at most a normal friend. The Blood Axe Monarch's conduct was overly tyrannical and bloodthirsty. It wasn't suitable to befriend him. With sufficient god leaf juice, Li Fuqian's cultivation progressed rapidly. Half a year later, he reached the 9th level of Soul Unity Realm. 3 years later, he reached the perfection level of Soul Unity Realm. At this point, Li Fuqian had basically reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. If he wanted to progress further in the future, it would be 10 times or even 100 times harder. As for reaching the demigod realm, he would have to fulfill many harsh conditions. It is time to take a walk around. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuqian revealed a smile. The universe was huge and even a demigod wouldn't be able to explore it completely. It was already incredible to explore 10% or 20% of the universe. There were some hidden places that no one had entered before. They might be hiding heaven-defying opportunities or terrifying dangers. In the past, Li Fuqian wasn't strong enough and would wander around randomly. There was a high possibility of death. Now that he was a star domain class heavenly monarch, as long as he didn't court death, it was basically impossible for him to die. But before I leave, I still have to show myself. The Myriad Spirit Banquet was hosted by the Myriad Spirit City Lord, the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch. It might not be as famous as the 100-Flower Empress 100-Flower Assembly, but the Myriad Spirit Banquet was still very famous in the Horizontal River Star region. Everyone knew that the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch had a voracious appetite and his banquet would never lack top-notch delicacies. Since Li Fuqian had nothing to do, he naturally wouldn't miss out on such a grand event. The Thunder God beef is indeed incredible. In the Grand Hall, there were dozens of tables. Beside each table, there was a heavenly monarch seated. Li Fuqian sat close to the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. On the table in front of him, there was a round plate that was a few meters in size. On the round plate, there was a piece of translucent meat that was the size of half a round plate. On the right side of the round plate, there was a flask of fine wine. Li Fuqian picked up a piece of beef and took a bite. The texture was indescribable and he felt as though he was electrocuted. Subsequently, Li Fuqian drank another mouthful of star liquid wine and felt extremely comfortable. He felt as though he was in the starry sky of the universe and it was quiet and peaceful. After finishing half a plate of beef, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch said, "This trip was not in vain, not in vain." The Thunder God Bull was extremely rare. In the entire horizontal river starfield and the surrounding starfields, only the Heaven Monarch of Myriad Spirit reared some Thunder God Bulls. The Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch looked around and said, "We are all thanks to the primary Extreme Emperor. Look at everyone here, which one of them isn't a City Lord class Heavenly Monarch?" The Myriad Spirit Banquet wasn't as famous as the 100-Flower Gathering, but it was of a higher class. Those that were invited were all City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs. Some were from the horizontal river starfield, some were from the neighboring starfields. If it wasn't for Li Fuqian, the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch wouldn't have been invited. As for Li Fuqian's star domain level Heavenly Monarch identity, it was basically known in the horizontal river starfield. It was mainly because Li Fuqian didn't intentionally conceal it. Li Fuqian felt that it was a good thing to let everyone know of his star domain level Heavenly Monarch identity. At least it would serve as a deterrent. Primary Extreme Emperor, this is the heart of the Thunder God Bull. It is the most precious part of its body. Please have a taste. The robust Heaven Monarch of Myriad Spirit personally carried a plate over and carefully placed it on Li Fuqian's table. All right. Li Fuqian picked up the fork and knife, cut off a piece of the heart and placed it in his mouth. After a few breaths, Li Fuqian's eyes lit up. The taste of the heart was 10 times or 100 times more delicious than beef. It was said that the heaven monarch of myriad spirit only used the heart to entertain the horizontal river primogenitor and the 100-flower empress. It wasn't without reason. If it was Li Fuqian, he wouldn't bear to let others have a taste either. As long as the primary extreme emperor likes it. The heaven monarch of myriad spirit was delighted. In the past, his myriad spirit banquet rarely invited star domain level heavenly monarchs. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't attend every time either. Now that Li Fuqian was here, it was an opportunity for the heaven monarch. To be honest, the heaven monarch of myriad spirit was rather sympathetic when the divine Leaf City Lord was eliminated. Therefore, it was of utmost importance if he could befriend Li Fuqian. He heard that Li Fuqian was rather close with the Blood Axe monarch. The 100-flower empress arrives. The Cross River primogenitor arrives. The Blood Axe monarch arrives. Chapter 986. Although the Centauria matriarch was not a star sector-level heaven monarch, she was not far from it. More than 1 million years ago, the Centauria matriarch had actually fought with a star sector-level heaven monarch. Although she was defeated in the end, she was not seriously injured and could be considered to have escaped unscathed. Therefore, it was fine to treat her as a weaker star sector-level heavenly lord. As for Ancestor Hengi, as an ancient star sector-level heavenly lord, Ancestor Hengi had already stood at the peak countless years ago. Apart from demigods, few people in the entire universe could do anything to him. As for Emperor Sanguinax, as one of the commanders of the Undead Legion, he might be weaker than Ancestor Hengi, but he was definitely not a match for some ordinary star sector-level heavenly lords. The arrival of the three of them caused the myriad spirit banquet to fall silent. Emperor Yuanji, it's an honor to meet you. The 100 Flowers Empress nodded at Li Fuqian. She had already found out about Li Fuqian's background. It turned out that Li Fuqian came from the same plane as one of her 100-flower guards, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. She found out from the Jade Flower Sacred Lord that Li Fuqian wasn't very old and was a true absolute prodigy. Even the divine race's prodigies might not be comparable to Li Fuqian. He's not just a peerless genius. Madame Centauria sighed in her heart. To be able to become a star sector-level heaven monarch in such a short period of time, it could no longer be described as a genius. Madame Centauria suspected that Jiang Yi was the son of the star region or even the son of the universe. He had obtained the love of the universe. Greetings, Lady Centauria. Li Fuqian cupped his fist in return. Ha, I sensed someone breaking through to the star sector-level heavenly lord realm some time ago. I thought it was Sister Bai Hua, but I didn't expect it to be Emperor Yuanji. You've really surpassed your master. Progenitor Heng He laughed and said emotionally. Without becoming a star sector-level heavenly lord, one would never know the wonders of a star sector-level heavenly lord. Star sector-level heavenly lords represented eternity and freedom. Over the countless years, Ancestor Hengi had seen countless outstanding figures fall. Hence, in his opinion, not becoming a star sector-level heavenly lord was just a dream. Primogenitor Hengi, you praise me too much. This was Li Fuqian's first time seeing the horizontal river primogenitor at such a close distance. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. The horizontal river primogenitor was indeed the most ancient star region class heaven monarch. Just by standing there, he gave off a boundless feeling, as though the entire universe was pressing down. Celestial Lord of Myriad Spirit, why didn't you invite me, Celestial Lord Sanguinax? Are you looking down on me, Imperial Monarch Blood Axe? Imperial Monarch Blood Axe was used to being domineering and domineering. The heavenly monarch of myriad spirit said in fear and trepidation, if I had known that Lord Imperial Monarch Blood Axe would be so leisurely and elegant, I would definitely have invited Lord Imperial Monarch Blood Axe. Forget it. Since Imperial Emperor Yuanji is here today, I won't argue with you. The Blood Axe Emperor sat beside Li Fuqian. As for the City Lord class heaven monarch that was originally seated there, he had already moved to the side and didn't dare to say anything. The horizontal river primogenitor and 100-flower empress were seated opposite of Li Fuchen. After that, the four of them ate and drank while chatting. As for the others, they didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of angering the four of them. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, I am Heaven Monarch Golden Island. I am untalented and would like to experience a Emperor Lord's means. Please enlighten me. Right at this moment, a tall man wearing golden armor stood up. His tone sounded respectful but was actually arrogant. It is Heaven Monarch Golden Island. His master, Treasure River Ancestor, is an incredible figure. He is ranked top 1000 on the Emperor Lord rankings. Heaven Monarch Golden Island's strength is already at the pinnacle of City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. I wonder how Imperial Emperor Yuanji is going to deal with him. In the Grand Hall, there were commotion and everyone was looking at Li Fuchen. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, you need to be careful. I have never heard of this Heaven Monarch Golden Island, but I have heard of his master, Treasure River Ancestor. The universe is extremely vast and it is unknown when a universe cardinal treasure appeared in the universe, the Emperor Lord rankings. The emperors listed on the rankings are all the most ancient and terrifying emperors. If the Treasure River Ancestor is listed on the rankings, his strength might not be overwhelming, but it shouldn't be too far off. If Heaven Monarch Golden Island can become the Treasure River Ancestor's disciple, he shouldn't be a simple figure either. The one speaking was the Blood Axe Imperial Emperor. He might have a tyrannical and conceited personality, but he still had to look at the person. He didn't have to give face to the horizontal river primogenitor, but he still had to give some face to the Treasure River Ancestor. Otherwise, if Heaven Monarch Golden Island dared to challenge Li Fuchen in front of him, he would have already eliminated Li Fuchen. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to witness Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen was too weak, he would spend less effort on Li Fuchen in the future. After drinking a mouthful of Stardew wine, the horizontal river primogenitor was calm. Just like the Blood Axe Imperial Emperor, he was rather curious about Li Fuchen's strength. As for Heaven Monarch Golden Island's identity, the horizontal river primogenitor didn't bother about it. The Treasure River Ancestor might be much older and more famous than him, but the monarchs on the Emperor Monarch rankings might not represent their true strength. In the past, there were cases of monarchs that weren't on the rankings defeating monarchs on the rankings. The so-called Emperor rankings was actually a ranking of the chi presence. Generally speaking, the older the monarch, the stronger the chi presence. But chi presence and strength weren't absolutely equal and there would always be some difference. Take the Emperor rankings for example, there were plenty of young monarchs that weren't ancient but had special encounters that gave them abnormally horrific chi presences. Of course, it was impossible to say that the monarchs on the Emperor rankings weren't powerful. Chi presence and strength weren't absolutely equal, but to a certain degree, it was still equivalent. After taking a sip of Stardew wine, Li Fuchen put down the wine cup and said, I have heard of your master, the Treasure River Ancestor's name. How about this, if you can block a sword move from me, I will admit defeat. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool, he knew when to be humble and when not to be humble, his heart was like a mirror. When facing a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, even if it was a top-notch City Lord class Heaven Monarch, if Li Fuchen couldn't end the battle quickly, he would be looked down upon. No one would say that Li Fuchen was a kind person and didn't care about fame and fortune. Alright, one sword move it is. Heaven Monarch Golden Island's face flashed with anger. This primary extreme emperor was too arrogant and wanted to defeat him in a single sword move. It was simply a pipe dream. But it was just as well. Previously, Heaven Monarch Golden Island didn't have the confidence to contest with Li Fuchen. But if it was just one sword move, even if Li Fuchen was several times stronger than he imagined, he was confident he could block it. The Grand Hall was massive and the center of the hall was like a plaza. Heaven Monarch Golden Island was the first to arrive at the empty space. Primary Extreme Emperor, please draw your sword. Heaven Monarch Golden Island's power was condensed to the peak and was secretly holding onto a high-grade Supreme Cardinal artifact. He was just waiting for Li Fuchen's thunderous attack. Be careful. Li Fuqian didn't draw his sword and drew with his sword finger. The sword chi turned into a sword sea and devoured Heaven Monarch Golden Island. After doing everything, Li Fuqian returned to his seat. 15 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, Heaven Monarch Golden Island was still unable to break free. The gap between City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs and Star Field class Heavenly Monarchs was hard to bridge. Even if Heaven Monarch Golden Island had a high-grade Supreme Cardinal artifact, he would only be able to barely exhibit the power of a Star Field class Heavenly Monarch. Come, Primary Extreme Emperor, let's drink. The Blood Axe Monarch raised his wine cup and repeatedly toasted. How could he not see that Li Fuqian wasn't just an ordinary Star Field class Heavenly Monarch? When thinking about how Li Fuqian had such strength as soon as he stepped into the Star Field class Heavenly Monarch, the Blood Axe Monarch wanted to befriend Li Fuqian even more. The rest of the people looked at Li Fuqian with a different gaze. Hengi Primogenitor believed that after roaming the universe for so many years, he had never seen a prodigy like Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian had simply broken the laws of the universe. As for the other City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs, they were looking at Li Fuqian with reverence. They assumed that Heaven Monarch Golden Island would be able to exchange moves with Li Fuqian. Who would have expected that Heaven Monarch Golden Island couldn't even withstand a single move? If it was them, they would have been instantly killed. The Myriad Spirit Banquet was halfway through and Heaven Monarch Golden Island finally broke through the Sword Sea and charged out. Again. Heaven Monarch Golden Island was enraged. Hengi Primogenitor said, Heaven Monarch Golden Island, 3 days have passed. There is no need to continue. 3 days have passed. Chapter 987. At the front was a land of darkness and nothingness. In this place, there wasn't any spatial wave or energy wave. Li Fuqian could only feel the endless deathly stillness. No wonder it is said that the void of darkness between star regions is the graveyard of the universe. Li Fuqian could feel that there was Sword Dao source in the void of darkness ahead, but it was very sparse. In other words, when fighting in the void of darkness, the consumption was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more than fighting in the star region. As such, even a star region level Heaven Monarch would have the risk of perishing in this place. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuqian instantly entered the void of darkness. There is actually a space beast here. From far away, Li Fuqian could see a giant shadow moving. It was a horse-headed monster with dozens of wings and it was moving at a very fast speed. That is true. The power of the space beast comes from the body, unlike the major races that rely on the universe source. Therefore, this void of darkness doesn't affect the space beast much. Before reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, regardless of the race, the body's power would be limited and couldn't be compared with the space beast. After reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, one's power might seem boundless, but there was actually a limit to one's power. However, one could absorb the universe source, therefore, it seemed boundless. Once one lost the support of the universe source, they would immediately be exposed. It could be said that in a certain sense, the space beast was the most perfect life form in the universe and could adapt to any environment. When Li Fuqian noticed the horse-headed monster, the horse-headed monster also noticed Li Fuqian. You. The horse-headed monster obviously had high intelligence. The instant it noticed Li Fuqian, its speed increased by 10 times and it vanished without a trace. Li Fuqian smiled and didn't give chase. With his speed, it wasn't difficult to catch up to the horse-headed monster, but it was meaningless. After passing through the void of darkness, Li Fuqian arrived at the purple extreme star region that was nearby the horizontal river star region. The purple extreme star region was the same as the horizontal river star region in the past. They only had one star region level Heaven Monarch and he was called the Purple Extreme Emperor. Of course, Li Fuqian didn't know if there were any star region level Heaven Monarchs that were living in seclusion here. The most famous universe city in the Purple Pole star region was called Dragon Pool City. The reason why Dragon Pool City was famous was because there was a dragon pool in the middle of Dragon Pool City. Legend has it that the dragon pool had already existed before Dragon Pool City. However, the dragon pool at that time was tens of thousands of times larger than the dragon pool of the current dragon pool. In the dragon pool, a divine dragon was slumbering. After the divine dragon left, the dragon pool became dilapidated. However, even the dilapidated dragon pool was miraculous and extraordinary. If an ordinary person were to drink a mouthful of the dragon pool's water, they would have the strength of 10,000 kilograms and live for 360 years. If a martial artist drank the dragon pool's water frequently, not only would they be immune to all diseases, but they would also have a very fast cultivation speed. Furthermore, there was a chance for their body to produce a trace of giant dragon bloodline. Apart from this, the dragon pool also contained the essence of water, and this essence of water was quite beneficial to saints. Li Fuchen came to the Dragon Pool City because he wanted to try the most famous Jade Dragon wine. Jade Dragon Restaurant was the only restaurant in Dragon Pool City that provided Jade Dragon wine. On the table in front of Li Fuchen by the window on the 12th floor, there was a flask of fine wine. These flasks of fine wine were the Jade Dragon wine, and each flask was equivalent to a bottle. The Jade Dragon wine was just like its name. After drinking it, not only would the taste be sweet and mellow, but the alcohol would also spread throughout the body. It was just like a violent dragon wreaking havoc. The tranquility was filled with a hearty and unbridled feeling. As the Jade Dragon wine was too delicious, Li Fuchen bought all the Jade Dragon restaurant's stock of Jade Dragon wine. There was a total of a few hundred bottles, and he spent over 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Currently, Li Fuchen's spatial ring had plenty of fine wines, like the World Dew that was worth 5 million peak-grade spirit stones, the Star Liquid wine that was worth 1 million peak-grade spirit stones, the 100-flower brew that was worth 4 million peak-grade spirit stones, and the Cross River Brilliance that was worth 8 million peak-grade spirit stones. These wines were all extremely famous wines in the Cross River Star region. Li Fuchen decided to collect more fine wines from various places while he was roaming the universe, so that he wouldn't be too bored during the journey. What did you say? The Jade Dragon wine is gone. Don't lie to me. Your Jade Dragon restaurant has a few hundred bottles in stock every year. You are telling me that it is gone. Sky Wave Sacred Lord, it is really gone. Not long ago, all of our Jade Dragon restaurant's Jade Dragon wine was bought by a customer. Right now, we don't even have a single bottle of Jade Dragon wine. Why don't you come back in a few days? By then, there will surely be Jade Dragon wine delivered. Are you kidding me? I brought a friend here in high spirits and I can't afford to lose my face. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord was an arrogant youth with an extremely noble aura. He said to the innkeeper, "Who bought the Jade Dragon wine? Tell me, I will have a talk with him." Sky Wave Sacred Lord, this isn't too good, right? The innkeeper wiped his sweat and looked like he was in a difficult position. Innkeeper, don't forget that the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father is the Sky Monarch and is also the Purple Extreme Emperor's great-great-grandson. You are afraid of offending that person, but aren't you afraid of offending the Sky Wave Sacred Lord? The one speaking was the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's friend, and he spoke with a stern voice. "This way please." The innkeeper yielded. The owner of the Jade Dragon restaurant might be the Dragon Pool City Lord, the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch, but the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's background was too influential. Even the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch wasn't willing to offend him, let alone a mere innkeeper. On the 12th floor, the innkeeper brought the Sky Wave Sacred Lord and his group to Li Fuchen. "This customer, can you please give up some Jade Dragon wine? My Jade Dragon restaurant is willing to increase the price by 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones for each bottle." The innkeeper spoke with sincerity and had an apologetic expression. "All right, I can give up 10 bottles. There is no need to increase the price." Li Fuchen nodded. He could see that the innkeeper was in some trouble, and Li Fuchen wasn't a person who didn't care about others' feelings. How can 10 bottles be enough? You need at least 20 bottles. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord found Li Fuchen an eyesore and said intentionally. In fact, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord only wanted to order 8 or 10 bottles and wouldn't order 20 bottles. After all, a bottle of Jade Dragon wine would cost 3 million peak-grade spirit stones and 20 bottles would be 60 million. He might be the son of the Firmament Heaven Monarch and the great-great-grandson of the Purple Extreme Monarch, but his personal wealth was only a few billion peak-grade spirit stones. It was impossible for him to spend 60 million peak-grade spirit stones in a single meal. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. Apologies, I am not selling a single bottle. Li Fuchen could guess that the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's background must be astounding, but it was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't put him in his eyes. You are courting death. Do you know who the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father is? The friend of the Sky Wave Sacred Lord who berated the innkeeper earlier stood out and pointed at Li Fuchen. Get lost. A horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchen's body, causing the entire Dragon Pool city to fall into dead silence. You are. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord had a horrified expression. He had seen the Purple Extreme Monarch multiple times, and how could he not know that Li Fuchen was a Star Domain Class Heaven Monarch? A true Star Domain Class Heaven Monarch, and he actually offended a Star Domain Class Heaven Monarch. For a moment, he was terrified. Bang bang bang, everyone, including Sacred Lord Sky Wave, knelt down. It wasn't because they wanted to kneel, but the prowess from Li Fuchen's body was too intense. With the sudden burst of chi presence, it gave them an unparalleled impact on their spirit. This is. In the City Lord's mansion, Heavenly Lord Longtan's expression changed as he hurried over. How troublesome. Li Fuchen continued to drink. The reason why he concealed his aura was mainly because the aura of a star sector level Heaven Monarch was too oppressive. There was no way for him to experience life. Hence, once he entered the city, he concealed his aura. I am Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord. Greetings, Emperor. Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord's voice came from outside the restaurant. After finishing the last pot of wine on the table, Li Fuchen walked down the restaurant and said to the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch, the Jade Dragon wine isn't bad. It is a pity that some people disrupted the mood. Hearing this, Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord hastily said, My lord, if you don't mind, you can come with me to my humble abode for a drink. Aside from the Jade Dragon wine, I've also collected some other fine wines. Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord was a wine lover himself. Alright, please lead the way. Li Fuchen didn't have enough to drink. After Li Fuchen left, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord sat on the ground while his body was drenched in sweat. As for the friend of the Sky Wave Sacred Lord that pointed at Li Fuchen earlier, he had already fainted from fear. This won't do. I have to inform father and great ancestor. Chapter 988. Primary Extreme Emperor, this is the South Bright Star region's myriad fruit wine. Please have a taste. Inside the City Lord residence, the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord took out his collection and invited Li Fuchen to have a taste. Great wine. The myriad fruit wine was just like its name. When the wine entered the mouth, thousands of fruit aromas burst out on the taste buds. Only Heaven Monarchs would be able to taste so many fruit aromas in an instant. Those below the Heaven Monarch level would be able to taste a few hundred fruits in an instant. Those with weaker cultivation might only be able to taste a complex and strange taste. The duo drank and chatted at the same time. The atmosphere was rather harmonious. Primary Extreme Emperor, the Purple Extreme Emperor is here. He is outside the Dragon Pool City. All of a sudden, the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord's expression changed. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, It's fine. Let's continue drinking. It didn't make sense for him to run over to welcome the Purple Extreme Emperor as soon as he arrived. In the blink of an eye, the duo drank for a few more hours. Outside the Dragon Pool City, the Purple Extreme Emperor's expression didn't change and he was very patient. However, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord was very indignant. Great ancestor, this person is so arrogant. He actually made you wait for such a long time. Of course, he only said it in front of his own people. He didn't dare to say it in front of Li Fuchen. Slap. There was a slap and the Sky Wave Sacred Lord was sent flying. The one who slapped him wasn't the Purple Extreme Emperor, it was the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father, the Sky Dome Heaven Lord. Little bastard, you think you are qualified to criticize a Star Domain Heaven Lord? Are you tired of living? Today, Li Fuchen dared to criticize a Star Domain Heaven Lord in front of them. Tomorrow, he would dare to speak nonsense outside. The Sky Dome Heaven Lord had to teach him a lesson to prevent Li Fuchen from causing a disaster in the future. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord covered his face and was rather indignant, but he didn't dare to say anything. The Purple Extreme Emperor glanced sideways at him and said, "You didn't suffer a loss from this slap. If a Star Domain Heaven Lord is determined to kill you, I can't guarantee that you can survive." It was extremely difficult for a Star Domain Heaven Lord to kill a Star Domain Heaven Lord. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Purple Extreme Emperor wouldn't wish to provoke a Star Domain Heaven Lord. Great ancestor, you once defeated 3-star sector-level Heaven Lords, said Sacred Lord Tianbo. It's just defeat, not kill. With that, Imperial Monarch Purple Extreme suddenly waved his hand, and a purple ball of light enveloped the firmament Heaven Lord and Holy Leader Tianbo and sent them far away. When the Purple Extreme Monarch was done, a figure flew out of Longtan City. It was Li Fuchen. "I am Emperor Violet Extreme." Emperor Violet Extreme announced his name. "Emperor Ung." Li Fuchen sized up the Purple Extreme Emperor. "Ung Imperial Emperor, my descendant was ignorant and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can forgive him." The Purple Extreme Emperor was much more amiable than Li Fuchen imagined. But Li Fuchen knew that between Starfield-class Heavenly Monarchs, peace was the most important and they wouldn't start a war because of some minor matters. "It's just a small matter. May I know why Monarch Ziji is looking for me?" If Li Fuchen was calculative, the Holy Leader Tianbo wouldn't be alive until now. The Purple Extreme Emperor said, "I just wish to have a spar with Emperor Ung. At our level, it is extremely difficult to progress further. Only by combining the strengths of 100 schools of thought will we be able to reach the next level. Of course, if Emperor Ung isn't willing, I won't force it." If Li Fuchen was too weak, the Purple Extreme Emperor didn't mind eliminating Li Fuchen. "Since Emperor Purple Extreme is sincere in having a spar, then I shall accept." Li Fuchen didn't refuse. He had yet to fight with a top-notch ruler like the Purple Extreme Emperor. The Sand Time Emperor might be formidable, but he was still far from being a top-notch ruler. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't have the Myriad Calamity immortal body, he wouldn't take the risk. "Great. Emperor Ung is truly heroic. I am impressed." The Purple Extreme Emperor laughed heartily. His chi presence was like a monstrous wave that burst out ferociously. In an instant, the region that spanned a few light years was instantly dyed purple. From the outside, it looked like a giant purple crystal. Such a powerful chi presence. Li Fuchen praised. Li Fuchen believed that his chi presence wasn't even 1/100th of the Purple Extreme Emperor's. He wondered how powerful the chi presences on the Emperor rankings were. "If my primary extreme sword technique breaks through to the supreme rank, my chi presence shouldn't be inferior to the Purple Extreme Emperor, right?" Li Fuchen recalled about the primary extreme sword technique. Generally speaking, most of the Star Region class Heaven Monarchs that cultivated the martial Tao would be at the supreme rank, be it martial arts or cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as he forcefully pushed the primary extreme sword technique to the Star Region class and used his sword art to become a Star Region class Heaven Monarch. But as such, Li Fuchen's chi presence had a certain degree of bewilderment. If one thought that Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't very powerful, it meant that his strength wasn't enough, one would suffer a little. "Emperor Ung, be careful. Purple chi from the east." The Purple Extreme Emperor waved his hand and a purple stream appeared from the void and blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Incredible! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This purple stream's energy was too concentrated. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if tens of thousands of stars were to explode, it wouldn't even be 1/100th of this purple stream. Just in time, Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen used his sword to block the purple stream. Bang boom! In between the duo, there was a great destruction in the void. All the laws of the universe were turned into nothingness. Bang! Li Fuchen was only able to withstand for a single breath of time before he was sent flying and smashed ruthlessly into the Dragon Pool City's array barrier. Great Ancestor 1. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord had an excited expression. In the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's opinion, if the Purple Extreme Emperor was able to send Li Fuchen flying in a single move, it meant that the difference in strength was too great and there wasn't any suspense. Don't celebrate too early. The Firmament Heaven Lord glared at the Sky Wave Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen might have been sent flying, but he wasn't injured and it was enough to explain some problems. Again, Sword Chi return. Li Fuchen took the initiative to attack the Purple Extreme Emperor. Purple Chi return. The Purple Extreme Emperor's move was very similar to Li Fuchen's sword move. The Purple Extreme Emperor flicked his finger and blasted a purple sphere of light at Li Fuchen's sword move. Rumble. During the horrific tremors, the Dragon Pool City was forcefully shifted by a few meters. The Dragon Pool City was stabilized by 10 layers of arrays and wasn't a rootless duckweed. Receive another move from me, the Origin Return Sword form. Li Fuchen executed his strongest sword move. Clang clang clang. This time, the Purple Extreme Emperor didn't counterattack and forcefully endured Li Fuchen's sword move. When Li Fuchen's strongest sword move landed on the Purple Extreme Emperor's body, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It couldn't even shake the Purple Extreme Emperor's body. No wonder he is a P-class ruler. Li Fuchen was convinced. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, he was still a distance away from a P-class ruler. Among the rulers that Li Fuchen knew, only the Horizontal River Primogenitor was able to suppress the Purple Extreme Emperor, although Li Fuchen had never seen the Horizontal River Primogenitor make a move. As for the Blood Axe Monarch, if he didn't rely on the Undying Spear, he would probably be around the same level as the Purple Extreme Emperor. Origin Extreme Emperor, I am going to use my kill move. Use all your strength to block it. The Purple Extreme Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous aura. This was a true murderous aura and it wasn't a joke. He had decided that if this move could severely injure Li Fuchen, he would use his full strength to kill Li Fuchen. Come on then. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the Myriad Calamity Immortal body to the limits. Chaos Extreme Purple. The Purple Extreme Emperor made his move. When he made his move, the universe law wasn't just simply destroyed. After the destruction, it was remolded into a suitable combat environment for the Purple Extreme Emperor. Chapter 989. TSS. Just like an electric current, Li Fuchen's calamity power was rapidly depleting. But at the same time, more tribulation power would gather from all directions. It's still a little dangerous. Li Fuchen noticed that the replenishment speed of the calamity power was obviously slower than the consumption speed of the calamity power. It also meant to say that as time passed, his Myriad Calamity Immortal body would definitely be broken. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. If the Purple Extreme Monarch was determined to kill him, Li Fuchen would definitely escape and come back in the future. Not hurt. Monarch Ziji frowned and stopped attacking. Emperor Ziji's strength is unparalleled. I'm impressed. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. You're flattering me. I couldn't hurt you either. The Purple Extreme Imperial Lord suspected that Li Fuchen had a peak-grade Supreme Defensive Cardinal artifact. If Li Fuchen relied on his own defense, the purple extreme Imperial Lord didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to block his attack. Not even a star region heaven monarch that walked the body refinement path would be able to do it. Since he couldn't injure Li Fuchen, the purple extreme monarch didn't have any reason to stay. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Fuchen, the purple extreme monarch left together with the Sky Wave's sacred ruler. Emperor Yuanji's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I'm impressed. As soon as Li Fuchen entered the Dragon Pool city, the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch welcomed him with an even more respectful expression. There were not many star sector level heavenly lords who could escape unscathed from Emperor Ziji. As far as the Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord knew, the star sector level heavenly lords, also known as Emperors, were divided into 5 levels: normal, advanced, peak, and invincible. As a top-notch Imperial Lord, it was not impossible for Imperial Lord Violet Extreme to kill an ordinary Imperial Lord, especially one who had only recently ascended. Li Fuchen was able to render the Purple Extreme Emperor helpless. Even if Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of a high-class Emperor, it was probably close. Compared to Monarch Purple Extreme, he's still far from it. Li Fuchen shook his head and laughed bitterly. The Arch, you don't have to belittle yourself. The Arch CG has been a star sector level heaven monarch for tens of millions of years. Judging from your aura, you are still very young. It is not impossible for you to surpass the Arch CG in the future. I'll be counting on your auspicious words then. Your Majesty, we haven't finished our wine. Let's continue drinking. Under Heavenly Lord Dragon Pool's warm invitation, the two returned to the City Lord Mansion and continued drinking. This is my communication token. If it's within my capabilities, I can help you once. On this day, before leaving, Li Fuchen tossed a message token to the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord. The other party was too polite. Not only did he give him thousands of bottles of Jade Dragon wine, but he also gave him some treasured wine. If Li Fuchen didn't express anything, it would be inexcusable. Thank you, Imperial Monarch. I don't know when we'll meet again after you leave. I'll help the Imperial Monarch to ascend to the peak of the universe as soon as possible. The Dragon Pool Heaven Lord's objective was to befriend Li Fuchen. Without a doubt, he succeeded, and the price was merely a few thousand bottles of Jade Dragon wine and some precious wines. There's no need to send me off. Li Fuchen waved his hand and stepped into the void before vanishing. It's really enviable to be able to roam freely in this world. Heavenly Lord Longtan sighed with envy. He turned around and went back to his room. Good wine. Along the way, Li Fuchen would take out a bottle of wine from time to time and drink 2 mouthfuls. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, Li Fuchen had been to plenty of star regions and dangerous places. At the same time, he had encountered plenty of star domain class heavenly monarchs. Some of these star domain class heavenly monarchs were like Li Fuchen and were traveling around. There were also those that were overseeing their own star regions. Normally, those overseeing their own star regions were rather powerful. The weakest would be a high-class monarch, while the strongest would be a peak-class monarch. As for the Cross River primogenitor, there wasn't a single peak-class monarch. Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Cross River primogenitor. It was said that there was no sun and moon in the mountains, but in the dark universe, there was truly no sun and moon. In the blink of the eye, another 10 years had passed. Li Fuchen arrived at the most prestigious Devil Horn Star Sea of the Twin Horn Star Wheel. The Devil Horn Star Sea was several times bigger than the largest star region in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. It was rumored that in the center of the Devil Horn Star Sea, there was a giant devil horn. Many of the monarchs and demigods wanted to keep this devil horn, but until now, no one was able to do it. Li Fuchen chose to travel because he wanted to temper his Tao heart and broaden his horizons. Most importantly, he wanted to search for some fated opportunities. If he could obtain some Supreme Sword bones, he would be able to push the primary Extreme Sword technique to the Supreme level even faster. As for Supreme Sword bones, they were usually from Sword Tao Emperors. Li Fuqian naturally wouldn't think about living Sword Dao emperors. Therefore, he could only think about dead Sword Dao emperors. If there was a place that had the highest number of dead Sword Dao emperors, it would definitely be the various dangerous places, especially those extremely dangerous places. Once Li Fuqian entered the Devil Horn Star Sea, his expression changed. The universe source in the Devil Horn Star Sea was extremely thin and was almost the same as the dark void between star regions. There was only one type of universe source that was extremely abundant and was 10 times or 100 times more abundant than the outside world. This universe source was the evil Dao source. I hope I won't encounter any demons or demon race beings that cultivated the evil Dao. Li Fuqian frowned. The evil Dao source was 10 times or 100 times more abundant than the outside world, while the other universe sources were 100 or 1,000 times thinner. As such, the difference was at least 10,000 times. It wasn't exaggerating to say that in the Devil Horn Star Sea, a City Lord-class heavenly monarch that cultivated the evil Dao was able to contest with a star region-level heavenly monarch. As for a star region-level heavenly monarch that cultivated the evil Dao, they were probably invincible in the Devil Horn Star Sea. No matter how confident Li Fuqian was, he wasn't certain he could contest with an evil Dao emperor. It would already be great if he could escape with his life. My current strength is still too weak. I have to increase the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme level. With or without a supreme cultivation technique, it might not be reflected in strength, but it would be reflected vividly in power reserve. At his level, there were many times when it was a competition of power reserve and power replenishment speed. From far away, Li Fuqian could see an island of white bones. This island of white bones was actually the corpse of a City Lord-class heavenly monarch. To a City Lord-class heavenly monarch or those below, it was very valuable. But to those that dared to come to the Devil Horn Star Sea, the value was rather low and wasn't worth collecting. Splash splash. The white bone island suddenly stood up. In the eye sockets of the skull, there were 2 black flames that were burning fiercely. Star Sea demonic creature. Li Fuqian squinted his eyes. Earlier on, he clearly saw a demonic shadow burrowing into the white bone island. The Star Sea demonic creature was a terrifying creature that only existed in the Devil Horn Star Sea. They were formed by the fusion of the evil Dao source and the resentment chi of the living beings that died here. As they didn't have a physical body, the Star Sea demonic creature was extremely hard to kill. It was said that only Soul Dao methods could restrain them. Roar! The giant skeleton that was controlled by the Star Sea demonic creature suddenly clawed at Li Fuqian. Break! Li Fuqian brandished his sword and severed the skeleton's arm. Scatter! With another sword swing, the skeleton was severed into millions of pieces. Chapter 990. The Devil Horn Star Sea was much more dangerous than Li Fuqian imagined. Apart from the endless number of Star Sea demonic creatures, there were also evil Dao beings with malicious intentions. A few days ago, Li Fuqian had a great battle with a City Lord-class evil Dao being. The enemy had the support of the evil Dao source and was only slightly weaker than Li Fuqian, but the recovery speed was thousands of times faster than Li Fuqian. Without a choice, Li Fuqian had no choice but to utilize his speed to shake off the enemy. Rumble! A horrific black storm was roaring and wreaking havoc. Within the storm, there was a large ship that was emitting blue radiance. It was obvious that this ship was very high class. No matter how the storm wreaked havoc, there weren't any signs of it falling apart. On the deck of the ship stood 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males. Young lady, this is the Devil Horn Star Sea. The Mist Light ship will not be able to stop the Demon Cloud Emperor. Elder Hua and I will stall the Demon Cloud Emperor while you immediately activate the Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman and escape as far as you can. The blue-haired elder was a star domain level heaven monarch. His chi presence was vast and boundless like the sea. The Elder Hua that he mentioned was also a star domain level heaven monarch. His chi presence was the exact opposite of the Elder. It was blazing like hell, and if a regular person looked at it, they would probably be turned into ashes. Elder Water and Elder Hua, the two of you can't stop the Demon Cloud Emperor even if you work together. The woman was wearing a light blue dress. She was graceful and had exceptional looks. From her chi presence, she was probably a city lord-class heaven monarch. The red-haired Elder Hua said, "If we are in the outside world, Elder Water and I will be able to suppress the Demon Cloud Emperor with ease. But this is the Devil Horn Star Sea. Be it the Demon Cloud Emperor's strength or his recovery speed, they are all several times stronger." Elder Water nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "It seems like someone leaked our whereabouts. Otherwise, the Demon Cloud Emperor wouldn't have followed us to the Devil Horn Star Sea." The Demon Cloud Emperor was an evil Dao Emperor. He was once pursued by the Einshur clan for many years, but he was extremely crafty and they weren't able to kill him. "Elder Water and Elder Hua, how have you been?" The black storm became more and more violent, and a huge demonic shadow formed by the black storm appeared above the misty light ship. The demonic shadow's eyes were incomparably blood-red. "Monarch Demon Cloud, in recent years, the Einshur clan has already slowed down their pursuit of you. The higher-ups are even considering whether or not to give up on hunting you down. It's best if you don't make a mistake. If you harm even a hair on the young miss, the Einshur clan will pay any price to kill you." Sire Shui warned the Demon Cloud Emperor. Emperor Demon Cloud opened his mouth wide. "So, I have to thank the Einshur clan. Thank you for chasing me for so many years, and for putting me in desperate situations several times." "Emperor Demon Cloud, what exactly do you want?" Elder Hua shouted. "Hee hee." Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud grinned. "I don't want anything. I just hope that the young lady of the Einshur clan can give birth to a fat boy for me." "Dream on." The woman's face paled. "Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know soon enough." Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud let out a long roar and transformed into a long black saber, slashing at the misty light ship. Rumble. The blue light on the surface of the misty light ship trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Water Infinity. Fire Infinity. Water and fire combine, Dragon of Destruction. Sire Shui and Elder Hua were not clansmen of the Einshur clan, but servants. Of course, they were star sector level lords of heaven, so they could not be low-level servants. Instead, they were top-level servants who only obeyed the orders of the leader of the Einshur clan. One of them was from the Water Spirit clan, and the other was from the Fire Spirit clan. They had been together for a long time, and they had developed a fusion movement, which could amplify each other's movement tenfold or even 100-fold. Roar! The power of water and fire fused together, and a giant dragon of chaos swept toward the Demon Cloud Emperor with terrifying momentum. If we were in the outside world, even 10 of me would be severely injured. Unfortunately, this is the demonic horn star ocean. Die! Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud transformed into a black beast of clouds and fought with the giant dragon of chaos. It could be seen that the black beast of clouds was at an absolute disadvantage, and it was torn to pieces by the giant dragon of chaos from time to time. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the black beast of clouds reformed, and its power was not damaged at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. On the contrary, the giant dragon of chaos's power was weakening, and it could no longer suppress the black beast of clouds. Break! The black beast of clouds turned into a black saber and sliced through the body of the giant dragon of chaos. Young miss, leave quickly. Sire Shui and Sire Hu returned to the mistlight ship in a sorry state. Sire Shui pushed the woman out of the mistlight ship, sending her billions of miles away. This was his limit. After all, this was the demonic horn star ocean, and he was afraid of injuring the young miss. Trying to leave. Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud's body split apart, and one of them instantly appeared before the woman, ignoring the distance of billions of miles. The woman knew that she would only be a hindrance if she stayed behind. Thus, she gritted her teeth and activated the talisman that she had on her hand. Rustle. The woman's body instantly shrunk, as if she was sucked into a black hole. She disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud was unwilling to give up. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the woman's aura. It was a pity that the Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman could conceal the aura, and Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud failed to grab the woman. Turning around, Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud glared at Sire Shui and Sire Hua, who were on the Mistlight ship. You two old fellows don't have the Chaos Shift Talisman. Killing the two of you will be enough to make the Ainshur clan feel heartache. Starfield level Heaven Monarchs weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even for a great clan like the Ainshur clan, a Starfield level Heaven Monarch was extremely precious. Flee. Since the young miss had escaped, the two of them didn't have to worry anymore. They kept the Mistlight ship and fled separately. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud. Can you escape? The two Sovereign Emperors chased after Sire Shui and Sire Hua from the left and right respectively. The distance teleported by the Chaos Shift Talisman wasn't absolute, it was random. If it was in the outside world, it would be able to teleport 100,000 to 1 million light-years away. If the star field wasn't too big, there was a high chance that it would be teleported to another star field. But in the demonic horn star ocean, the distance would probably be reduced by 100 times or even 1,000 times. On this day, Li Fuqin, who was making haste, felt alerted. He quickly lifted his head and saw that in the sky above the star sea, there was an additional figure that appeared out of nowhere. Teleport? Li Fuqin raised his brows. Very few people would teleport in the demonic horn star ocean, because if it wasn't done well, it was easy to teleport to an extremely dangerous place. There were some places in the demonic horn star ocean that even star field level Heaven Monarchs would have a slim chance of survival. Star field level Heaven Monarch? Ainshur was shocked when she teleported to the side of a star field level Heaven Monarch. But she quickly realized that Li Fuqin's chi presence wasn't very powerful and was around the same level as the clan elders who had just become star field level Heaven Monarchs. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.